KR Saturday night with an incredible light show and a Longhorn explosion in the fourth quarter that separated the ball game. We'll certainly talk about it as the Horns get the win over the Wyoming Cowboys 31-10. There was good, there was some bad, and there was some ugly in that game. Also, speaking of ugly, how about the Big 12 Conference? Only 2 ranked teams in the AP Top 25 after 3 weeks of college football. Meanwhile, the Pac-12 has 8 ranked teams right now. And the Cowboys, as we said, one of 8 2-0 teams in pro football with a couple of Monday Night Football games to come tonight. Houston Texans are off to an 0-2 start. So obviously plenty to chew on, plenty to talk about. 5 hours might be enough as we get you going on this Monday morning. Appreciate you being there. Wherever you find us, maybe on 101.9 on the FM dial, could be AM 1260, and of course always digitally. We're right there for you on your Horn app. Just download that to your smartphone. Touch of a button. You're hearing our show in crystal digital clear clarity. Also, you can see us on our Twitch channel at our website at hornfm.com. You can just listen there as well. And, of course, our YouTube channel at The Horn Austin. We appreciate you subscribing to that as well as we get you going on a Monday. Look who it is across the desk. He is our shutdown corner, holding down his side of the field 5 hours a day, 5 days a week here on Hook 'em Up from DB High down in the 713. And, of course, DBU right here in the 512, plus stops in 4 different NFL zips. He is the football theorist, ward number 21 in your program, but always number 1 in your heart. What's up, Rod B?
I appreciate the intro as always, brother. And Monday, I don't know if 5 hours usually is plenty to get to everything. We will not have enough time, but that is a first world problem and a great problem to have. So looking forward to today's show. And before we start the show, like we do every show, let's give a shout out to those who serve, whether it be God, country, or community. We appreciate all those who choose to serve. We know that it is an honor, but also a burden. So we appreciate all those out there, whether it be first responders, soldiers, officers of the law, teachers, nurses, waste management. You know who you are. So many of you. We can't name all of you, but we really appreciate you and want to make sure we salute you every morning.
Yeah, shout out. Yeah, trash day for me. I had to take the trash cans to the curb on my way out.
There you go.
The driveway this morning, Monday in my neighborhood. He is through the glass as well. Our man Ty Henderson apparently had a nice gambling Sunday, which got him up off the deck. How are we doing, nice. TY? You feeling good on a Monday?
Yeah, feeling good. Up 30 units.
30 units.
Ooh, it's like 80 in the past 2 weeks.
That's right.
Well done, baby. That's Sex Panther Pickers.
Sex Panther picks.
More than 60% of the time right now.
We will grade ourselves. Of course, Ty and I go head-to-head on 5 picks in college and pro football on Fridays. I had a good college weekend, rough in the NFL yesterday. So we'll grade those and have some fun with that. We'll also go behind the burnt orange curtain this hour. Rod will have some rants. We'll do a little what the facts this hour. First, though, let's start with the headlines. Get you caught up on the news of the morning. Plenty to do, and a busy weekend. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring them to you. Start with the Longhorns, Texas football, who rode their defense in a strong ground game to a 31-10 win over Wyoming on Saturday night in program's first 3-0 start in more than a decade. It was a packed house, sold-out crowd at DKR to see the Longhorns' passing offense scuffle for most of the night. But it was sophomore running back Jonathan Brooks and the defense that stood tall for Texas. Brooks ran for a career-high 167 yards on 21 carries. And aside from a 62-yard scoring run on the first drive of the game for Wyoming, the Texas defense held the Cowboys to 229 yards over the final 57 minutes. And they capped a 3-touchdown outburst in the fourth quarter that separated the game with Jaron Thompson's pick 6 that put Texas in front by 21 for head coach Steve Sarkisian.
I think that's what championship teams do. They find a way to win when they're not at their best. And tonight, it's safe to say we were not at our best, but we found a way to win. We found a way to adapt. We found a way to, stay composed, keep our composure, and then start playing our style, our brand of football, which I thought, really shined through.
Yeah, it was 10-10 headed to the fourth quarter, but the Texas Longhorns erupted for 3 quick touchdowns. Xavier Worthy on a catch and run. Also, then a second touchdown, and then the Jaron Thompson pick 6. Their third straight double-digit win to start the season. Texas has jumped past Florida State, risen to number 3 in this week's AP Top 25, trailing only Georgia and Michigan. It's the Longhorns' highest ranking in that AP poll since 2009. Oklahoma's the only other ranked Big 12 team after 3 weeks. They're 16th. Kansas State fell out of the rankings after their loss at Missouri on Saturday. In the NFL, Dallas Cowboys have opened the 2023 season emphatically 2-0 now. They roll past the New York Jets 27-10 yesterday in Arlington. Dak Prescott threw a couple touchdowns. Rookie kicker Brandon Aubrey booted 5 field goals, while that dominating Dallas defense, again the headline, they forced 4 Jets turnovers, held New York to just 215 total yards. 68 of those came on one Garrett Wilson touchdown catch in the second quarter. Cowboys are joined at 2-0 after 2 weeks by 7 other teams, 6 in the NFC. Philadelphia, Washington, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Tampa Bay are all unbeaten. Baltimore and Miami, the only 2 unbeatens in the AFC. 2 others could join the club tonight with a doubleheader of Monday Night Football. New Orleans is at Carolina. Saints are 1-0. And Cleveland is at Pittsburgh with the Browns looking to go 2-0, but tough task tonight in the Steel City. Houston Texans off to an 0-2 start. They lost to Indy yesterday on their home opener, 31-20. Another disappointing night at Q2 Stadium for Austin FC. Felipe Mora had a goal and an assist for Portland as the Timbers snapped their 8-match winless streak on the road with a 2-1 win. The Tumbling Verde haven't won a match since mid-July. Major League Baseball, tough weekend for the top 3 teams in the AL West race. The Astros, Rangers, and Mariners posted a 1-8 mark over the weekend. Texas and Seattle got swept. Rangers in Cleveland. The M's got swept at home by the Dodgers. Only team to secure a win was Houston yesterday. They beat Kansas City 7-1. So with 2 weeks remaining in the regular season, Houston leads Texas by a game and a half. Seattle is 2.5 back in the division and a game back of the Rangers for the final AL wildcard spot. Baltimore and Tampa Bay both clinched AL playoff spots yesterday with victories and a big win at Del Diamond yesterday. The Express Round Rock top Vegas 5-1. They jump into first place in the PCL second half standings by 1 game over the Aviators.
Oh man, to be a Texas fan now with these first world problems, it's great. It's great to complain about the first
21
world problems.
point wins.
Yeah, no, but I get it. I understand it, and we're gonna talk our way through it. All right, this is what Mondays are all about. So just to put everything into perspective, right? For Sark, in the offseason, one of our big complaints since Sark has gotten here has been the second half and the fourth quarter. Right, that he doesn't have a 4-quarter team and a fourth-quarter team. Now, I will say, they are still not a 4-quarter team, but they are a fourth-quarter team.
Second half, for sure.
They're not a 4-quarter team, but they're a fourth-quarter team. All right, so I know we're just because they are the number 3 team in the land, that's their ceiling. Doesn't mean they're going to play like that, a dominant elite team every week and all quarters. That's the hope, and I think they week to week you hope they get there. I guess the disappointment for Longhorn fans is if Sark is saying they get better week to week, a lot of Longhorn fans are looking at this past weekend as a regression. Because if you're building on the Alabama game, and that's fair, we can get into that discussion. But I will say, give the man credit and give the team credit, because we complained about it for 2 seasons. Everybody, hey man, this team they do not play in the fourth quarter. With the collapse at the end of the game, we praised Sark's opening script for years and how great his opening script was, the first 20 plays. But we needed him to be a better fourth quarter coach and his team to be a better fourth quarter team. I will say he is a better fourth quarter coach, and he has even talked about how he's more aggressive now in the fourth quarter than he was in previous years here at Texas. And the team responds really well in the fourth quarter. I believe they're winning the fourth quarter by combined like 28 points so far this year. Remember last season they were outscored in the fourth quarter in overtime by a combined 12 points, although outscoring their opponents by 179 points combined in the first 3 quarters. So my point is, give them credit for that they are a fourth quarter team this year. Still got to work on being a 4-quarter team. I think that's the concern.
Yeah. 3 wins by double digits. And then, as you said, in each game this year, they've had a 21-point quarter. Right against Rice, it was the third quarter when they erupted in the second half and 3 quick touchdowns after a lethargic at some level first half. And then, we know at Alabama, they were down 16-13 and outscored the Crimson Tide 21-8. And then let me say this, on a good, bad, and ugly Monday, Wyoming had a real good game plan, and they had a backup quarterback the Longhorns didn't know very well, I don't think, but at the same time,
they ran the 3 high.
They ran the 3 high defense, which
is something they do. That's not something they brought out for Texas. That's something they do anyway.
Well, and they Texas was. Sark was trying to get the passing offense going and was trying to throw into that 3 high. But look, I mean, they controlled the ball for 38 minutes, and we said they were going to try to shorten this game. And they cracked off the long run on the first drive where the Longhorns were Vernon Broughton got twisted out of his gap, and then Anthony Hill, the freshman linebacker, didn't fill the gap. And then Jaron Thompson, I thought, took a bad angle from safety, and that turns into a touchdown run. But outside of that, the defense I thought was outstanding. Wyoming was able to do what they wanted as far as controlling the ball. That drive to start the third quarter was pretty impressive for them. But in the end, the Longhorns were able to explode for 3 quick touchdowns. Xavier Worthy, he's your best offensive weapon right now, and he made just electric plays on punt returns and on that long touchdown catch and run. And then C.J. Baxter. It was C.J. Baxter out. Jonathan Brooks. Yeah. Showing that he can be a bit of a workhorse running back. I think he could have an even bigger game if Sark would have gone to the run game sooner. 21 carries, 167 yards, carried the rushing offense, and Texas erupts. Then you get another defensive touchdown from Jaron Thompson to seal it. And only real negative of that fourth quarter was the Jaden Blue fumble when it looked like the Horns were going to go score again and go up 38-10, and the fumble on the turf. And
covered the number.
The gamblers were a little bit disappointed about that.
I got to cover the number.
So, yeah, again, there was plenty to chew on and talk about and coach on if you're Sark about how do we become a fourth-quarter team or a four-quarter team, as you said.
Team. Yeah, fourth-quarter team. They're doing pretty good. He did that.
And I think the biggest storyline coming out of this game is Quinn Ewers. The regression really started with him as far as what we saw last week to this week, right? I mean, he was befuddled a little bit. He missed 5. When you look at Quinn Ewers, with the guy we saw at Alabama, certainly didn't play on Saturday night. I mean, he was, I thought he was erratic. He was only 2 of 9 on passes greater than 10 yards. You take away that Worthy touchdown where, it was really mostly X-Man doing the work on just a little quick pass. Yours was 10 of 20 for 82 yards. If you take away that X-Man touchdown, he had 4 or 5 throws that he'd like to have back, where he had open receivers that he missed, either behind them or over the top. And that's what's frustrating, I think, for Texas fans is they see Ewers, and he's an up-and-down quarterback right now. Other than that, thought the team was pretty sound. You have to give credit to your opponent because Wyoming looks to me, Rod, to be a team that can be a bowl team this year out of the Mountain West, and they executed their plan. I'm
going to just say, if somebody's been trying to tell you about that Wyoming defense for a while, and nobody wanted to hear, like, Robbie, shut up. Talking about the Wyoming defense. And I was like, I'm telling you, defense, it's not a terrible defense. It's for the Mountain West. It was pretty good. I'll just try to say it.
You said 10 returning starters, one of the better linebacker cores you've seen on film. Oscar Giles coaches a pretty good front.
It was like I said, they did a good job for about 2.5-3 quarters against Texas. And, I think frustrated Texas. I don't know if they were, I never had a doubt. I never freaked out. I know some people were freaking out. I actually never had a doubt, but I get it. And they had a good defensive game plan. They had good offensive game plan, as you said, E. I went and looked at it. My notes have only 4 third and longs for them. They stayed in third, and they got themselves in the third and manageable a lot. And that third and manageable, they go like, all right, we can go this quick out. Where can we go to quick out? Right? Where can we throw something out? We know our quarterback can make that throw. All right. And they did a really good job of keeping themselves out of third and long. When they went third and really long, then, they were in trouble. That's when, Texas could tee off. But they did good, and they moved the pocket a lot of the time so that they can make the Texas defensive line run and have to chase. That was a good move by them. Obviously got rid of the football really quickly. They played a lot of heavy personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends.
Well, that running back, by the way, pretty good. The kid Harrison Whaley.
Whaley's not bad.
Told you last week that was his first game action. He'd been injured. He transferred from Northern Illinois through the portal, and he was a good play. That 62-yard run was a burst, and he showed he's got some skill to him. He averaged 6 yards a carry. Most of it came on that one long run, but he was a good player. So, yeah, give your opponent some credit. Wyoming's pretty good. And not, I think they could compete in the Mountain West for whatever's going to be the Mountain West Conference. But in the end, Longhorns do have to learn to become a 4-quarter team. There's no question about that. If they're going to achieve their ceiling of a Big 12 championship and maybe beyond, they're going to have to learn to start faster, play better in the first half.
They're a work in progress.
Yep.
Guys, we know the ceiling, but they're still a work in progress, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. That's why you got so many weeks of the season. So listen, TCU made it to the national championship as a 4th-quarter team. That's pretty much what they were. You know that, last year. They were not a 4th-quarter team last year. They were a 4th-quarter team, right? They just found a way to win in clutch time. Guys, we're complaining about this team being clutch. We shouldn't. Let's not complain about them being clutch. We complained about them not being clutch enough for Sark's first 2 years. Like, man, they don't have in clutch time. They just can't get it done. Sark's not, aggressive enough in clutch time. The players, they seem to fold up in clutch time. Now we're talking about a team in clutch time in the 4th quarter that's performing. So I just have a little perspective. Well, yes, we'll get on them, but let's open up with, hey, man, this team in the 4th quarter in clutch time when the fit hits the shan, they are at their best. Isn't that what we want?
Well,
trust me.
And the one thing you know about this team, as I mentioned, they have explosiveness, right? They can explode on you quick.
Explosivity.
And what was it when the Golden State Warriors were at the height of their run in the NBA? They used to call it spurtability, where they can just take a close game and a couple of minutes later they're up 20 points because Steph Curry and Klay Thompson knocked out a bunch of threes. Texas has that. They have the ability to take a close game and separate it quickly. We've seen that in their 3 games now with those quick 21-point outbursts. They've got that in them.
Kansas City used to have that.
Yeah, they did.
Kansas City had Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. They were the same way.
Yep.
Now they're not like that.
Miami Dolphins are kind of like that now.
Yeah,
the undefeated Dolphins can jump on you quick.
Yeah.
And that's to me the sign of a good team, right? Where you feel like you got them right where you want, and all of a sudden, wait, what the heck just happened?
Are the Braves like that in baseball? Who's like that in baseball?
Braves probably the best.
They jump on you.
Astros too. I mean, when they're playing well, but they're not Rangers offense. But no, I mean the spurt ability, explosivity, whatever you want to call it, they have that, and that can separate games pretty quickly. And look, the one thing that has been consistent this whole year is that defense. I mean, that defense is really good, and PK is coaching it up, and those guys up front. Now they got pushed a little bit early, and Wyoming's got a big physical offensive line.
Hey, give them credit, man. They had a good that run, that 62-yard run. Go back and watch it, guys. Go back and watch their left tackle. Now Anthony Hill was out of his gap.
Yep.
Okay, but he's a freshman. A freshman out of his gap. Ooh, big news, right? Shocker. All right, he's a prodigy, but he's still a freshman.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's the depth of the defense. Giving credit to PK, they just brought Bender in and stabilized it. They were like, yeah, he doesn't make the splash plays of an Anthony Hill, but let's just bring Bender in. We know he's stable. We know he's gap sound, and then we'll talk to Anthony on the sideline, get it fixed, and then we'll bring him back out there and he'll play. So that's what I love about the defense too. They're not necessarily handcuffed to any player. They're rotating a lot of guys. Defensive line, linebackers now you're starting to see, and that secondary. Try to find guys they can trust in certain situations.
We'll talk about it all morning, the good, the bad, and the ugly, including that incredible light show that started the fourth quarter between the third and fourth. If you were in the packed house at DKR, let us know what that was all about.
Was Thunderstruck.
Okay,
it was pretty awesome.
Is that going to be the song going forward? Is that the song? Or are we rotating songs based on situations? Like what is...
I'll
what's
do
happening
some digging on that this week.
Because that is a tradition elsewhere too. Like we not only stole the LED light show, but that song is also somebody that people use that. So are we trying to create our own unique thing, or are we just going to use what other people are doing?
I think there'll be a rotation. I mean, part of the light show, they had like the AC/DC Thunderbolts. I think it was.
Yeah, but the rotation is tough to create a tradition. My thing was you pick a unique song, unique to your fans, and create a new tradition. That'll be my only critique of it. Is like, well, you're just stealing the whole thing. Why can't we just steal the light show and then have our own cool song? I like your idea. We talked about it on the pregame. Listen, I said they should do Mo Bamba. Ty said they should do Mo Bamba, and they should just buy the rights to it. All right, that's so they could
be ours and only ours.
You could. Yeah. You got that kind of money. But, but I did say they should have their own unique song, though. You shouldn't just take the song, too.
Real quick, before we talk some more good, bad, and ugly from the Longhorns. Also, the Cowboys, how good is their defense, as advertised? Micah Parsons having
best
a heck
in
of
the
it.
league.
Let me mention our good friends at Viking Fence. And I'll go ahead and announce right now the Viking Fence Defensive Player of the Game. How about Jahdae Barron with a Pro Football Focus score of 90.7, led Texas with 9 tackles and a 90.7 grade on 34 snaps. He was the best defensive player for the Longhorns, and that's brought to you by Viking Fence, who do it all and have for 50-plus years now, since 1972. Locally owned and operated, trusted in Texas for any fencing need, residential or commercial. As we tell you about the temporary rental fence as well, if you're an event planner, contractor, and heading to the project, get that going with Viking Fence every single time. The same company that's so great with the permanent fences will also deliver every time with the temporary rental fence. 837-6411, the phone number. That's 837-6411. Find them online at vikingfence.com, that great website. Get a quote there, finance your project, see the galleries of work they do, and learn all about the best fence company in Austin, Texas since 1972. Viking Fence, 837-6411, online at vikingfence.com. It says better fix it before Dallas, Rod.
Yes.
That would be
like I said, work in progress, week to week. Hell, does not be looking at Dallas. You better fix it. Baylor and
Kansas are your next two games.
Because Baylor, listen, I know I've been beating this dead horse for a few months. But remember, even going into the season, I said the best pressure packages from 2022 that were effective versus Texas offense and their offensive line was Baylor. And I said Baylor had created a really good blueprint for others to follow. And what happened in the Rice game? They basically took that blueprint and used a lot of those amoeba fronts, those simulated pressures, the ghost fronts. They added second-level pressures. So the blueprint that's out there, how to pressure Texas, is basically Dave Aranda's can take a lot of credit for that. And he's got some veteran defensive linemen. And by the way, Wyoming, got a sack doing some very similar things. with the amoeba fronts and the simulated pressures. So, yeah, you got some of that stuff you got to fix immediately. But, yeah, the 4-quarter team thing, yeah, I would just like to see, Sark's script be what it has been in the first 2 years, accompanied with this 4th quarter, kind of surge by Texas. If you combine those things, then whoa. Then we're talking about Texas
and
being
that's the thing, right?
worthy of number 3 in the country.
And I
right?
agree with you as we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain coming up after the top of the hour. But they are a work in progress. I think like every team. Georgia was down 14-3 at the half to South Carolina this weekend.
Exactly.
It just happens. It's a long season, but you take the good and then you build on the bad. That's just really what good teams do. And I like the way Sark said it in the postgame. This is what good teams do. You find a way to win on that night. If you're pitching in baseball, right? And if you're a golfer, your game's going to be different, round to round. It just is, and you got to figure out pretty quickly within the round of what's working, what's not. It was pretty clear on Saturday night that Quinn Ewers was a little off. The receivers, the passing game was sputtery. That defense was in 10 returning starters on that veteran Wyoming defense were sound and giving you trouble. Look, should Sark have started running the ball a little sooner? I think so. Anytime that they had the ball and they would run the football and stay ahead of the chains is when positive things happened. But obviously Sark wants to throw the football and build around Quinn Ewers. That's the identity of their offense right now.
Yep.
But good to see Jonathan Brooks in a game in which C.J. Baxter was injured and is getting healthy for the conference run. He stepped in and stepped up for another week and really like what he did. But look, whoever says Dallas with Oklahoma is the only other ranked Big 12 team. The Big 12 is garbage right now. Mike Gundy is in hot water now. The South Alabama came into Stillwater and smacked around Oak State. K-State loses to Missouri on that 61-yard field goal at the gun as the SEC downs the Big 12. There really should be no roadblock for Texas outside of Oklahoma. But the roadblock is Texas right now. Can they get to that ceiling? Because you're right. Based on what we've seen, if you do fix the script and become a 4-quarter team, not just a 4th quarter team, this team can play with anybody in the country right now.
Totally agree. Yeah. So like I said, I wouldn't be freaking out. It's okay. Like I said, they are a 4th quarter team. That's what Sark emphasized in the offseason. That's what you're getting. Now the emphasis I think has to change a little bit about, hey guys, we got to play an entire 4-quarter game. Yeah, we got to put it all together, not just now, obviously the focus and the aggressiveness in the 4th quarter. So I'm not that concerned with it because, like I said, I've seen Sark's DNA is a great script in terms of preparation and game planning. I think that'll come back. I think that's all about finding an identity in the run game. Listen, the truth is, like we talking about a script, Sark's opening script was really great, right? It was like Quentin Tarantino's opening script for the first 2 years. But it's easier to write a script when you got a Tom Hanks or a Denzel Washington as your leading man. And when you got Bijan and Rojo, do you see what they did in the NFL? All right, when you got those guys as your leading man, easier to write a script, right? And I'm not saying Quinn Ewers is not that, but Quinn Ewers is a little inconsistent. He's not an A-lister just yet. He ain't on that level, right, just yet in terms of a proven commodity. So I think it's a little tougher for Sark to build his script. And throughout a game, he's getting better at adjusting. That's why I think this is the kind of the storyline nobody's talking about. He's getting better at adjusting and making adjustments in the 4th quarter as a coach. He's winning the chess match within the game. He's becoming a chess master. That's why, as a football theorist, I'm excited. But I get it, the panic. I understand it. You want the entire, you want your cake and eat it too. You want the entire 4-quarter team. It's okay. That'll happen.
Yeah, because expectations are now where expectations are, and that's a good thing at Texas. Number 3 in the country for the first time since 2009, and in 2009 they rose to number 2, finished number 2 in the country with the loss to Alabama in the national title game. If that's where your ceiling is, you're feeling pretty good about that, but you're right. All right, we'll talk about it all morning long. We'll also get into the Cowboys in the NFL. Cowboys defense is devastatingly good. We knew it would be, but boy, is it impressive to watch. We'll dive into the good, bad, and ugly from the Sunday of the NFL, also the weekend of college football. It's Ian Rod B. We're just getting warmed up here on Hook 'em Up. We've got all morning to chat with you. Appreciate you being there. Hope you can lock it in on the Horn app on 101.9 on AM 1260, at our website at hornfm.com, or on our YouTube channel at the Horn Austin. You're on Hook 'em Up. Monday on the Horn. Hook 'em up. Longhorns 3-0, number 3 in the country. Cowboys 2-0, one of 8 2-0 teams in the National Football League. Cowboys 6 other NFC teams, or 5 other. How about Philadelphia, Washington, and Dallas, all 2-0 to start the year? How about Washington yesterday? Crazy win in Denver as they rally to get it from Eric Bieniemy's offense.
Looks good,
making
man.
things happen.
Yeah.
They're a surprising 2-0. Philadelphia and Dallas, not surprising that they're 2-0. Cowboys swept the New York teams, Giants and Jets. They outscored them 67-10. That's impressive. Also, Atlanta and Tampa Bay. Atlanta rallied to come from behind to win yesterday with Bijan over 100 yards.
Yeah, Bijan balled out.
Desmond Ridder. Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, 2-0.
He looks good, man. Making some plays.
San Francisco, Brock Purdy now 7-0. Career as a starter. Just doesn't make mistakes. And they beat the Rams yesterday. Only 2 teams in the AFC are 2-0. That's Baltimore, who beat Cincinnati yesterday. Joe Burrow and the Bengals are 0-2. Yeah. Miami won last night, beat the Patriots 24-17.
We're not just 0-2, 0-2 in the division.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there are some teams like Miami with their 2-0 start. They've gone on the road to go 2-0 to start this season. That's impressive, right? 2 road wins to get this, including at New England last night. Mm-hmm. That's impressive. So they're the only 2. Now, the Cleveland Browns could join them tonight, and New Orleans could join the 2-0 brigade tonight but they're both on the road on a Monday Night Football doubleheader.
Miami offense looks tough to stop.
Raheem Mostert, because
the speed is just a mind
jumps off the screen.
It really is. Everybody that gets the ball has a different gear than everybody else on the field.
Well, last night you have,
and then he puts them in motion, so they are actually in motion at the time of the snap. So now he's giving the fastest guys in the NFL a running start.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And last night, Bill Belichick's team did a pretty good job trying to keep everybody back and keep everything in front of them. So is Raheem Mostert, the running back, 125 yards and 2 touchdowns. They'll run the ball.
Also fast.
Also super fast. One of the fastest running backs in the league.
Since we talk about that game, shout out to the lifetime Longhorn Brendan Schooler.
Blocked the kick.
How about that? And they had him in motion. Hey, talking about motion. Bill Belichick had his own little tip of the hat there. He put him in motion, and at the snap, he was able to get full speed and come across and block a kick. So shout out to Brendan Schooler.
It's only 2 weeks, but when you saw Miami's schedule to be at L.A. against the Chargers, then at New England to start the season, to be 2-0, and now you're playing a little bit of house money with 2 road wins to start the year. As for our lowly Texans, Ron, how about them? They started the game yesterday in Indianapolis with 1 offensive line starter. They had 4 guys out, including Laramie Tunsil. Poor C.J. Stroud's back there with 4 backups.
C.J. Hey, but you know what?
He played all right.
He showed me. I'm watching C.J., and you learn a lot about him. I think C.J.'s going to be all right.
I do, too.
He's got a lot of testicular fortitude. Well, you can see it out there, and he makes plays.
Well, on a big fumble early that led to a 14-point deficit, and it was a quick sack. And, again, you got 4 injured offensive linemen. Houston was trying to build a good offensive line to protect their quarterback. It's gone the opposite way.
He had a 103.5 passer rating.
He looked good.
384 passing yards, 64% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns. Also surpassed Justin Herbert for the second most completions in the first 2 career games for a rookie.
Meanwhile, the Cowboys controlled the ball for 42 minutes of the game yesterday. 42 minutes.
Tex Coast, baby.
Tex Coast offense.
Tex Coast offense. It's just basically time of possession. Just they said they had like 30-something more plays.
No, more than that. More than that, I think. I think it was like 80 plays to 80
no,
80
like
to 50.
30 more plays.
Yeah, 30 more plays.
something more plays.
Yeah, 80 to 50 or something.
Yeah, it was some ridiculous
number. Well, and look,
number.
the Jets aren't good with Zach Wilson, but at the same time, the Cowboys' defense is gonna, they're elite.
Micah's gonna win Defensive Player of the Year. He is.
It looks like it.
I mean, if you just got to watch him. I don't think there's anybody in the NFL that's as dominant watching the games as Micah Parsons is. He has recorded 2+ sacks in now 28.6% of his games. I guess we could have threw this out and what the facts, but we got plenty of those. Of his career games, that's the highest of any player in NFL history. Hall of Famer Reggie White, he is second at 21.6%.
It's just amazing. But it's kind of like when you watch the Miami offense and its speed is like what you see with the Cowboys defense and their speed.
Yes.
I mean, they run.
Great point.
I mean, they are so fast. And Dan Quinn, this is his best unit. And they're built around that. And Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott did throw some passes you'd like to have back yesterday. At the same time, because there was one to Sauce Gardner that should have been a pick 6.
Yes.
But again, Tony Pollard running the football. They controlled the rock, and then their defense is great.
Yeah.
And somehow I missed the final Cowboys field goal. So I had that as a 27-10 game in my head. It was 30-10. My apologies. 30-10 Cowboys, 5 field goals for the rookie. Hey, we'll talk more NFL coming up. Also, the rest of college football. The Pac-12 has 8 ranked teams, and what a week there's coming. The games in the Pac-12 this week are huge. Talk about that Colorado thriller, the comeback win over Colorado State late into the early morning hours of Sunday. But right now, let's go behind the BOC with Rod.
All right, so a lot of different things we can discuss about the game this past weekend. But getting back to the slow start, which I think that's what's concerning for Longhorn fans now, the slow start. Also, keep in mind, and I said this about the Bama game at the time, this Longhorn team has been distracted by that Bama game prior and post. And I think that's something to consider too. It's not good, but I do think it's reality, right? I think they didn't spend a lot of time prepping for Rice. I'm going to say the coaches were overtly talking about Bama during Rice Week, but I bet covertly they were slipping in Bama material in the game plan. It happens all the time. Coaches circle big games. That's what you do. And I bet, so they weren't as prepared. It just shows you what preparation and game planning, all right, how important it is. If Wyoming, even though they played their backup quarterback, Wyoming had a really good game plan. Rice had a really good game plan versus Texas. I also think Texas was distracted during both of those weeks by the Bama game, pre and post, because of your big, win. I think there was a lot of celebration, a lot of patting on the back. That's why they had the team meeting. And I don't know if the team meeting had the effect that the players only meeting. I don't know if it had the effect that they wanted. But it's obvious the team was distracted by Bama both of those weeks. That won't be the case now going into Big 12 play. Now, I'm sure the reality has set in that, hey, man, if you guys don't come out there prepared and ready to go and focused the entire 4 quarters, hey, man, in Big 12 play, this dream could all be over, right? All your, all the goals that are in front of you, that could be dashed, all because the team didn't come out focused. So I think the Bama game now being so far in the rearview mirror is going to be really good for this team. Because that kind of feels like the Texas OU game, right? I mean, it's just one of those, you're going to, the hype leading up to it, and then the come down, and do you let down afterwards? And that's always a fear with that Red River game. The Alabama game was on that level, right? Yes, agreed.
With College game day and the hype and the pomp and the circumstance, and then the fourth quarter. So, yes, a natural letdown, human nature. Same time, they still won by 21 points. They still won, exactly. Because they're a fourth-quarter team. Yeah. But not a fourth-quarter team yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, so defensively, what Wyoming did and we talked about this. I said defensively they had some guys who actually were good players. Easton Gibbs, talking about all conference players for the Mountain West. Probably 3 or 4 of those guys on their defensive front alone. And their weakness was their secondary. I think Sark tried to attack the weakness. I think his game plan was about attacking what their weakness and matched up against his strength, and the strength of Texas offense is their identity. And we've talked about it. It's their passing game, right? Because they have so many weapons in the passing game. No team can really match up to those. The Kim Kardashian, Nicki Minaj, Serena Williams, size Cardi B size, Megan Thee Stallion size, but is that Wyoming does run that 3-high defense, the dreaded 3-high defense that's really compatible with Sark's offense. Strangely enough, we've talked about the trickle-up effect of this 3-high defense, which has been around since, I think, 2016 was the first time it was spotted, so not even 10 years it's been around. I watched Bill Belichick run it against the Miami Dolphins early on. I watched the Vikings pull it out against the Philadelphia Eagles last week. And they ran a lot of the 3-high concepts. And Philadelphia ran the football, had a career day for DeAndre Swift. They ran the hell out of the football, and that was their solution, power football. And Sark's kind of solution was to kind of go back to power football in the second half. Played a lot of heavy sets. And one drive in the first half. And one drive in the first half. He went to 17-play drive. Yeah, exactly. He went to more heavy sets and decided, man, we're going to pound the rock. That's what Philly. So there are different ways that you can expose the 3-high. And that is one of them. Also, and I think Sark, by the way, Sark's been working on it. Just between us, my football theory, I'm a football investigator. All the clues tell me he's got a plan for it. And I'll get into that later on in the week. It's the plan. He's got a plan for it. He was forced, and my man Ian Boyd brought this up on the your in-game live watch. Edith, you did a great job on, by the way. Thank you. For On Texas Football, that they had to reveal some of those
little tidbits versus Wyoming, and I don't think Sark thought he was going to have to. He's like, damn it, I didn't want to have to reveal this concept that I had researched and I had created just to penetrate and expose the 3 high, but he had to. And we'll get into some of that later on too. But there is no doubt he took the Philadelphia Eagles mentality versus the 3 high in this game. It's not going to always work like that for every team that throws it out there, but it worked like that for Wyoming. And also when you saw that Bill Belichick used it versus the Miami Dolphins, it also matches up well with RPO-based offenses, right? And Philadelphia Eagles run a lot of RPOs. Miami Dolphins run a lot of RPOs. You're talking about top 5 RPO-based offenses probably in the NFL right now. And it matches up well with RPOs because it distorts the pre-snap read for the quarterback who's trying to count the numbers in the box. Whether they have the advantage, they hand it off. If they don't, they throw it to the tag. So that's also why even in NFL, they're running out of them, because you go up against an RPO-based offense, which Sark's offense is, it'll confuse and distort the pre-snap read for the quarterback. It's a truth that tells a lie.
Yeah. Look, I mean, the fact that they could line up and run the football, I mean, that was a big question of the offseason without Bijan and Roschon. Could they do that? And they showed it with Jonathan Brooks, and I think they'll be even better at it when they get C.J. Baxter. Because, look, one thing that Sark needs to stop saying is, we saw a defense we hadn't seen on film. Maybe Wyoming hasn't done it a lot this year. Same time, you have to start expecting, because it's giving you problems. Teams are going to move to that because it's something that you struggle with.
They run the 3 high. That's what they run.
I know. Yeah. Sark has now said that 2 or 3 times. Well, we just didn't see that defense.
But they may run a different pressure package
off of it,
or a different coverage from it. So that's probably what he means. He's definitely seen that.
Well, and I think you're right. We said all last week, work on the passing game. The script will probably try to attack that Wyoming secondary, which was their weakest unit.
Yep.
And his quarterback was off. And his receivers were off. The passing game just sputtered. We said that last week. You're going to have times. And the fact they could turn around and hand it to Brooks and run the football. The big stat right now, we'll get to our What the Facts coming up for the top of the hour, Rod. But the stat that this concerns me as a Texas observer,
I got a bunch. Which one you concern?
Well, the one that most concerns me right now as they head into conference play.
I got a bunch.
Is their third down percentage, right?
Money downs. Yes,
they're only 37% on third down.
Yes, sir.
That has to improve.
Yep.
Because to me, I always go to third down as a stat and a metric, because it tells me if you're good on first or second down, if you have a high percentage on third down.
Yep.
And you also have a quarterback who can convert on third down. They were terrible on third downs the other night.
They were.
And Quinn. And they were behind the chains again. I know you'll have the numbers on that, but they are 5 of 8 on fourth down, and they broke out the Savion Red package, the Wildcat package on Saturday night.
Ooh, the Red Cat,
which we like, and that's a novel, innovative thing to put on tape as you head into conference play. And as you always say to me, Rod, and we'll pick this up on the other side and throughout the morning, the more you can make your opponent prepare for, the tougher it is, because and the Longhorns have a lot of versatility. They can go empty and throw the ball over the place. They can line up in 6 offensive linemen and pound the rock. Now they've got this Wildcat package that you've got to deal with. They're putting I don't know what that reverse pass on 3rd and 1 was from Sark on Saturday, but that's one I would put away. But at the same time, they're giving their opponents a lot to deal with and prepare for week to week, going into conference play.
You don't know what that's about. See, y'all are not paying attention to Sark. Y'all don't say there's a showman in Sark.
I know that.
There's a showman in him, and he actually gets frustrated. By the way, a lot of recruits on the sideline who may have been a little bored with the game plan, right? You think about you running 60 times. Those recruits on the sideline, and Jerry brought this up too. A lot of wide receiver recruits. They're like, man, what the hell? This is what the offense gonna be? Come on. So there's a showman in Sark. Sark wants to bring the crowd to their feet. Trust me, it was disappointing to Sark that he couldn't have some big plays in the passing game to bring the crowd to their feet. First time welcoming their team back since that big Bama win. And I think even that play, you talked a double reverse pass
on 3rd and 1.
On 3rd and 1,
when you're running for like 8 yards a carry.
There's a showman in Sark, and every now and then he's like, "Ooh, he's itching to bring the crowd to their feet." And I'm not mad at him. That's part of what makes him kind of spectacular too as a play caller. Is that he does
sometimes
have
it
that.
Works.
Sometimes it works. You're brought to your feet, and then every now and then you go.
60% of the time, it works all the time. All right, Rod. We'll come back. We'll get to What the Facts from around the sports world. We'll also get a Rod's rant early next hour. The headlines: Cowboys are 2-0, Longhorns are 3-0. It's good times. There's also some bad and some ugly on a Monday here on Hook 'em Up. Hook 'em up, Ian Rod B. Good times if you're a Cowboys and a Longhorns fan. Cowboys have outscored their opponents by 60 points in a 2-0 start. That's good. Longhorns have 3 double-digit wins and have scored 21 points in a quarter in each of the 3 games. They're explosive. Not a finished product, as we say, work in progress, but they can explode on you pretty quickly. And as I mentioned, Rod, it's time for What the Facts. Just the facts and facts from around the sports world, including the Longhorns. I mentioned they're struggling on third down offensively. Their defense, Rod, is getting off the field. Opponents against Texas just 13 for 41 on third downs. It's a 31% clip. That defense is finding ways to get off the field, force the issue. And PK, we talked about when he was at Boise State, then Washington. By his third year, his teams were playing as a top 10 defense in the country. Longhorns are getting themselves towards that on that side of the football. And I know you're a big Jahdae Barron fan. You have been. He stepped up in a big way on Saturday. That guy's a really good player.
He is a great player. I know. I picked him. I think he's going to be a first-team All-Big 12 defender. We'll see. Start conference play, but he's trending in the right direction. Got the pick versus Alabama in this game. Had 9 tackles, 6 solo.
Yeah, he's
1
only
PB.
on the field for like 33 snaps.
Dude, exactly.
And he has a 92, PFF grade, Pro Football Focus grade. Highest graded Longhorn defensive player on Saturday.
That was my pick for player of the game.
Yes, it was. Shout out to my man Ty.
How was Mockingbird Saloon?
Fantastic.
I attended a wedding on Saturday night in Dallas, up in the Metroplex, actually northeast Dallas, way up there, and good time. So I got to. I had to miss the Mockingbird. It was a good crowd. Sounded like it. I listened to some of it.
No, it was a good crowd, good show. Patrick and Ty did a great job. Nolan Hogan, the Seed, produced the show, did a good job too.
Yeah, they're doing his job on the board here.
I made it to the game before kickoff, like at kickoff, as kickoff was happening too.
Nice.
It was I was stressed out getting in there.
Really?
But I sprinted to the stadium. You made sweaty. A little sweaty getting in there.
Well, because Ty packed up all the stuff. We got done at 6:30. You packed up all the stuff, and then I guess you walked.
I drove. My buddy has a house on Duval Street, and I ran from Duval Street all the way to the stadium.
Awesome.
Man. Yeah.
Well, appreciate everybody that came out to that.
That was good stuff.
We'll have more to come this week with a road game at Waco. We actually stopped and we had lunch in Waco on our way up to the wedding, Rod. And right by the stadium, I didn't even realize the Baylor game started when it did, but they were barely up on Long Island University. It was like 13-6 at the half or something like that. Dave Aranda's team
ain't looking good.
Struggling. That's who the Longhorns will open with. We'll learn more about them. Cowboys 70 points and have allowed 10 so far through 2 games. They're the 5th team in the Super Bowl era, Rod, and a What the Facts to score 70 points and allow 10 or fewer in their first 2 games. 5th team. 2019 Patriots, 1970 Lions, the 1967 Raiders, and the 66 Oilers.
Ooh, nice. Love You Blue.
Love You Blue, yeah.
I like that.
Well,
it probably was probably before that. Yeah, it probably wasn't the Love You Blue Oilers. Okay, I got a fact here. Number 13, Alabama. In the latest poll, sort of out of the top 10 for the first time since 2015. Alabama's streak
got a quarterback problem
of 100. Yes, they do. Alabama's streak of 128 straight weeks in the top 10 is over. It was the second longest streak ever. The last time Alabama was out of the top 10, September of 2015. The Tide went on to win a national title that year. So, but still, that's wild.
Yes,
that is unbelievable.
They got
times they're changing. Though.
Well, they were at South Florida with one of those weird true road games. But I'm sure Nick Saban likes playing games in Florida for recruiting purposes. But played in Tampa, and there was 3-3 going into the fourth quarter. And they won the game, scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth, and win it 17-3. They would use 2 different quarterbacks. Tyler Buckner was not good. They went to the freshman Ty Simpson in that game. Bama's got issues at the quarterback position. You know who doesn't have issues at the quarterback position? Colorado. Shedeur Sanders can play, Rod.
He's a baller.
He is a baller. And it looked bleak for Colorado. You had to stay up late to see that game.
Oh, I stayed up.
Me too.
Late. I stayed up. It was worth it.
You know where we watched that game? After the wedding was over? They kicked everybody out there about 10:30 where I was.
What's that?
The only thing open in this little town we were in east of Dallas, Applebee's.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the Crapplebee's was popping
at the Applebee's.
The Applebee's.
Get some Dollar Jello shots or what?
No, we just at the bar. The bar was open until 2. Everything else, and we were like,
beautiful.
It's your neighborhood bar. Come on, Applebee's.
Come on, man. And it was right out, like it was like in the hotel parking lot we were at.
That's legit.
And so we watched that game, and shame on Colorado State and Jay Norvell. They were taking cheap shots in that game. There were some very, very questionable.
Yeah, the shot on Travis Hunter.
Who's going to miss the next couple of games. And by the way, they play Oregon this week.
Yep.
He had to go to the hospital after that game, Travis Hunter. There was also a cheap shot on Shedeur Sanders in the overtime. But, man, they were down.
They kicked him out for that, though. He got ejected, right?
Rightfully.
Yeah, he got ejected for that.
So they were down 28-17, Colorado. And Unbelievable comeback, including a 98-yard drive and the 2-point conversion to force overtime. Then they win it in overtime. And that was the difference in the game was Colorado State had 17 penalties, Rod. 17 penalties in the game.
They had no business winning that game when you go back and watch it. But it seems like this is the year for Colorado, and yeah, that was one of the best games I've watched in a long time. It really was. And give Jay Norvell credit because I think people thought Jay Norvell was gonna get blown out. What were they? A 21-point dog.
21-point dog.
By the way, Colorado is a 3-touchdown dog at Colorado Saturday already. Vegas has made that a 20.5 opening line.
What?
Oh, hold up to Oregon.
Colorado at Oregon.
They're a 20-point dog.
Yep.
Those lines of scrimmages are going to dominate Colorado.
That's true, and no Travis Hunter either. You're not your best cover guy.
And they haven't even disclosed what that injury is yet.
Yeah, you can see not having Travis Hunter hurts him. It does.
Well, he's their best player on both sides of the field.
He's the best receiver and the best cover guy.
Yeah, it's a huge loss.
By the way, that Colorado State game, easily the most viewed college football game of the day, even though it had a 10 p.m. kickoff. Isn't that crazy?
Didn't end until 1:30.
Yeah, everybody stayed up late to watch Deion.
I was at Don's Depot. Like, how is this game still going on right now?
Right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I think it ended like 1:35.
People can't get enough. And it's still, I would love to see how often the number one rated, most viewed college football game of the weekend basically was that late into the night, into the next morning, I guess.
Never.
Right?
Maybe like 2 times besides this.
No way. This guy's instant ratings. It's crazy.
It is. Well, he's also instant business. You know the whole sunglasses flap?
You're right. You hit it.
I know. Yeah. Deion Sanders has his own custom sunglass line.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered some.
Blender's Eye. Well, you did?
Yep.
You weren't the only one.
Yep. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It was $1.2 million in the first day.
Yeah.
$1.2 million in sales in one day last week, those sunglasses.
And this, by the way, adds a little bit of credence to my theory that Deion is talking to these coaches beforehand. This is marketing, man.
That does seem like
this is marketing, right? You tell me the timing
Jay Norvell would mention sunglasses.
Come on. What's that? What a coincidence.
I'm sure Deion cut him in on the deal, too.
Come on now.
Jay, what are you making at Colorado State? What if I can get you a little bump?
Little piece. Come on, man.
You want in on the Blender sunglasses? Just pop off about the glasses.
We'll see if this was it Joe? What's his name? Dan Lanning.
We'll
see if Dan Lanning says something about a hoodie or something like that, maybe. Yeah. No, I'll never wear a hoodie around there. Take your hood off, Deion. He's still selling hoodies.
He was talking in the offseason. They've already pulled up a bunch of clips of him.
him
Well, that was when Colorado left the Pac-12.
Yeah.
When he was
asked
about
what have they done. Oh, they'll play it.
Oh yeah.
Play it. Deion might start piping down, though. He was a little scared that game.
They're 3-touchdown dogs.
Yeah,
hey, we'll come back. That's 1 hour of our 5 here on Hook 'em Up. We go 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. We're just getting warmed up on a Monday. Hook 'em. Good, bad, and ugly on a Monday. Plenty of all three over the weekend. There was some good. Longhorn fourth quarter. Cowboys defense.
Cowboys defense. Hey, it's the best defense in the league, I think.
I think so, too.
I think I think the 49ers may have a better all-around defensive line and front, maybe with their linebackers, but their secondary, the Cowboys, is much better than the 49ers secondary. And the Eagles, they have a better defensive line, too, but I'll take the Cowboys back 7 over the Eagles back 7.
Yeah, poor Zach Wilson yesterday. I don't know how much different.
Feel bad for Zach Wilson.
All right, so that good, bad, and ugly. Ugly includes the Austin SC. Lost again last night. Josh Wolf called it a must-win game. They lost to Portland, who hadn't won a road match in 2.5 months. They beat them 2-1. So there's some ugly there. Weather over the weekend. How about the rain? Poured down rain. We were driving to Dallas, and man, I was driving in a torrential downpour between Salado and Belton. That was pretty scary. Couldn't see much. But that storm moved through middle of the day Saturday. Good to get some rain, get some wet stuff, cool the temperatures down a little bit here in late September. Looking forward to conference play for the Longhorns. Also talking about Deion Sanders on the way to the timeout. His team is 3-0. They continue to be the talk of college football.
Yes, sir.
And really the talk of college football should be Deion, but also the Pac-12 with 8 ranked teams. And I mentioned, Rod, there's a bunch of ranked matchups this week when you start looking forward. 3 of them are in the Pac-12. Three matchups of ranked teams
they got some
playing this weekend.
The only reason one of them wouldn't make the playoffs is they just cannibalize each other.
That's right.
But right now, since the Pac-12, because it's the best year for the Pac-12 we've seen in decades, this is like it's almost inevitable. They're going to have one team in that college football playoff, but they could eat each other alive. It could happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, because Colorado's going to get all the headlines, but we still know their lines of scrimmage struggle, and that's going to be, if they get to 6 wins this year, that'll be a pretty incredible year for Colorado, by the way. They only have 3, I know. But, man, they're going to play some really good teams, including Oregon and USC back-to-back here. And it's becoming more and more evidence that their lines of scrimmage are, I don't know if they're up to snuff with some of these teams in the Pac-12. Same time, everybody talk about USC, rightfully, with Lincoln Riley and that amazing offense and Caleb Williams. But the team no one's talking about is Washington. Washington's really good.
Man, Michael Penix Jr. right now might be him and Shadir Sanders. Yeah. Heisman frontrunners.
Yeah, man. And look, they played Michigan State this weekend, and Michigan State dealt with the Mel Tucker mess last week, and that was kind of an easy thing to see coming. But they went into East Lansing and won 41-0. Like, they just beat the heck out of Michigan State. So impressive for sure on the West Coast. But Longhorns, impressive. As Rod said to start the show, don't panic. I mean, it's a work in progress, this team, and you'd rather be a really good team. Second half and fourth quarter team, unlike last year when you were terrible in the fourth quarter.
That's what I'm saying. I know Longhorns fans are upset that they're not, like I said, a 4-quarter team. I get it, but man, TCU went to the national title game last year, essentially just being a fourth quarter team.
Yeah,
find a way to win in clutch. They were just a clutch time team. We are complaining. This is how we know first world problems. That's why I love Longhorn fan base, because we would find something to complain about. We were complaining about our team being really clutch. And I know if we want them to be undefeated and a national champion, and you guys know, hey, I'll be the first one to come on here and start screaming and yelling when it's time to panic. I will. I do. You guys have heard me several times. I'm not screaming and panicking. I see way more upside for this team, and the things that they have to fix and figure out, I do think they have the ability to do that.
They're fixable.
Yes, and they have all the components and all the materials to do it. That's why I'm not concerned. Trust me, if it was bleak and I saw doomsday on the horizon, you guys know, I would tell y'all.
Yeah.
All right? I would let y'all know. The problems they have, as he said, they're easily fixable. We've seen this team start as well as any team in the country the last 2 years with Sark
and now all of a sudden they haven't gotten off to a good start
yet. All of a sudden, exactly. But they fixed our biggest complaint. I think one of our biggest issues was, hey man, I need you to be a better second half team. I need you to be a better fourth quarter team, and I need you to start responding to adversity better. And I need you to make better adjustments, Sark, and be better at the chess match within the game. And all those boxes have been checked early on. Now we got new problems. But those are first world problems. Those other problems, not being a fourth quarter team and not responding well to adversity in the second half and not winning the chess match in the game, those are third world problems. That's going to get you beat. Yeah. That's going to have you win 8 wins.
And it did last year.
Yeah, that's going to have you lose 2 and 5 and 1 score games. These problems now are problems, yes, that may, hey, they'll come back to haunt you, no doubt, if you don't fix them before the season's over. But it's so early, I do believe they'll figure this part out.
Yep.
That's my thing.
With that in mind, let's get to the headlines, trending topics to start your Monday. Make sure you're in the know as you get up and out. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. Start with the Longhorns. Who rode their defense and a strong ground game to a 31-10 win over Wyoming on Saturday night. Program's first 3-0 start in more than a decade. Their passing offense scuffling most of the night. It was sophomore running back Jonathan Brooks, and the defense had stood tall. Brooks ran for a career-high 167 yards on 21 carries. Became the workhorse with C.J. Baxter out with an injury. And aside from a 62-yard scoring run on the first drive of the game, the Texas defense held Wyoming to 229 total yards over the final 57 minutes, capped a 3-touchdown outburst in the fourth quarter with a Jaron Thompson pick six that put Texas up by 21 as the Longhorns get the win for a pleased head coach Steve Sarkisian.
I think that's what championship teams do. They find a way to win when they're not at their best. And tonight, it's safe to say we were not at our best, but we found a way to win. We found a way to adapt. We found a way to, stay composed, keep our composure, and then start playing our style, our brand of football, which I thought, really shined through.
With their third straight double-digit win to the season, the Longhorns have jumped past Florida State and risen to number 3 in this week's AP Top 25 behind only Georgia and Michigan. Longhorns' highest ranking in that AP poll since 2009. Oklahoma, the only ranked Big 12 team after 3 weeks. They are at 16. K-State fell out of the Top 25 after their loss to Missouri on Saturday. In the NFL, Dallas Cowboys have opened their 2023 season emphatically 2-0. They roll past the New York Football Jets 30-10 yesterday in Arlington. Dak Prescott threw a pair of TD passes. Rookie kicker Brandon Aubrey made 5 field goals, and the dominating Dallas defense continues to be the headline maker. 4 Jets turnovers held the Jets at his 215 total yards. 68 of those came on one Garrett Wilson touchdown catch in the second quarter. Cowboys are joined at 2-0 after 7 weeks by 7 other teams in the NFL. 6 are in the NFC. Philadelphia and Washington in their own division. San Francisco, Atlanta, and Tampa are all still unbeaten. Baltimore and Miami, the only 2 in the AFC. There's a doubleheader of Monday Night Football tonight. New Orleans is at Carolina. Cleveland is at Pittsburgh. Houston Texans off to an 0-2 start to their season. They lost to Indy in their home opener yesterday, 31-20. They're banged up front, to say the least. Major League Baseball, tough weekend for the top 3 teams in the AL West race. Astros, Rangers, and Mariners went 1-8 over the weekend. Rangers and Mariners got swept. Rangers in Kansas, in Cleveland. M's at home to the Dodgers. Only win came from Houston yesterday. They beat KC 7-1. So with 2 weeks remaining in the regular season, Houston leads Texas by a game and a half in the AL West. Seattle is 2.5 back in the division. They're a game back of the Rangers for that final AL wildcard spot. Also yesterday in the American League, Baltimore and Tampa Bay both clinched playoff spots. Big win at the Dell Diamond yesterday for the Round Rock Express. They topped Vegas 5-1. They jump into first place in the PCL second half standings by a game over Vegas as they head out to Tacoma this week.
All right, I got a question for you. This is a question that was thrown out. Started blogging the boys, so I'll give them credit. I think it's an interesting conversation started for the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons is the best Cowboys defensive player since.
Wow.
Ever that I've seen.
When
My own eyes.
When your age, you're
your age, you're right. You go way back.
Probably for me since DeMarcus Ware.
DeMarcus Ware was a beast.
I think Mike is better. I mean,
he is.
And look, DeMarcus is in the Hall of Fame, and rightfully so.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
and
that.
Ty said that. Ty says
I don't know that I've seen a player like Micah Parsons. That's the whole thing. Not even Cowboys or anywhere. I mean, he's 255 pounds, but he runs like Tyreek Hill. I'm like, what the hell is this guy? How did they block him? His quickness, his power. He is something else.
I heard an interview with J-Run Curse on, I think it was on The Ticket, and they asked him if you lined up everybody on the team and had them race, who would win? And he said Micah.
And it looks like it.
And I was like, what?
Well, you know why? The reason I say Tyreek Hill is Tyreek Hill, when you watch him play, you're like, he's the fastest guy on the field. No one can catch him. That's why he scares defenses. Well, Micah plays, you're watching him, he's the fastest guy on the field. That guy's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I don't know that we've seen a player like him.
Is it Dion?
Plus, he's got this.
I think it's Dion.
That's a good one.
I mean, prime time was prime time. He was the best. He's the best defensive player in the league, arguably. Definitely the best corner. I'm gonna say it's the best since prime time, but he's more impactful than prime time.
Well, look,
he's more impactful than prime time. No doubt. Somebody
on the text line says goes back to Randy White. That's
might have to.
The manster, part man, part monster.
Someone says Charles Haley in 2002.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, this guy is. I think he's the best defensive weapon in the league. And, in his rookie year when he was all-pro, he was compared to – there was some Lawrence Taylor comparisons, and I don't think that's too far off. I mean, Lawrence Taylor just wrecked games. And the thing about Lawrence Taylor when he was on those Bill Parcells Giants teams was the defense itself was great, right? He was just one piece of a great defense, and that's what Micah is. There's so many other really good players that – you got to account for him. But, man, it opens things up when he comes up the middle and they have to double-team him in the middle. Well, that opens up things for DeMarcus Ware, Diggy Zua. Everybody's getting theirs. And, again, this is a Jets team. Their offense isn't good. The Bills, they had no business beating the Bills in week 1. We all know that. Josh Allen gave them 4 turnovers, and they won in overtime. So this is not a good Jets team with Zach Wilson at quarterback. They've got a major problem there. But – they had 215 total yards. 68 came on one play. So on the other rest of the game, they allowed 147 yards. 147. This is an NFL game. I mean, come on.
They kept talking about, 85 Bears and 2,000 Ravens. I mean, they were boldly, guys on this defense boldly making those types of proclamations.
Now they're playing like it, right? Now they're playing like it, like they want to be historically good. Like they're actually looking at them. I'm sure they were disappointed big time in the Garrett Wilson touchdown because it was just a one blown missed tackle on one good throw by Zach Wilson, and that was it. But that's the only touchdown they've given up this year. And the time of possession edge was 42-15 to 17-45.
They played 8 quarters. They've only given up a touchdown in 7 of them. Like, right? That is crazy, man. I think it's the best defense in the league. Yeah, they've shut out their opponents in 7 of the 8 quarters they played.
And Tony Romo was doing the game yesterday with Jim Nantz, and he was comparing him to Lawrence Taylor on the broadcast. And, I mean, it's hard to argue right now that he's the most dominant force on that side of the ball in the league.
I'll give this one little stat just while we finish up the conversation about Micah, because I gave it earlier, and it is a mind-blowing one to show you what kind of pace he's on. He has recorded at least 2 sacks in over 28% of his career games, highest percentage of any player in NFL history. Reggie White, who is known as one of the all-time greatest pass rushers, he's at 21.6% of his career games where he had 2+ sacks.
Before we get to Rod's rant, I do a couple other bad stats on a good, bad, and ugly Monday. Not for the Cowboys.
Give me some bad stats.
How about the Giants comeback yesterday? The other two of the 3 teams, or 3 of the 4 teams in the Cowboys division are undefeated: Washington, Philadelphia, and Dallas. The Giants, they had allowed 60 points before scoring their first point of the season. They were down big time to Arizona yesterday in the desert.
Arizona forgot they were tanking.
Yeah.
They forget. They were like, oh, damn, we forgot we're tanking.
At least they're giving their fans, so far through 2 games, 2 good games to watch.
And now Saquon Barkley has an ankle injury, by the way. Keep an eye on Saquon Barkley's ankle, but they come back. And but that's the second most allowed before scoring to start a season since the 1970s, since the merger. How about not being ready to play? Meaning also Joe Burrow with the Bengals.
Yeah, man, it ain't
He's
good.
now 1-7 in his career in the team's first 2 games.
He always starts slow, but this year, it's especially ugly to start.
He's going to miss a few weeks too.
Re-aggravated that calf injury.
The Bengals may not make the playoffs. I mean, we talked about that division. We talked the Ravens. Me and E both. I think E picked the Ravens, didn't you? To win the division.
I did.
And I liked them. I think I got them as a wild card. Ty, I'll give you credit. You were big on the Browns. Look, the Browns are going to make a move this year.
They're
would be wild.
Pittsburgh tonight, a huge game, big rivalry game between those 2.
And guess who played Pittsburgh last week? San Fran.
Easy
pick there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going back to that stat.
That 40-downer hangover.
But of all the 0-2 teams, which team should be the most worried?
Oh, we got to go
3.
As far as
who are the 0-2 teams?
You got Minnesota, that's a playoff team from last year. It's 0-2. The Giants.
We knew they were going to regress.
And Cincinnati are the 3 that made the playoffs last year.
Cincinnati is the one that I'd pick to bounce back. But man, 0-2, you gave the stats. It's hard, damn near impossible in the league to bounce back to become a playoff team after starting 0-2. And they're, I believe, right? Cincinnati's 0-2 in the division now, right? Are those 2 division games they lost?
Yes, and they started 0-2 last year too.
Not in division though.
Correct.
In division, getting down like that in the division is tough early on.
Yeah,
you're fighting your way back the entire season.
Cincinnati is the answer. I mean, Minnesota's still in a division that's winnable in my mind. Detroit took a loss yesterday to Seattle. Green Bay took a loss to Atlanta in a game that they were up big, and Desmond Ridder brought the Falcons back. They're 2-0 now. So in that division, the NFC North, Minnesota can survive because the Bears aren't good.
That's true.
The Lions are still the Lions. Green Bay, Jordan Love only completed 14 passes yesterday.
Oh, man, he had an ugly play where he, did you see him? Where he, lost his footing.
They had a big lead, and Desmond Ridder, the young quarterback for the Falcons, outplayed him big time in the fourth quarter when it mattered most. I think Jordan Love was 0 for his last 6 in that game.
That was my biggest surprise of the weekend. I thought the Packers would.
And the Falcons got some substance to him, and I think that Desmond Ridder is a winner. I would also say, and Bijan is a stud. But so for the Bengals, they're in a much tougher division.
No shock to anybody.
They're in a much tougher division. The Bengals, they're 0-2, and now their quarterback Joe Burrow has re-aggravated that calf injury. So they could be in real trouble because if Joe Burrow is going to be out even for a couple of weeks. All of a sudden, you're looking at a 1-4, 1-5 kind of start. And now you're chasing Baltimore, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh in a very good division. Okay, we'll talk more Cowboys coming up. Where does Micah Parsons rank all time for you as Cowboys defensive players? Good question from Rod. We'll talk more NFL, but right now it's time for Rod's rant.
Make this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, I want to talk about the Texas defense in that game versus Wyoming. Obviously, the 62-yard run was really disappointing. And I think the Texas defenders, when they talk to the media, will probably be the first to tell you that they were really disappointed in that big run they gave up early. But after that, if you remove that 62-yard touchdown from Wyoming, that was first drive, 5th play, and I think we got to give that kid Whaley just credit. He's a good player, and he's got some wheels.
He does.
And I will point out, I think Texas wants more speed at safety, and that's one of the reasons. All right, that's why they're playing that young kid Derek Williams out of Louisiana. He's starting to get some rotations there at safety. They actually did try to pick on the Texas safeties a little bit.
Yeah, Jaron Thompson had the pick 6 that sealed the game essentially, but he also had some. They attacked him on third downs, trying to get him in coverage.
Yeah, then they wanted to run basically that deeper outcut and see if he could cover that ground from that hash to that sideline. And I think he made a play on it early. And then they got him like 2 or 3 times throughout the game. And finally, this is what I love about this team too. Shows a lot of high football IQ as well as high football character. He figured it out. Right? He finally figured out that while they were trying to attack him, and then he jumped that out route. Fozzie was talking about, hey, somebody's got to jump that out route, man. They keep throwing it. He finally jumped it. But they were attacking the safeties. They won't be the only ones to do that. I believe other teams will go after the Texas safeties. Because Keaton Crawford, they went after him a little bit too. So I think they figured out how to isolate some of those safeties based on the formations. But listen, we're being nitpicky here. You take out the 62-yard touchdown run on the 5th play of the game, the Cowboys averaged 2.5 yards per rush and 3.5 yards per play. So they figured it out pretty quickly.
Well, and the quarterback, we talked about last week with Andrew Peasley. They may bench him just for health, for the big picture for Wyoming because he was dealing with a bit of an injury. So you don't know the quarterback. He turns out to be a big. Remember, this head coach at Wyoming helped to develop Josh Allen, right?
Yeah.
And so he found this kid at Snow College who's 6'5" and 240 and got a big arm. Longhorns prepared for Peasley all week, and all of a sudden you got this backup in there. And you said it, Harrison Whaley was a good running back. I thought the kid Wyatt Whelan, number 11, their receiver, was a good player. I mean, he was able to find holes in the Texas defense. But as you said, after the 62-yard run, here's the drive chart for Wyoming. Not a lot, right? Punt, field goal after a 17-play drive in the third quarter, which chewed up over almost 11 minutes of clock time. Then punt, interception, punt, game over. So they scored on the first drive of the game and their first drive of the second half, and they didn't do anything the rest of the game. So good job, defense.
It was a really good job by the defense. And one of the things that you're noticing about the defense is they're rotating a lot of guys. You still see a lot of guys playing on defense. I think it's a good sign because I think they're going to have a lot of different options for different matchups throughout the season, depending on who they play and depending on, like I said, if they're picking on certain guys. You can say they actually rotated in Malik Muhammad and Gavin Holmes after they started picking on Ryan Watts a little bit. Downfield. You talked about Whelan. They went after Ryan Watts a little bit downfield at times too. And remember that cover, they were in cover 2. It was a big third down. It's probably the best throw by the quarterback all day. And big time conversion by them. I think you saw the secondary for Texas rotate different players. I think situationally, Malik Muhammad, better cover guy. Gavin Holmes, maybe considered a better cover guy for them too. So I think that's something to watch for as well. And they're rotating like 5 different safeties now. Hell, Taft gets rotations in there along with Keaton Crawford, along with Jalen Catalon, along with Jaron Thompson, and now young Derek Williams is getting a lot of rotations at safety. And I'm talking about the crucial moments, not just, mop up time or garbage time. We're talking about relevant reps. It'd be interesting to see if that continues in conference play, but I think it will because I saw it versus Bama. Like I said, Sark wouldn't play anybody he didn't trust, or PK wouldn't play anybody he didn't trust versus Alabama. So the defense, we were hoping that they could make the leap from good to great. I think they're still on that kind of pace. They just need some. I think they need some guys to make the leap and to improve. And a part of that is those safeties in the back end. Anthony Hill is going to get better. I mean, he was just out of his gap and playing the wrong gap. That's why they gave the 62-yard run. And he'll be more gap sound. He's a freshman. But they still got a guy like David Bender in there that can stabilize the defense. So I like what I saw from the defense. Other than the 62-yard run they gave up, and I think the safeties were attacked a little bit. We're being nitpicky. I think the defense had a great game, and I love what I believe it was Eric Nylene said it, that basically the ceiling of this team is the offense and what they can do, but the basement, kind of the floor of this team is the defense, and the floor won't ever be that low. Yeah, because the defense will keep you in every game. It'll keep you actually you should be ahead in every game, but it'll keep you right there in every game because I don't see this defense being a sieve and being exploited by a lot of teams. Some teams will get them matchup wise. Watch out for Kansas. Watch out for Oklahoma. But I don't see a lot of teams being able to just match up really well with Texas defense because it's so versatile and so multiple.
All right, coming up, we'll give away our Viking Fence defensive play of the game. We gave away the player of the game last hour. That was Jade Barron with his 9-tackle performance. Also, you could put Barron Sorrell in there. He had a tackle for loss and a sack. Longhorns now have 9 sacks on the year. Jalen Ford had 7 tackles and a tackle for loss. Tavondre Sweat had a tackle for loss. Vernon Broughton had a TFL. Ethan Burke had half of one. So, yeah, after the long run, then give Wyoming credit. They wanted to slow this game down. They wanted to shorten the game. And they ended up with a time of possession advantage over Texas of 38 minutes, Rod.
Yeah.
And that 17-play drive that they had was a big part of that time of possession win. But that's what the coach wanted. Craig Ball is a good coach, won a bunch of national championships at the lower levels, and now he's trying to build this Wyoming team. And, they executed a good game plan. They had some new players Longhorn I think hadn't seen, the quarterback and the running back. And once they got a hold of that, defense did exactly what you said, kept them there, and then the offense exploded. And then the defense capped it off with a touchdown of their own. So Longhorns 31, Wyoming 10. There's Rod's rant. We'll come back and get more into the Longhorns' defensive performance, and we'll talk Quinn Ewers. I mean, that's if you're looking for concerns coming out of that game, it was the erratic play of your quarterback and how Rod thinks you can get that back on track. It was really good against Alabama. He was totally locked in. This game didn't seem like as much. We'll talk about that coming back. Also, more on the Cowboys and their 2-0 start. How about the Cowboys? They've scored more points than any team in the league, and they've allowed fewer points than any team in the league.
I'm telling you, I think they've had the most impressive performance throughout the first 2 weeks of the season.
And they have played a Giants team that was unprepared for whatever reason, and they were unprepared again yesterday and still beat Arizona. And then the Jets. I mean, the Jets are reeling right now with the loss of Aaron Rodgers. And so they take advantage of 2 teams that they should have beaten, but they beat them 70-10. Mm-hmm. So, again, they've scored most points in the NFL through 2 weeks, and they've allowed the fewest points through the NFL through 2 weeks. We'll see the Browns. The Browns have only allowed 3 points. They play tonight. They play tonight on Monday Night Football, one of the 2 games. We'll be back. We'll pick up the conversation. It's a Good, Bad, and Ugly Monday here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Texas Sports. The Horn.
Hey, hit us up on the Specs text line, 337-3776, with your thoughts on the game. Of course, the crowd, we did our in-game watch on Inside Texas, the On Texas YouTube channel.
Great job, B.
Huge viewership, according to my friend Bobby Burton, and so we appreciate that. But if you were in the stadium, I know Jerry Hamilton, who joined me in the third quarter of that game, Rod, was in the stadium but came home after halftime. He came back to his hotel and said the crowd was phenomenal to welcome the Longhorns back from that big win at Alabama.
Oh, I bet, man.
And then, got a little quiet in the third quarter when it was, the Wyoming Cowboys tied the game, went on that 17-play drive pretty much. I mean, they ate up almost the entire third quarter with that 17-play drive, 10 minutes, almost 11 minutes of clock time. All of a sudden, it's 3-3 they're 10-10 going to the fourth quarter, and then they play Thunderstruck. And they get the light show going. They got drone shows. They've got the whole thing, man. And, gosh, even Quinn Ewers said, man, it got us hyped on the sidelines. We were ready to go. And, of course, they came out, and I said on the watch party, hey, maybe do that in the first quarter. Do the whole thing to start the game. I don't know.
Nah, man.
Come on, get them pumped up.
You don't want to peak too soon.
You don't.
We've been talking about this.
You're right.
Peaked too soon last year. You want to peak at the right time, and it's perfectly appropriate right before the fourth quarter. Thunderstruck, bam, everybody gets hyped. So I'm all for it.
You got me chugging my beer.
Was it pretty
There you
cool?
go.
It was awesome. And with the LED, so they were doing the LED light stuff all game. But I mean, that on top of the smoke on the field and then the drone show, that was awesome.
That was cool, huh?
Creating
the spectacle. And the Longhorns then delivered with 3 quick touchdowns. It was Xavier Worthy with a lightning bolt. And then, of course, Quinn Ewers ran one in, and then Jaron Thompson clinched it with the pick 6. And there were a lot of recruits on the sidelines. Colin Simmons, the Longhorns' top-rated recruit, the 5-star kid from Duncanville, was on the sidelines with a contingent of prospects for this class in the future. And they were all excited to see that light show and the hype and everything that went on. So the Longhorns get a victory. They're number 3 in the country now. And again, there's only one other Big 12 team ranked. We talked about this going into the season, Rod, that the Longhorns road to a potential Final Four appearance is easier than any other team in the country, arguably.
Seems that way.
And I know at Oklahoma they'd say the same thing. If we can beat Texas, we control our destiny. And Oklahoma has a very favorable schedule. But the fact that the Longhorns got out of Alabama with a win, and they're still undefeated now at number 3, their ceiling is them, Rod. Their ceiling is themselves. And as this says, we go as Quinn goes, and Quinn Ewers did not have a great game on Saturday. He was graded out at 52.8 by Pro Football Focus. I thought he missed some throws. I mean, the one that stood out the most was the Xavier Worthy down the right side, wide open, would have been a big explosive play, and just overthrew him with some bad footwork. And that's the Quinn, right? You're going to take the good with the bad. And he is, when he's really good, he's really good. And when he's off a little bit, I think you get games like we saw on Saturday.
And I think Bobby Burton saw shout out to my man Bobby. He's a little streaky.
Yeah.
He's a little streaky. And that's why, what do I always say about what Sark needs to do? Get him in a groove and get him in a rhythm, because he is streaky. Get him confident, in a groove, in a rhythm. That's when you're going to get the best Quinn. What they do in Bama, in a groove, in a rhythm, and then you can go. But, even I'm talking about any passes downfield. Some of those passes downfield seem, pretty routine for him, and he was off. He missed them.
Yeah, he was 2 of 9 on passes beyond 10 yards.
Right, he was streaky. You wanna get him easy completions early on. And they tried, by the way, I think one early on was an RPO to X-Man, but sometimes I feel like he's predetermined with his RPOs. Like he's already thinks where he wants to go with the football. Like, hey, I'm throwing this football.
Agreed.
And instead of actually reading the defense and counting the numbers in the box, I think that happens sometimes. But, like I said, we're being nitpicky. But, yeah, Quinn Ewers had an off game, and I think he's streaky. And Sark needs to recognize that and say, all right, I'm going to get my streaky shooter some easy buckets so that he can get in the groove. And I don't know if we emphasize that enough.
And again, the game started their first drive with a penalty. The pre-snap penalty. They didn't have any at Alabama. They had one on their first drive, made it 1st and 15.
So they weren't focused.
Yeah, there's the Alabama hangover. And then Quinn, they threw 3 straight passes after going to 1st and 15. The first one was behind Xavier Worthy a little bit. Then Quinn had an incompletion to A.D. Mitchell, and then he incomplete to Jordan Whittington, and all of a sudden you're punting. And that was kind of the way of the first half. And it wasn't until Sark started to commit to the run game, because you mentioned the 3 high safety look that Wyoming was featuring, and they went to the run game, and they went on their own 17-play drive, and that's where they broke out the 4th down package with the Red Cat, Savion Red, and they ended up in the end zone. And how about that? A touchdown for Byron Murphy. That
was beautiful. because they couldn't get in the end zone.
I know.
Think about it. That's the reason. I know we all love the big man touchdown. The big man touchdown came because they were like, guys, I'm not sure we can pound this rock necessarily in the end zone because they're missing the power element of the run game. Right? That's what C.J. Baxter provides for Sark that he likes is that power element of the run game. Jay Brooks did a really good job of saying, basically proving, hey, man, I can, add some of that power element too, but in that short yard situation, you need a power back. And that's why Savion Red and the Red Cat is actually a very refreshing addition because he looks like he runs like he's mad at the grass.
Yeah.
And he looks like he can run some of those power concepts for him.
For folks who don't know, remember in high school, Savion was a quarterback. And then when he got here to Texas, they had him as receiver his freshman year, and now they've moved him to running back. And it's all for that. It's the positionless idea that Rod talks about all the time. They want him to be, a guy that can just be a weapon. And, big picture, he's probably the replacement for Keenan Robinson when Keenan moves on after this season. And Savion Red can become your Wildcat quarterback. He can be a running back for you. Also in your receiving game. He's explaining, as you said, he runs like he's mad. He runs like he's mad.
He does, man.
Which is a good package. And, now that's on tape. So Baylor and Oklahoma and Kansas coming to have to prepare for that. And since he was a quarterback in high school, Savion Red, you can put some trick plays off of that, right? I mean, Savion Red could actually throw the ball if you needed to out of the Wildcat, which they have not done. They have not done yet.
They tried. Rojo has tried. They had plays for Rojo to throw it. He pulled it both times. I remember last season when they had a play for him to throw it because he just didn't like the look. So Sarkis called for the throw. I know people have gotten on him like, hey, break tendency, throw it. He's tried, and he always tells his guys, hey, to pull it. Just like X-Men. X-Men had the double reverse on 3rd and 1, which they had a text that said play calling was odd at times. Yeah, 3rd and 1 with the double reverse pass. Luan, that's how you know Sark was reaching a little bit there.
He was.
But yes, I do think that, Sark encourages his guys, hey, if you ain't got it, don't make a bad play worse. Just pull it. And that's why you don't get that pass.
All right, can we hear the Viking Fence, our great friends at Viking Fence, the premier fence company all through Texas since 1972, 50-plus years, still locally owned and operated. They bring you the Viking Fence defensive play of the game.
Completely different look. They're picked off. Give him 6. A pick 6. Karen Thompson. Back-to-back games with interception.
Yeah, they scored 3 touchdowns in about a 6-minute period of time after only scoring 1 touchdown the whole game. Explosiveness, what this Texas team has. They've had a 21-point quarter in each game this year. And that's kind of the thing you just said in your Rod's Rant, Rod, that the floor of this team is going to be pretty high because their defense is solid. Mm-hmm. And if you have a team, and I know it's not perfect for 4 quarters, it's got to get better, and Quinn's got to be more reliable and consistent.
Yep.
But if you have a team that's going to play that kind of defense, and then in each game you're going to have a spurt where you score 21 quick points, you're going to be hard to beat because that's going to separate you, and your defense isn't going to give that up. And that's the recipe for a good team in my mind. I mean, they can still build on where they are, but when you can be that explosive and play that good defense and score with your defense. And by the way, I didn't mention special teams. Special teams was a huge factor the other night.
Oh yeah,
X-Man had a couple of big punt returns, set up the first field goal.
Yep.
They also downed a punt at the 1-yard line. Now the defense allowed Wyoming to go on that long drive after they backed them up into the shadow of their own goalpost. But all 3 phases, and yeah, Quinn was off a little bit, so your passing offense sputtered. Everything else was pretty solid.
I'll give Jaron Thompson a lot of credit going back to the defensive play of the game because they were picking on him, and they were picking on him with the same concept, and there's nothing more insulting than a team picking on you with the same damn route over and over again, saying you can't cover this route. And I'm so happy for him because as a DB, I've experienced that. I'm glad that he figured it out. I'm jumping that out route. They kept running that out route from that slot position. They would isolate him, and then they throw that out cut. And I think they got him 2 or 3 times, and he finally figured it out and got himself a pick 6. So I know Jaron Thompson's not that fast. He doesn't have the wheels. We saw that on that 62-yard run because he probably should have had the angle to be able to cut off that guy and keep him from reaching the end zone. But I love his football IQ and how much he's increased. It's pretty obvious, and he said in the offseason that's what he was working on the most. He wanted to have himself in the right position. He wanted to know the defense so well, he's an elder statesman, to be able to line other guys up and be the air traffic controller back there. He's made 2 big plays this season, and you can tell because he was in the right place, and he's playing the chess match within the game. Players got to play it on their level. Coaches got to coach it on their level.
Yep. This says Sark underestimated Wyoming. Look, I'll defend Sark on that. I heard Sark last week talk about how impressed he was with Wyoming and talked about how veteran they are, how sound they are defensively, how physically tough they are, and they were all those things. I don't think he underestimated. Now, did Texas, some of the players maybe underestimated? They got hit in the mouth a little bit early. But that's football, Rod. I mean, you played the game.
No doubt.
And I don't.
Nick Saban calls it the success flu. He says you'll get it as soon as you have success. You'll have this success flu.
Yeah,
which means it's your hangover. Like I made it. You want to pat yourself on the back, and you're just getting praised and celebrated all week.
I will
instead of focusing and grinding.
And I'll piggyback on your thoughts on Sark and give him some praise because. When you say we talked all last week, are you going to attack this front seven of theirs, which is their best strength on defense, or are you going to go after their secondary? Well, he went after their secondary.
Yeah.
And the passing game was off.
Yeah.
And so when his quarterback's having a bit of a night, what did he do? He saddled up the run game. And
you
made
run the football. Adjustments?
Yes.
You made an adjustment.
Adjustments.
So I'm with you. I don't understand.
Because we criticized Sark last year for not adjusting.
Yes.
And now he's adjusting.
Now he's adjusting, and we're still criticizing. And I agree. That's why he's paid the big money.
And
We're
I'll
gonna
say
criticize
this.
him.
You're in a good place for your program if you can underestimate a team and win by 21 points.
They are, like I said this to start the show. They are proving to be a fourth quarter team. We're just upset they're not a 4-quarter team. And I get that. Want them to be a 4-quarter team. But keep in mind, TCU made it to the national title game last year, and they were just a 4th-quarter team.
That's right.
A lot of comebacks.
And they were down in games. The Longhorns haven't been down in games yet. Well, the Alabama game was 16-13.
But that's good, though, because we talked about this 2 years ago or last season. When they face adversity like that going to the 4th quarter, we would see them fold. Right? We would see this team would not respond well to adversity, and they wouldn't respond well in clutch time. And Sark wasn't aggressive, and he wasn't making great adjustments in the second half and in the 4th quarter because he wasn't winning the chess match within the game. And now all those things are actually happening. And by the way, this is what Sark emphasized. Now you can get on him and saying, "Hey man, I need you to go back to the drawing board and emphasize 4 quarters of football, not just the 4th quarter." Remember, he said he was going to play more guys, because he wanted his guys fresher in the 4th quarter. He said he was going to be a more aggressive as a play caller in the 4th quarter. And you brought this up, E, so I'll give you credit. I think trust is a big part of why in the 4th quarter he can make these adjustments. Remember, he talked about usually he's trying to get an offense in a rhythm, trying to call plays they're comfortable with, which means plays they know, which means plays the defense knows as well, because those are their favorite plays. He said, screw that. We're going the opposite. I'm just going to be aggressive, which means he might call some in that playbook that he ain't called but once or twice, but he trusts these guys to do it. I think we're witnessing high football character and high football IQ with this team. That's something that I did not witness in the first 2 years with Sark. And I think the other issues that arise about them being a 4-quarter team can be corrected, because we've seen Sark have one of the best opening scripts, first 20 plays of any coach in the country. And that's part of the DNA of his coaching, play calling character. And I think that's in there somewhere. That'll come back. And you combine that with the 4th quarters we're getting right now, you're talking about now you're talking about the number 3 team in the country.
Yeah. Baylor, the opponent this week. We'll hear Sark today at 11 o'clock. Obviously, we can't carry that news conference, but we'll be listening. The update on Cole Hudson's knee. He was on crutches on the sidelines after halftime, after he got rolled up on, kind of landed awkwardly in that play. And we'll get a full injury report as the Longhorns now are through the first season, right? Now the real season begins. It's Big 12 conference play. Mm-hmm. One note on the Big 12, and then we'll get a timeout and come back with some Bullish or BS on a busy Monday. We'll ask the question, which NFL teams are you more bullish on than maybe you were when the season started after 2 weeks, and maybe that you're calling BS a little bit on, and in college football. And one of those, Rod, how about BYU? We talk about the Big 12 not being very good, and they're not. They have one other ranked team outside of Texas. But and how about Mike Gundy? Golly, they got smacked in Stillwater by Major Applewhite as the offensive coordinator at South Alabama out of the Sun Belt. Yeah, they won that game. We'll get some Bullish or BS coming up. But BYU did go into Arkansas and beat Sam Pittman's Razorbacks. Keep an eye on BYU. They are in the Big 12 now, and they do play at Austin this year. They're a tough team with a bunch of older veteran type of guys. That's now a team to keep an eye on in the Big 12
veterans. Too. You talking about they're like
25.
family men. They're paying mortgages and stuff.
Yeah. Yes. Also, we'll come back with Bullish or BS and get some thoughts, including what happened in San Marcos on Saturday night. How about 77 points for the Bobcats? 70. They scored 11 touchdowns, Rod.
That's wild.
Down at Texas State.
They're playing arena football down there?
Playing Jackson State, yeah. We'll come back. It's Bullish or BS coming next.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Hey, I'm trying to get crunk.
Bullish or BS time. Coming off the weekend. How about the BS in the AL West, Rod? The Rangers, Astros, and Mariners combined to go 1-8 over the weekend.
Ooh, that's a
1-8. That is a pennant race.
UGLY. No alibi.
A couple of sweeps. Rangers and Mariners got swept. Astros found a win yesterday, or would have been all three got swept. But yeah, there's still 2 weeks of baseball to go. Also, bullish or BS, Rod, from Shedeur Sanders' performance at Colorado on Saturday night. How about him? How about down 28-17, the comeback, the 98-yard drive?
Got the clutch time. He said he went Brady. He said he went full-on Brady. That's
he did.
He
it was unbelievable comeback for them, and they win that game in overtime or double overtime, whatever the number was. It was late. Also bullish on the Missouri kicker, a 61-yard field goal to beat K-State. 37-34. What a game.
That crushed me on Saturday.
Yeah.
Crushed you. 61. Give that guy.
That's a big boy kicker, too.
Yes.
He is round-shouldered.
Yes.
Is he thick-witted?
Thick-witted. Thick-witted. That was probably one of the better games of Saturday. So, but Rod, bullish or BS, which NFL team have you seen through 2 weeks that maybe we knew the Cowboys were going to be pretty damn good, and they're playing Eagles, Niners, all really good. Is there a team that surprised you that they've been this good so far? Maybe you're a little more bullish on than you were when the season began.
That is good. Bullish NFL team that's a little surprising. I'm going to take
your team because you like Miami a lot. Miami has really, really impressed me through 2 weeks, and then we know it's about keeping Tua healthy and upright. And if he is, they're going to be hard to beat. But they've gone on the road and beaten the Chargers in L.A. and the Patriots in New England. So now they've got 2 road wins to start the year. I'm bullish on them. They look like they're in competition with the Chiefs in the AFC.
It's really somebody in the NFC South. You can either take Tampa Bay, the way they've started.
Baker.
Because that shouldn't be the case. Nobody saw that coming. Or you can take Atlanta, which I think a lot of us saw Atlanta as a sleeper that could make a move.
They'll
this
go
year.
as far as
I picked them to win the division.
And if Desmond Ritter plays really well, which he did yesterday.
In the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you could see them making a move.
He's a winner.
I would say somebody in the NFC South they surprised me. Because I didn't think Baker was going to lead to 2 dubs to start the season.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
And with the Washington Commanders are 2-0 as well.
That's it's another one. But Eric
told you that one.
Yeah.
I told you they're making playoffs.
You liked Sam Howell, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would say Eric Bieniemy, I was high on him because it's desperation. This offense has got to work for him. If not, he's going to get forgotten about.
That was another huge comeback yesterday, too.
Yeah,
they were down 21-3.
And I'll say this, there's a team that I'm looking at that I'm going to call BS on from yesterday. It's a 1-game sample size. The Jacksonville Jaguars fell flat yesterday. And I'll say this, bullish on the Chiefs, even though they're only 1-1. Their defense has really improved, Rod.
Well, Chris Jones will do that.
Well, but what I was impressed with yesterday, because that was a matchup of Mahomes be Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence was 22 of 41. They can really cover. That secondary that they drafted, Brent Veach in the front office, those guys can cover. I mean, the Jaguars have really good receivers, and there wasn't much open yesterday. Now, neither team commits to running the football in Jacksonville or Kansas City. They needed to run more. But Jacksonville at home only scored 9 points, not score a touchdown.
Yeah, it's not good.
And
with all those weapons?
And the Chiefs had 4 turnovers. Chiefs fumbled a punt. I mean, they couldn't capitalize. So
and they started slow.
They did.
They started real slow.
Chiefs were discombobulated when the game began. They were a mess. At home, if your opponent turns the ball over 4 times in the first half, you got to blow them out.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Did they even score a touchdown?
No.
Yeah.
That's where I'll give credit to Steve Spagnuolo and the Chiefs defense. They were salty. They're a good defense. We know Chris Jones is back. They play well up front, and their coverage. I mean, they're covering really good receivers: Calvin Ridley, Zay Jones, Christian Kirk, Evan Ingram, and they locked them up yesterday. There really wasn't much to throw to if you were Trevor Lawrence. So props to the Chiefs.
Let me throw this out there: bullish or BS? Brandon Staley, he's gone before the season's over.
Bye.
Do we think he survives the season? Bullish or BS?
Ty?
It ain't looking good right now.
I mean, they're so cheap.
They are cheap. Great point. Cheap billionaires. So they may decide to keep him, but
I think he does. I think they'll bounce back at least. They're still going to be on the edge of the wild card. I don't think they have a chance to win that division, though.
Yeah,
even with the Chiefs.
Chiefs still look like the class. Denver's 0-2, and they just lost a tight one at home.
They allowed the Titans to score 27 points. Guys, it's the first time since week 11 of 2022 that the Titans scored more than 22.
Yeah.
In that time, the Titans averaged 15 points per game, and he's supposed to be a defensive-minded coach.
Got to go.
Remember, week 1, he played man coverage against Miami 80% of the time. It's like, they're the fastest team in the league. You can't play that much man coverage against anybody, let alone the fastest team in the league. He's making some coaching moves. And I'm a Staley fan. This is me as a Staley fan at one point admitting he just looks like he's out of his depth. I'm sorry. Just don't look good for him.
T.Y., what do you have for us in Bullish or BS, my friend?
I don't know if you saw. So the team that surprised me most to start the year is probably the Rams. 1-1, they lost to the 49ers by 7 yesterday.
That's a tough game, too.
But are you bullish or BS with Sean McVay kicking a field goal down 10 with 4 seconds left to cover?
Yeah, he crushed the cover. How about that, Rod? The line was 7.5 to 8, and it was a 10-point game. And on the final play of regulation, Sean McVay went ahead and kicked the field goal. Meaningless field goal to make it a 7-point game, not a 10-point game.
Well, it's points. Right? I mean, what was he supposed to do?
Throw hell, I don't know.
Exactly.
Take a knee. Still.
What is he supposed to do?
And
Put points on the board.
He definitely knows the line.
I know he definitely knows the line, but like as I said, you can ask him about it. But what was he supposed to do? What is the tradition there?
I'll have to look up and see if it was anyone asked him in his post game.
Somebody definitely did.
Hey,
I didn't bet on that game, but if I did, or either way, I would have been I'm questioning his decision making.
No. The NFL should investigate. I ain't gonna lie, they should investigate it. They will. They should.
More on Texas's win. Great fourth quarter. Longhorns explode on Wyoming for the big win, 31-10. Speaking of explode, Texas State beat Jackson State in San Marcos Saturday Night, Rod, 77-34.
Damn, they missed
They scored 11 touchdowns. They ran the ball for 400 yards. Of course, Deion took a bunch of their best players to Colorado, including the quarterback.
400.
They had 600. Yards. Texas State with G.J. Kinney had 684 total yards.
G.J., you wrong for that. I ain't gonna lie. G.J., you wrong for that, man. You could have chilled out later in the game.
He rushed the ball. He was handing the ball off. He was handing the ball off for 400 yards. Man. What are you going to do?
Yeah, 35-point second quarter. 35-point second quarter.
And Texas State off to a 2-1 start. Their one loss was a tough, hard-fought game down at UTSA. Got for them in the Sun Belt. We'll come back. Longhorns feeling good, sitting at number 3 in the country. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. It is Monday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby, Ty Henderson as well. Some good over the weekend. Longhorns' fourth quarter defensive performance. Fourth whole game defensive performance, but the fourth quarter was particularly good on all phases. Also, the Cowboys, just a juggernaut right now in the National Football League. There's some bad, including most of the Big 12 falling flat.
Oh, the Big 12 has been terrible so far this year.
What's the best non-conference win the Big 12 has posted outside of the Texas win over Alabama?
I was going to say. It's gotta
BYU over Arkansas?
BYU, Arkansas.
That's a good one, Ty. That's it.
Yeah, man, it's been largely
the losses have been more embarrassing than any of the wins so far in non-conference for the Big 12. And that includes Texas versus Bama. It's a good win, but Texas on its way out of the Big 12.
Right. Well, the two teams that are ranked are the teams leaving.
Yeah, they're the exiting members.
Right.
Of the Big 12.
Meanwhile,
so you can't brag about them very much if you're the Big 12.
Yeah, Brett Yormark is smiling because he knows that he has secured the Big 12.
He's got Deion.
Future.
He's got Deion.
And he's got Deion.
He's got Deion coming. So
meanwhile, his conference and what's to come is a mess. While the Pac-12 is dying, but is having their best year ever. But they got 8 ranked teams.
He's like, hey, you talk about, man, that's how you give Brett Yormark a lot of credit because he was able to save the Big 12 and before the Pac-12 could find that life raft. And if you look at what the Pac-12 offers right now, and if you just look at it now individually, all those different brands, I mean, who's to say that the Pac-12 couldn't have figured out a solution going forward that would have been just as lucrative as the Big 12?
They should have.
But they acted it was too late.
Sleep at the wheel.
They just acted too late, man. And
life comes at you fast.
It does. And
as Steve Sarkisian is prone to say, evolve or die. And the Pac-12 didn't evolve. They're a little bit snobby about it, too. Remember, when Texas and Oklahoma announced they were leaving and then USC, UCLA announced they're leaving, it was the Big 12 that went to the Pac-12 and said, look, let's merge. Mm-hmm. Let's merge this thing. Let's work together on this.
That was Bowlesby.
And the Pac-12 said, nah, we're good.
Yeah,
we're good. We don't need your academic schools don't match up. We're not. We don't want to partner with you. So instead, they did that silly alliance deal, and that was before USC and UCLA bolted. How'd that alliance pan out?
Well, the alliance, they got stabbed in the back.
I know, big
time. They got stabbed in the back by the Big Ten in the whole alliance. So remember the alliance was like an unspoken, it was like a gentleman's agreement.
Evolve or die, and they're dying, even though they have 8 ranked teams right now.
So the Big 12 has losses now, so far this non-conference to Miami of Ohio, Wyoming, South Alabama, Missouri, which ain't that bad because Missouri, I believe, is undefeated, Texas State, Rice and Ohio, and Rice, by the way, Rice is playing really well. But yeah, those are some of the losses the Big 12 has so far.
Nice work.
Those are ugly losses, man. And I'm sorry, Rice and Wyoming, not that ugly. But
meanwhile,
still,
the center stage this week, obviously, Texas will open conference play with the underwhelming Baylor Bears.
Oh, they got nothing to lose now.
But then look at this weekend, you got 3 ranked matchups in the Pac-12. Oregon State will play Washington State. Utah's at UCLA's at Utah. On Saturday, and then Colorado's at Oregon.
Man, Oregon State versus Washington, both of them are ranked. You mean the battle of the unwanteds?
Yeah. but that's with 8 ranked teams, you're going to have ranked matchups all season long now, as long as they stay ranked. And some people think Washington might be the best team in that conference. I mean, USC's got this ridiculous offense. They're ranked number 5, a couple back at Texas now. But this Washington team, Longhorns saw them in the Alamo Bowl, and they brought most of those guys back. They're really good.
Michael Penix is a hell of a quarterback. Man, I think right now him and Shadur Sanders are probably the Heisman front runners right now.
Over
both
Caleb?
Pac-12 quarterbacks. Just because, I mean, Caleb's playing well, but first of all, there is always a bit of, I think when you're trying to win it back-to-back like that, that's really tough. Right?
You have to go above and beyond.
We saw this with Lamar Jackson, and we've seen it with other Heisman winners. You can almost have a similar season than you had to your Heisman campaign, and they won't win you the Heisman again. You gotta have a better season than your Heisman campaign. And I don't know if Caleb Williams is having a better. I haven't watched him. I'll admit that he may be having a better season.
They're averaging 59 points.
No, they're killing
3 games.
But
they put 56 on Stanford Saturday.
Yeah. No, like I said, he's great, but I think Michael Penix Jr. and Shadur Sanders, they're getting more pub.
Yeah, well,
and it's about publicity too,
and those head-to-head matchups,
and those big wins, right?
Because look,
those Heisman moments.
Caleb Williams is going to get a head-to-head with Colorado in 2 weeks, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to get Colorado, obviously, but those matchups will come. How about Bijan Robinson? 180 total yards yesterday, Rod. His first 100-yard rushing game. for the Atlanta Falcons. That's part of the good as well, as the Falcons got a big win holding off or rallying to beat the Green Bay Packers. He had 124 on the ground, and then he had another 50 through the air. Bijan doing his thing.
We were talking about how Micah Parsons looks different on the field.
So does Bijan.
Bijan, yeah. You got that same kind of
shake.
He's different.
That doesn't surprise anybody who's watched him on the 40 acres. We're not surprised.
We are not surprised.
But he looks better than everyone on the field in the NFL. It's 2 games in.
I know.
Like I said again, we're not surprised.
No, I'm not.
Like I'm not surprised. I think we all were trying to tell him like he's gonna win. He's gonna win Offensive Rookie of the Year. It's already a done deal because there won't be a rookie that's that damn impressive because of what Ty just said. He's gonna look different even as a rookie out there.
Are Tyler Algier and Bijan Robinson the best running back duo in the NFL?
One of them.
Probably.
One of them.
I mean, the Jets got a good one, too. I'm trying to think who has really good ones. No, you're right. The Bears have good ones. Rojo's going to end up being the lead back for the Bears by midseason, the way it's looking.
Hey, let's get to the other headlines, trending topics to start your Monday morning. Top Gun, Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you here in the 8 o'clock hour. Starts with Texas football, who rode their defense and strong ground game to a 31-10 win over Wyoming Saturday night. Program's first 3-0 start in more than a decade. Their passing offense scuffling for most of the night. It was the sophomore running back Jonathan Brooks in the defense that stood tall. Brooks ran for a career-high 167 yards on 21 carries. And aside from a 62-yard scoring touchdown run on the first drive of the game for Wyoming, the defense for Texas held the Cowboys to 229 yards over the other 57 minutes of the ball game, and they capped a 3-touchdown outburst in the fourth quarter with a Jaron Thompson pick six and put Texas up in front by 21 for a pleased head coach Steve Sarkisian.
I think that's what championship teams do. They find a way to win when they're not at their best. And tonight, it's safe to say we were not at our best, but we found a way to win. We found a way to adapt. We found a way to, stay composed, keep our composure, and then start playing our style, our brand of football, which I thought, really shined through.
Certainly did. With their third straight double-digit win to start the season, Texas has jumped past Florida State, risen to number 3. This week's AP Top 25 behind only Georgia and Michigan. NFL Cowboys have opened their 2023 season with an emphatic 2-0 start. They rolled past the New York Jets 30-10 yesterday in Arlington. Dak Prescott a pair of touchdowns. That Cowboys defense held the Jets to just 215 total yards. 68 of those came on one catch and run by Garrett Wilson for the only touchdown of the game. Outside of that, they held the Jets to 147 yards. Cowboys are 2-0 after 2 weeks, joined by 7 other 2-0 teams, 6 in the NFC. Actually, 8 other teams, 6 in the NFC. Philadelphia, Washington, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Tampa Bay are all unbeaten. Baltimore and Miami, the only 2 unbeatens in the AFC. 2 others could join that club tonight because New Orleans and Cleveland both could be 2-0 after tonight's games. New Orleans is at Carolina in a game that kicks at 6:15, part of a Monday Night Football doubleheader, and Cleveland is in Pittsburgh. Houston Texans off to a 0-2 start. They lost to Indy in their home opener yesterday, 31-20. Texans missing 4 of their starting 5 offensive linemen for that game. Only Shaq Mason got the start for the Texans. Another disappointing night at Q2 Stadium for Austin FC. Felipe Mora had a goal and an assist for Portland. The Timbers and their 8-match winless streak on the road with a 2-1 win over Austin. Major League Baseball, tough weekend for the top 3 teams in the AL West race. Astros, Rangers, and Mariners went 1-8 over the weekend. Texas and Seattle got swept. Rangers and Cleveland, M's at home to the Dodgers. The Astros secured the only win yesterday in Kansas City, 7-1. So with 2 weeks remaining in the regular season, Houston leads Texas by a game and a half. Seattle is 2.5 back in the division, and a game back of the Rangers for that wild card spot, the final one in the American League. Baltimore and Tampa both clinched AL playoff spots with wins over the weekend. And big win at Del Diamond yesterday for Round Rock. The Express, they topped Vegas 5-1. They're now a game up in first place in the PCL second half standings by, as we said, 1 game over the Aviators.
The Cole Hudson injury is concerning for a lot of reasons for Texas. First of all, we had just been talking about how they had avoided the injury bug and had been relatively injury-free early on. You had the Mo Blackwell injury they were dealing with and the C.J. Baxter injury because he hadn't finished the game, started both games to start the season, but hadn't finished the game, and he wasn't available in the game versus Wyoming. But the Cole Hudson injury is... It's concerning just because he is your backup center. So that's also something to be concerned about. He's your backup center. And versus Bama, I think Cole Hudson played more than DJ Campbell played in that game. So I think they like him situationally, depending on what they want to do on offense. DJ Campbell, more of a road grader. Offensively, that's, I think, the strength in his skill set. Not saying he can't pass block, but I don't know if it's a strength for him. And Cole Hudson, he's more of a reliable pass blocker and pass protection. And I think he is actually an adequate run blocker too. DJ Campbell just may be a better road grader, if you will, in the run. But there now you also need someone that can give you an insurance policy or at least some depth behind DJ Campbell at that guard spot too. Because I don't know if you want to have DJ Campbell manning that spot all to himself, because you were rotating him and Cole Hudson in that spot. And you got to figure out a new plan for the backup center. So you got to figure out a new plan for backup center and who you're going to rotate in that spot with DJ Campbell now too at left guard. And
we'll hear more from Sark today. We'll hear from Sark coming up in his post-game comments behind the burnt orange curtain. But Jonathan Brooks did average almost 8 yards a carry in that game. That was a pretty good front for Wyoming. That was their strength, and Texas was able to push them pretty good. Of course, they were playing their safeties back and keeping everything in front of them and forcing. They didn't want to give up the big plays to Texas. The one big play they gave up in the passing game was
the short pass that they couldn't tackle.
That they missed a tackle, and X-Man to the house.
Did all the work,
44-yard touchdown catch. We'll talk plenty more Texas. Also, Cowboys, ultra impressive through 2 weeks. Can I mention this to you, Rod, real quick, and then we'll talk some Cowboys and NFL and the Longhorns. But do you know that the Window Nation, folks, we know that installing new windows in your home, if you're a homeowner, is one of the best things you can do to increase the value of your home and save your energy bills. But Window Nation is your choice, because the star of window replacement is a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey,
can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, get up to 50% off any style window and make no payments and pay no interest for 2 years. How often do you get this, Rod? A win-win, where you upgrade the value of your home, make your energy bills down 30%. Don't make a payment for 24 months with no interest, and you get up to 50% off these windows with our friends at Window Nation.
Yeah, not only that, we know that windows can provide a lot of value to your home. As a matter of fact, some of you guys have old windows. Windows could be leaking. That can cause serious structural damage to your home and cause mold to grow. Leaky windows can also, allow mold to grow inside your home. You want to avoid all those types of issues. That's what Window Nation's here for as well. But also, we know if you just want to upgrade your home, you're thinking about selling your home, you can provide a lot of value or add a lot of value with brand new windows from Window Nation. And don't forget also, it can save you money on energy bills, right? You're literally letting money go right out the window with makeshift bad windows. With Window Nation, you don't have to worry about that. You can save up to 50% with the purchase of a house of windows. As interest and mortgage rates continue to climb, Window Nation is still keeping it 0% interest for 2 years. You cannot beat deals like that. And you can also save up to 30% on energy bills. A lot of money you can save and value you can add to your home with Window Nation.
Yep, you guys go to windownation.com or call them 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. Proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. Ridiculous how good their defense is. And look, the Jets were going to be overmatched in this game. We kind of thought that. And but, the Cowboys offense just still hadn't been that great. I mean, CeeDee Lamb was great yesterday. I was surprised that the Jets didn't, shadow him with Sauce Gardner more, but at the same time, that's not, Robert Saleh's game plan.
Yeah.
CD had a big game, but the Cowboys had to settle for 5 field goals. But remember, this is a Jets team that's top 5 defense.
I was going to say, it's a good defense now.
Very good defense. Very good defense. But, 5 field goals. The offense hasn't had to do much through 2 weeks because the defense is just stoning people, and they're scoring points on their own. 4 more turnovers forced. Dan Quinn has something, and this team is on a mission to – this Cowboys group, you can tell, they want to be considered one of the best defenses of all time.
You getting nervous yet?
I don't know if you need to be nervous because
start training.
You got the 49ers, and then you got Philly. That's still a lot, and then they got to win the Super Bowl when they get there. So they got to beat.
Is Dak still the quarterback?
Yeah.
I am nervous yet.
He's not. Kellen Moore is not his office coordinator anymore. So they're not pushing the issue.
I understand.
They're running the ball.
You still got to win games in January, and Dak's still going to have to lead his team in January to win. Now, this defense is better than I've ever seen for the Cowboys. They are built, and that's how that's their. But look, I mean, Dak should have thrown a pick 6 to Sauce Gardner yesterday.
That could have been.
He dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Should have been a pick 6.
No, dropped the ball.
If you're looking for critique, Dak still forces some throws and misses some throws. Same time, this defense gives him a lot of room for error because they're really good.
You go look at the Jets. So the Jets defense, we agree, one of the best defenses in the league. Josh Allen versus that Jets defense ended up throwing 3 interceptions and had a fumble, 4 turnovers, and had a touchdown. Dak, who also was very turnover prone last season, out of character for him, but still, that's something they're working on. 255 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. Should have had a pick, like you said. But I think the new Texas offense, the whole point of it is you lower the risk element.
Agreed.
Keep the high reward.
42 minutes of time of possession. Right?
Yes, lower the risk element in the offense overall because the defense is that damn good. And, by the way, it is the most opportunistic defense in the NFL since the Steel Curtain. I'm not making up that stat, by the way. They're the first defense to lead the NFL in takeaways in back-to-back years since the Steel Curtain did it in the mid-'70s. And by the way, they did it 3 years in a row. The Cowboys are leading the NFL in takeaways, if I'm not mistaken.
Already, yeah, they've had 4
right?
yesterday.
Yeah. And how many they have against the Giants? I don't remember, like 2
or 3.
2. So they're leading right now.
Well, if you count the block kick for a touchdown, that was 6 points.
I'm not sure if that counts or not.
They also had the fumble that caused a touchdown.
They're going to do it again. But my point is, they get you back to football. They're going to get you an extra possession. Points. Yeah, they're going to get you an extra possession or 2 a game. If you don't give away a possession, think about that's adding more possessions. That's a winning formula.
Yeah, it is. And not to look ahead because they've got games coming here, but that San Francisco game, Week 5 at San Fran will be a big litmus test. That's one that's
huge, man.
And we see because I mentioned the Miami Dolphins went on the road and won back-to-back road games to go to 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers did too. And think about this: the 49ers went to Pittsburgh and to L.A. to beat the Rams. That's tough to do in the NFL. Road wins are hard to come by. To go into Pittsburgh and then into L.A. and get wins, much like Miami and the AFC, to have 2 road wins to start the season. Cowboys have 1. They went to New York and beat the Giants and turned around and won a home game.
Playoff team.
So very impressive. And Philadelphia is really good in 2-0 and looking the part. Those 3 teams have, to me, separated from everybody else in the NFC.
Yeah, I can't wait for that Cowboys-49ers game because Dan Quinn's defense, remember, there is no defense in the NFL more suited, in my opinion, to match up against Shanahan's offense than Dan Quinn's defense because they're both leading minds in positionless football on their sides of the ball.
Well, you said it with the Longhorns, right?
Right?
You said it earlier about the Longhorns. If your defense plays that well, which the Longhorns have done so far this year, your offense doesn't have to be that great. It really doesn't. And especially with the Longhorns, if you can be explosive for stretches of games,
that one quarter,
yeah, that separates the game. And that's what the Cowboys are, right? And they're built similarly. And I think the quarterbacks, Quinn Ewers and Dak Prescott, have some similarities, too, that they can be streaky, that they can still make some throws you're going, hey, that wasn't all that good. Same time, that defense gives you margin for error.
They don't even have Donovan Wilson, guys. Wait till they get Donovan Wilson back. They're going to be even nasty.
Didn't even think about that.
Oh, they're missing a starter, man. They miss it. They're missing a starter at a crucial position, which is safety for them.
How bad are they going to beat Arizona this week? I mean, the Arizona Cardinals are hot garbage.
Yeah, but they're playing hard for the first 3 quarters, so they forget they're supposed to be tanking. They go, damn it, we got to tank.
Well, that's why that San Francisco game looms, because their first 3, they played Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson, and now they're going to get Josh Dobbs. So, I mean, you're getting some of the least. By the way, Daniel Jones had a big game yesterday in that Giants win over Arizona had to come back from.
Well, you said that, right? That's the NFL. You get embarrassed 1 week.
You're coming
back.
You
can count on them to come back now.
Well, they were getting embarrassed
21-point deficit. Yeah.
They were down 20-0.
So they started slow. A little slow start.
But how about Daniel Jones? He threw for 321 and 2 touchdowns. He ran for another 59 and a touchdown.
That's got to be, like, he never throws for 300. That's got to be like the second or third time he's ever done it. He never throws for 300.
Arizona. Well, again, Brian Daboll, he was coach of the year last year, but for back-to-back weeks, his team showed up not ready to play. Dallas just blew their doors off, and it was never a ball game. The Cardinals were up 20-0. And then they finally woke up and started playing, and they're better than the Cardinals. Everybody is. But,
everybody is.
Cowboys will beat the hell out of them.
Yes, they will.
It will not
like
be
a sacrificial lamb out there.
And that's why we say we won't really know the Cowboys until they play Philadelphia, and they're going to play San Francisco in Week 5. We'll get a head-to-head matchup of that. But Arizona not good.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good ball club.
Hey, you know what? Washington,
actually, that San Francisco game, no, it's Week 5. Because Dallas plays Arizona this week, and then San Francisco plays Arizona the next week.
Oh.
Back-to-back weeks.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
For that.
Back-to-back games.
I feel bad for Josh Dobbs. That's crazy.
He's one of 32 starting quarterbacks in the National Football League. Yeah, Rod, Ty mentioned this earlier, but there were a lot of big comebacks yesterday in the National Football League. Giants made one. The Washington Commanders came back in Denver to spoil Sean Payton.
How about the end of that game?
Crazy.
Oh,
they had a Hail Mary. And
they almost got the onside kick, got the ball back, threw the Hail Mary, and then missed the 2-point conversion to tie it.
I know. Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy finish. Crazy
That's
finish.
Great.
But a lot of big comes. Atlanta came back from down to win. I think Seattle came back from down to Detroit to win that game.
That was a big man. Seattle. They did Detroit dirty. They put did you see in the post game they put the ski mask on because it was a big thing in Detroit.
Yeah.
They were telling everybody to wear a blue ski mask, and I believe it was Gardner Johnson.
Yes,
C.J. Gardner Johnson was the one that was starting this campaign or whatever. And after the Seahawks beat them, the players were in the locker room with blue ski masks on. I guess they took some from the crowd. I don't know how they got them.
And I know it's a game we won't talk about much, but the Texans almost made a comeback against the Colts. They got down 28-7. Then they got it back to 24-20. They were right back in that game, and
because Anthony Richardson got hurt.
Anthony Richardson got hurt. Suffered a concussion on that second touchdown run. And C.J. Stroud is actually playing pretty good ball. He threw for 384 yards and 2 touchdowns. And remember, he's playing behind an offensive line that has one starter.
Worst O-line in the league for week 2.
Yeah, he's got 4 backups. Laramie Tunsil didn't play now. He's got both left tackles out. His starting center, they're down to their third center. The guard, Kenyon Green's out. And he still threw for 384.
He looked no. He's showing me something. I'll admit I am.
And he took a pounding too.
I'll admit I'm becoming more of a C.J. Stroud fan. Exactly what you're saying because he's getting hit and he's sticking in the pocket, making tough throws,
and
knowing he's about to get hit, and he's got to be scared for his life, knowing, like you said, he's got all backups and everything. He knows, man, I'm about to get pounded.
Yeah, he's got like 2 seconds to get the ball out,
and he's playing really well. I'll admit, man, I'll give him a lot of credit. C.J. Stroud has showed me a lot of grit.
Feels like they have a quarterback. The good thing for the Texans, that offensive line will get healthy. Laramie Tunsil will be back. They're going to get Juice Scruggs back here in a couple of weeks. They're going to get Titus Howard back. So by October, they should get their line back, and we'll see. But they may be 0-4 when all that happens because they can't block anybody. But CJ looks good. He also hadn't turned the ball over. He hadn't thrown a pick yet.
Yeah, 103.5 passer rating last game.
Yep, and now they did have a fumble that led to that second quick touchdown for the Colts, but signs of positivity.
Shout out to Texas says Daniel Jones has like 8 300-yard games. That's surprising. That is. I'm blown away by that. I'm shocked. I wonder what defenses gave up.
Well, that does tell you again that the Cowboys' defense is other level. I mean, they took a pretty good quarterback and made him look like
pedestrian
a Pee-wee football player.
Oh man!
Hey, we come back. It will be behind a burnt orange curtain. We're from Sark. After the 31-10 Texas win. What did he like about it? What concerns? The injury update as well. And becoming a 4-quarter team is something Sark is trying to – they're a 4th-quarter team this year, but they want to be a 4-quarter team. Rod will take you behind the BOC coming next. Uh-oh. Says, get your walking shoes ready, E.
Ooh, yeah.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. You just started work. Just go buy some shoes. Go
Remember,
buy
they
some
have to-
quality
They don't have
shoes.
to go to the Super Bowl. They have to win the Super Bowl
Hey, just saying.
for the promise to be fulfilled.
Get your mind right is what they saying. It's Cowboys fans saying get your mind right.
Start doing some extra time
best-
on the treadmill and the elliptical. I'll
Be-
start doing a little bit more. Get
best-
some cardio going.
Best Cowboys defense since the
Maybe
Super
ever.
Bowl defense.
Maybe ever. Because
No, it definitely since those Super Bowl dynasty, it is the best defense
and
since
those
then.
defenses in the 90s were
Yeah.
good.
They were
Really good. But the offense was really the engine with the big offensive line and Emmett and the triplets and Troy. I mean, they were dominating up front. They could run on anybody. And the defense was good. It complemented it very well. This defense, when you start comparing it to the 85 Bears and the 2000 Ravens, and that's what they want to be, right? They want to be considered one of those defenses.
Yeah.
But I would also say that it's going to come down to Dak Prescott. I mean, it really is big picture because he's going to have to make some throws and make some plays against the other two teams that they're competing with. Will be Philadelphia and San Francisco, and they have really good defenses too, and
Yes,
they've
they
got
do.
really good players. And right now, I think Dak Prescott would be third in those quarterbacks, right? Until Brock Purdy has
No
proven
doubt.
otherwise. Brock Purdy's now still undefeated as a starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And he just doesn't make big mistakes. So, and the reason people say, because I know a lot of you out there will argue that Dak's better than Brock Purdy. Well, they went head to head last year, and Brock Purdy's team won the game, and Dak Prescott made two big critical turnovers that cost them that football game. And the year before, they had Jimmy Garoppolo. He couldn't beat Jimmy Garoppolo. So until he can win that game, I believe everything about this Cowboys defense. I think they're better than they've been. Everything we talked about all offseason is now showing up on the field. The acquisitions of Stephon Gilmore, the re-signing of Leighton Vander Esch, getting the safeties all locked back up. They're really good. But at the same time, so it was the Eagles' defense last year that nearly broke the Bears' all-time sack record.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're dealing with chopped liver in Philadelphia.
And they added to it via the draft. They added more guys to it.
And until proven otherwise, I think Jalen and Brock Purdy a notch up on.
That's fair.
But again, it's early yet. I mean, and I thought Mike McCarthy called a heck of a game yesterday. I think be able to control the ball for 42 minutes, keep your defense fresh when they are on the field, so they can fly around and make plays. I mean, there's a lot to like about the recipe, the moves that they've made, and so far so good. Cowboys have outscored their first two opponents 70-10. That's impressive. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain. We're talking Texas football. Before we get to the top of the hour, we'll get a little off the record, some stories you may have missed, but you need to hear. But right now, let's go behind the VOC.
Screenwriter says, Doomsday D is back. I like calling it Tenacious D. The Tenacious D from the Dallas Cowboys.
Weren't they in town Friday?
They actually were in town. Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, so let's talk about the Longhorns, and let's hear from Steve Sarkisian from his thoughts about the game. So we'll get into that. But first, I think the conversation, there are two main topics that I think Longhorn fans have really anchored on after this Wyoming game. One is the slow start of this team. All right, Longhorn fans a little frustrated with the slow start, and that slow start is, I think that conversation is also connected to Quinn Ewers and the conversation about Quinn Ewers and his play. I'll just say this before we hear from Sark, because we'll hear from Sark about the fourth quarter and finishing. I have been I've probably been the biggest critic of Sark's inability to adjust and his inability to win the chess match within the game, anticipating the adjustments of his opponents in the second half and the fourth quarter. You guys know that. I've been documenting those issues for Sark. Yes, when Coach Stevens shows up. All right, but there is no doubt all the things that Coach Sark wanted to emphasize about the fourth quarter. He said he had a plan. He said he wanted to play more guys so they're fresher in the fourth quarter. He talked about after the Alabama game, he has changed his mindset in the fourth quarter from being a more conservative coach to being uber aggressive in fourth quarters as a coach. We heard JT Sanders talk about how we know there's a reputation out there that we're not a second half team. He said that to the media. Yeah, we know that people say we're not a second half team, that we don't finish games. They know this. All right. It's been well documented. I'm sure Sark has brought it up. So he's done a lot in the offseason. He says you get what you emphasize to make sure this team is a fourth quarter team. Now, maybe he should have been emphasizing he wanted a 4-quarter team, a team that will play 4 quarters of football, but he definitely told us, hey, I've got to fix the way we respond to adversity in the fourth quarter, when it's winning time, in clutch time. He wanted his team to be better. And they are.
There's no doubt about that.
They've outscored their opponents by a combined 28 points in the fourth quarter in the first 3 games. Rice is the only team that outscored them in the fourth quarter. Outscored Bama 21-8. Outscored Wyoming 21-0 in the fourth quarter. So you're outscoring your opponents in the fourth quarter by an average of over 9 points per game in the fourth quarter. That's pretty good considering last season you were outscored in the fourth quarter in overtime by 12 points combined all season long, even though you outscored your opponents by 179 points combined in the first 3 quarters. You were winning the first 2.5 quarters of the game and then losing the last quarter and a half and losing games. 2-5 in one-score games last year. So I understand the frustration. Yes, the Longhorn fans, I know you want the script. You want the script to be great like it's always been. Listen, the script right now for Sark, the first 20 plays for him, is averaging 4.3 points. All right, that's what you're getting.
That's not good.
In 2022, you were averaging damn near 10 points on that opening script, those first 20 plays. That's what Longhorn fans want. They want that good start. But remember, you weren't getting the spectacular finish. And I always say, if anybody who's watched the movie, all right, we've all experienced this watching a movie. You've watched the movie before, and the movie has had a great start. You're like, man, that was a really fast start to the movie, really compelling. And then you get to the end of the movie, and it's a terrible ending to the movie. And you think to yourself, well, man, that was a bad experience. Started good, but man, it really was a terrible ending. All these plot holes to the movie, that kind of stuff. But you've never, in all your time watching movies, when you've had, and everybody's experienced this, when you've had a movie have a slow start. All right, the movie has a slow start. We probably can name a bunch of them, but it has a spectacular, mind-blowing finish. And you think to yourself, damn, that was a great movie. Even though it had a slow start, I don't even care about the slow start. All I care about is they found a way to wow me in the end. That's what Texas is doing right now. They're finding a way to wow you in the end. The ending matters more than the beginning of a great movie. You're not going to be up for Best Picture to win an Oscar if your beginning was spectacular and your ending sucked. It's never happened. All the movies that are up for Best Picture who are in that situation, they have maybe a slow start, but a spectacular ending. Whether it be Sixth Sense, whether it be Deer Hunter, you can go on. Reservoir Dogs was like that. Fatal Attraction. No Country for Old Men starts a little slow. Doesn't matter what movie you're talking about. That's Texas right now. So they can fix the script thing. That's in Sark's DNA. We know it. We've seen it for the last 2 years prior to this season. What we didn't see from Sark naturally was his team being a fourth quarter team. And that's what they are now. So I wouldn't freak out about it. They're a work in progress. They'll figure out the 4-quarter thing, but the fourth quarter thing, you have to figure that out right away. Or right now, you'd be 2-1. Hell, you might be 1-2 if you didn't figure out the fourth quarter thing.
Yeah, and this one was 10-10 starting the fourth quarter and erupted. And there was a run by Jonathan Brooks right at the end of the third quarter that I think, and then the thunder struck and all the lights show, and they came out on fire in that fourth quarter. But agree with you. By the way, speaking of bad endings, the show Winning Time, the rise of the Lakers.
Oh,
it ended last night. It's over.
And you know it's
the final episode.
It's over forever.
And I think it got canceled, and
they
just had to like close it down. They're like, all right, we're done.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'm
Why
watching
so
this
abruptly? Why'd they have to do it?
I think the writer's strike and funding.
Wait, so it wasn't even at the end of the season 2.
Last night was the final episode of that series.
Yes.
And they lost to the in the 84 finals to the Celtics, and that's it. And then they just go through the history of what Magic Johnson went on to do and what. Yeah, well, they I think they got their funding pulled, and the writers' strike has crushed them.
I love this texter. The movie Inside Man with Clive Owen most definitely was a fourth quarter movie. Amazing. Yes, we've all been there when the movie's amazing.
Well, think about great finish, Sopranos. Terrible finish, Game of Thrones.
That was a terrible finish.
I would argue that the Sopranos finish was terrible too.
It was awesome.
Some people didn't like it.
The black screen.
Some people didn't like it.
He's got his head blown off.
Well, they left it open for interpretation.
Well, it makes you think about it.
Yeah,
I'd rather know.
It's left open for interpretation.
You get
the
to
first
decide.
one I thought it was Sixth Sense.
You get to decide.
Sixth Sense is one. Sixth Sense is famously one of those movies.
No question.
And M. Night Shyamalan does that all the time. Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino's one of those. Starts slow, great ending. The point is, Reservoir Dogs. Point is, that's the Texas team this year. So why are we complaining about a great movie because it had a great ending? I understand you want a great start to it too, but I think that will come. And let's hear from Sark real quick, talking about the fourth quarter and his team finishing, and that's what they did in this game versus Wyoming.
I'd like not to have to wait till the fourth quarter, but it is a little bit comforting to know that we can play that way in the fourth quarter. This is back-to-back weeks of 21-point fourth quarters. Again, I think there's a lot of credit to that. I think there's a credit to our strength and conditioning program, the condition that our team is in, that they can play that way in the fourth. I think there's a lot of credit to the coaches making the proper adjustments in game at halftime and in game to adjust to what's happening in the ball game. I think there's a lot of credit to the players and their psyche and keeping their poise and keeping their confidence and knowing that if we just continue to execute, good things will happen. And so, this offseason and 2 off seasons ago, all I heard about was we weren't a fourth quarter team and that we didn't play well in the fourth quarter. So it's like anything in football. You guys hear me say it all the time. You generally in our sport, you get what you emphasize. And we've made a huge emphasis on our ability to finish games and playing that way in the fourth quarter. And I can't pick 2 better weeks, back-to-back weeks in a row of us playing our best football in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some Coach Steven in the early quarters there, and that's okay as long as Sark shows up when we need him most. That's when we show up in the fourth quarter. Here's Sark talking about being a 4-quarter team as opposed to being a fourth quarter team. You'd like both, but here's Sark.
You can't rely on that. We got to make sure that we don't lose our stinger of being a great first half football team, which we've been historically over the first 2 seasons, is that we're really dialed into the game plan and guys go execute it at a high level. And so I want to make sure we get back to that because that was definitely a strength of ours. But ultimately, that's coaching, right? We got to come in here on Monday morning and we got to point out areas where we can improve initially, and make sure that our psyche is right and that we're dangerous from the opening kick and not waiting till we got to have it moments. I mean, we got to have it once that ball's kicked off in the first quarter.
He understands. He gets it. But like I said, we got to give some credit to him for at least shifting the mindset of the team to ABC. Always be closing. Close. And they close. They finish. They can clutch. This team is clutch right now. Just because you're clutch doesn't mean you're consistent. You can be clutch without being. TCU last year was clutch. They were not consistent. Right. They were a fourth-quarter team, not a 4-quarter team.
Agreed. This says, agree with you, Rod. Happy endings are the best. Thank you very much. This says, great ending, 7.
Yes.
What's in the box?
Brad Pitt. Yes.
Bad ending, Seinfeld. True.
Yeah, Seinfeld was.
I don't even remember the Seinfeld ending.
It was like a 2-parter.
Right. And that's why the Sopranos ending. This guy says Sopranos ending sucked. No, it was brilliant, and we still think about it. You still debate it.
Still debate it.
What happened?
That's why it's brilliant.
That's
we
why
still
it's brilliant.
debate it. Yeah.
Now the creator has now said that he got shot. He got it taken out, and that's why it went black.
But that was his interpretation of it.
Right, and you can decide.
But I'll decide for myself what I think. I think he got shot.
Yeah,
they didn't want to show it. But they should have showed it. Because that was
nobody wanted to see Tony Soprano get his head blown off.
But that's the whole point of The Sopranos, that they can knock off anybody in any episode.
That's right.
And I wanted to see it. I wanted to see Tony get taken out.
This is why it's a great ending, because we can still debate that and have great arguments about it.
And then the music, though, was a great choice, though. Can we agree?
Journey.
Don't Stop Believing was a great choice for it.
Oh yeah.
It was just so weird. It was like, well, you kind of grooving, and then it was like black, and you're like,
see ya.
What the?
Yeah, terrible. Hey, we'll come back. When we do, it's a little off the record. Some stories maybe you missed, but you need to know before you get into your Monday. Also, back to talking Texas and the Cowboys. How about that? Texas 2-0, 3-0, I should say, number 3 in the country. Cowboys 2-0. They've outscored their opponents by 60 points through the first 2 games. That's been fun. We're coming back. It's Ian Rod B. Off the record, stories maybe you missed during your busy football weekend, high school, college, and pro. But we always deliver them to you right here on Off the Record, Rod, including, as you surmised last week, maybe Deion Sanders has a secret plot to sell sunglasses.
Just saying. It's conspiracy theory.
It's got to be. You were the one on that last week that, Jay Norvell, when we first heard Jay Norvell pop off about sunglasses inside and a hat inside and the whole mama thing. You said, I wonder if he's calling these coaches and saying, hey, let's push this narrative. Let's have some fun with this. We're playing this week.
We can have the most watched college football game of the weekend. That benefits us all.
Yeah, and it was.
And it was, exactly.
And it turns out, like last week, he signed a new deal with Blender sunglasses, blended sunglasses, his own Prime line.
Prime line, baby.
They're swag.
They're very sweet, and they sold. You ordered some?
Yeah.
How much were they?
$80.
$80.
$80.
And he sold $1.2 million worth of sunglasses in one day.
Come on, dog.
You're going to tell me that was a coincidence that's what Jay Norvell decided to say?
It ain't insider trading. It's just marketing. Right. It's just great marketing. That's just my theory.
Also,
the timing is too convenient. That's all.
At the game, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was there. Lil Wayne was there.
Lil Wayne performed.
Chauncey Billups was there. Offset. Kyle Lowry, Kawhi Leonard. It's the place
Leonard. Kawhi Leonard don't even show up for Clippers games, and he's hanging out.
He hurt his knee while he was there?
He's hanging out there. Oh, star-studded affair. No, I heard, I think Booger McFarland said, I think he's right. They are, and because USC did this at one time with Reggie Bush, they became like a kind of celebrity program, and the U did it in their own way where they brought a lot of eyeballs to the U because of the culture of the U, the bad boy culture of the U. Deion's doing it his way, but he's definitely becoming one of those it universities because of what he's doing now. Now people just want to show up on the sideline.
Last night?
60 minutes, come on. It's crazy.
And by the way, he was asked last night on 60 Minutes, I'll find this audio, who's the best coach in college football? And he said, you got a mirror? You got a mirror?
Got a mirror? Look at me. I look good, don't I?
No, I look good.
Can I, how about this, though? Is there, this is my thought experiment to throw out there. Are there 20 programs in the country right now that would refuse to fire their coach for Deion?
No.
20?
I still say shame on Auburn for not hiring Auburn.
Are there 20 of them? I don't know if there are 20.
I
think there are 20 is probably the max you would get to if you went through all the programs and said, all right, would this program fire their coach for Deion? Yes or no?
It's probably 10.
Exactly. I was like, there you go.
Maybe.
It may be.
Is Texas one? Texas is one of those.
Texas is one of those right now. They wouldn't fire something for them.
Clemson.
It ain't that many. It's a thought experiment we could have right now and probably name 15 schools, if that.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And again, props to Colorado because, again, they didn't even have the money to sign the guy when they hired him. Yeah. They just said, we'll have to find it.
They're like, we'll get it.
Yeah, they got it now.
And Rob, we talked about this a little bit after
baseball back.
He said that. That's his goal.
We talked about this a little bit after the pregame show on Saturday, but what if Deion went to a school like Alabama? They would be unstoppable.
Well, they're already talking about it with Nick Saban.
Or Florida might be up because of Billy.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Florida
scary.
beat Tennessee.
Well, they better had because Billy Napier was like, Deion's coming for my job.
I openly have wondered, while the job was available, why Auburn didn't sign him.
Yeah. No, that was stupid. Auburn
should have hired him.
That was a dang coaching mistake. Can I give you this little off the record?
Give it to me.
How about this? Ty's going to love this, Ty. As soon as we done with the show, man, I know where you going. It is National Cheeseburger Day.
Yes, sir.
Today, McDonald's 50-cent double cheeseburgers for National Cheeseburger Day. Wendy's, they giving them out for a penny per CNBC.
Who is?
I ordered
Wendy's.
I ordered $125 worth of McDonald's on Saturday night.
What?
Well, you should have waited to today.
For yourself?
No, I was treating my friends. It was like 5 of us, but I don't even know how it happened. But $125.
You drunk ordered?
Yes.
Wow.
Intoxicated
I woke
McDonald's
up on my
order.
couch in the morning. There was, I'm not kidding, like 40 hamburger wrappers just laying around.
40?
It was a lot. I got pancakes. I got sausage biscuits, burgers, fries, hash. Got it all.
Man.
It was awesome. Had to celebrate.
You should just wait till today, man. You could have got you could have went to Wendy's and got a junior bacon cheeseburger for a penny. A penny. Who even cares pennies anymore?
I don't have any.
Man, if you are a homeless or unhoused person, today is the day. Today is the day. Get to there, just find you a penny, find you, 50 cents, you can rack up. So you want to help out today? Help out some of our fellow unhoused citizens. Give them some bread and tell them and spread the message.
Spread the message.
Spread the message, man.
Happy National Cheeseburger
National
Day.
Cheeseburger. Do you remember back in the day when McDonald's would like sell on like a Tuesday or Thursday, they would sell like 25-cent burgers? I'm the one that remembers this. You remember this?
Just every week?
It would like be every Tuesday or like every Thursday. They sell like a 25-cent
Burger King used to do that
burger.
with the Whopper.
Yes, they would. Yeah, these burgers, but they would do it every now and they don't do it anymore. They used to do it, I swear, like a weekly thing. They would sell like a burger for like a quarter.
Yep.
Never been to Burger King my entire life.
Ooh. Yeah,
I've only probably been one time.
Have it your way.
By the way, Rod, do you know where Ty should have been on Saturday night?
What was that?
At Sydney Sweeney's 26th birthday party.
Oh.
She is special.
Sydney had a 26th birthday party. It was an 80s glam bash attended by the who's who of Holly Weird. And where does she rank on your it factor list?
Ty.
Number one.
Number one?
Number one.
Yeah,
hands down.
she's
What's the show she's from?
Euphoria.
Never
she's
even watched the show.
Euphoria? You should.
It was the 80s prom night.
It's erotic.
80s prom
I've
night.
seen the erotic scenes in that show.
It's erotic.
That she's featured in. I have not seen the
She's
show
amazing.
itself.
She looked all right. She had a little pink dress on. It's called Sid's Prom.
Beautiful. Oh.
So there you go. Also over the weekend, Oppenheimer. Have you seen Oppenheimer, Rod? You said you and your wife went to see that.
Loved Oppenheimer. It was great. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Piece of factual trivia here. It has now passed Bohemian Rhapsody to become the highest-grossing biopic worldwide.
Oh, really?
Highest-grossing biopic worldwide, Oppenheimer, passing Bohemian Rhapsody.
That is interesting. So we haven't had a biopic that's been more profitable than Oppenheimer. What's the best biopic ever? Yeah, you got any ideas about this?
I like the Doors
Bull
one.
Durham. Isn't Bull Durham a biopic?
Kinda. The director, Ron Shelton, played in the minor leagues, so he had a first-hand knowledge, but it was not based on a true story.
Okay.
Stories he saw.
I would say
with fictitious characters.
Ray was a good one.
Yeah, I thought Ray was among the best, and among the best performances for Jamie Foxx. I mean, he became Ray Charles in that film.
He did. Yeah, that's a good point.
I also thought Joaquin Phoenix did a great job portraying Johnny Cash in Walk the Line.
Walk the Line was a good one.
Yeah, those are hard to do, and especially with one like Ray Charles, when the person is so known.
Well, when it's an iconic character,
well, and
iconic person.
I know maybe the writer's strike is delaying this or whatever's happening, but isn't the new Michael Jackson biopic coming out?
Oh, it's going to be terrible.
Yeah, because that's hard to play.
Exactly.
And how do you tell that story started when he was 7 years old?
Yeah, I don't know how
he's
you
50.
do that.
And you can't tell the whole story, obviously.
Hey, now.
Yeah,
sure?
Well, no. Bull Durham.
Can you get Macaulay Culkin to play the kid?
Someone says Raging Bulls. I got a text of Raging Bulls.
Oh, good one.
That's
good
a
one.
great movie.
Amadeus. Someone said Amadeus.
Amadeus is a good one.
Moses. Good biopic. Great one. Nice job. 10 Commandments. And by the way, one other note in Off the Record, after 16 years of searching, the Tampa Bay Rays are going to announce today a new stadium deal in St. Petersburg for their baseball team. $1.2 billion. There have always been talk in my circles, Rod, that Tampa would be the team that if the Austin market was ever to get a team to move, it would be Tampa. Tampa's now not moving.
Because they got their stadium.
They got their stadium.
$1.2 billion. Ooh.
$1.2 billion. 30,000 seats, fixed dome, part of an 86-acre development in St. Petersburg, Florida.
So will people go to the games now? If you build it, they will come?
They're in the playoffs every damn year. Go to the game. All right, we'll come back. We have 2 more hours to go, 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. Hook them up with Ian Rodby. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod Beasel. Still a lot to do. We're 3 hours into this bad boy, 2 to go. Talking Texas football at number 3 in the country now. Highest ranking for the Horns since in the AP poll since 2009. Happened to play for the national championship that year.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, this hour, Rod will have another rant as we talk Texas football. Rant doesn't always mean angry, just Rod deep dive analysis on football, Longhorns included. Also, end of this hour, we'll play a round of Who Said That?
Who said that?
Who said it? And I'll say by the end of the show, we'll hit our What's Poppin'. And I'll tell you what's poppin', Rod. The Applebee's in Greenville, Texas.
Was it packed up in that joint?
Yeah.
Everybody's watching Dion.
So,
huh?
yeah, I attended a wedding over on Saturday night. Is at a venue out near Greenville, Texas, which is further east than Rockwall. So pretty far out there. But great wedding. Good buddy of mine's son got married, and they did a great job. But so the wedding was over about 10:30, and got back to the hotel, which is about 15 minutes away or 20 minutes from the venue, and everything was closed except for the Applebee's. And that's where we watched Colorado State, Colorado.
Your neighborhood Applebee's, baby.
Who knew? Who knew Applebee's was popping?
That's exactly what they said about Applebee's.
Did you
know that?
I mean, I'm more of a Chili's guy myself, but
what time do they close?
People still go to Chili's?
Yeah, because there's a place called Snuffers by the hotel, and it was like, well, they closed at 11. Like, what are you doing closed it at 11? Come on, man.
Missing money.
So, yeah, that's right.
Especially during football season.
Like, the whole wedding party was there. It was popping, but it was packed up in there. So, Greenville, Texas. Cool little spot. Really not a lot going on in Greenville.
There you go. See? And Ty, who knew? Ty already knew that. Ty's a Chili's guy.
The El Presidente Margarita at Chili's.
Good for you. Are the baby back ribs still good at Chili's?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get the triple dipper. Personally,
we used to call that.
What's that? Appetizers?
It's 3 different appetizers.
I think I know. I remember that.
Your stomach is gonna fall out one day. Be like an old.
I actually decided today.
It's gonna be like an old transmission.
I'm gonna start working out today. I'm gonna go to HEB. I'm going on my chicken and rice diet.
Hold up! You're starting to work out today?
I have to.
Wow!
I have shin splints from walking on Saturday. I'm not kidding.
So you tried to run to the stadium from Mockingbird Saloon, and you basically realized how bad a shape you're in?
Oh, no, yeah. Saturday night, I woke up in the middle of the night. I was having I've talked about it a few times on the air, like how I keep on waking up in the middle of the night with calf cramps. And
what if you have restless leg syndrome?
So if I have to walk to Dallas, you're not
RLS?
walking with me?
I know, exactly. I need to start getting
Ty's always said,
ready.
I'll walk with you, and now he's not going to be able to do it if the Cowboys win the Super Bowl this year.
Wow. Start out slow, Ty. Start out slow if you're going to work yourself into shape. Start out slow. Some people, they try to, hit the ground running, and then they hurt themselves. Start out very slow, even to the point where, like, what's going to be your workout as you start this journey?
I think I'm going to do 100 sit-ups, 50 push-ups, stretching, and then take my dogs on like a 5-mile run or walk.
I was going to say, okay, yeah. Walk, run. There you go. I was going to say
25, 75.
Run. There you go. I was say start out slow.
Somebody texted and said, apparently this is a thing, like Club Applebee's. There's this whole branding now, that Club Applebee's.
Like, it's an adult place now.
What?
People are like,
we only went there because it was the only thing open. I didn't know this.
So you telling me like people are going there to like hang out to pre-game?
No, like that's the night.
It says right here. This is from a website called Business Insider.
Wow.
It says most people don't know that in some parts of the U.S., Applebee's, the most middle class market fast casual chains, has turned into alcohol-fueled party dens after 10 o'clock.
Did not know this was a thing.
Club Applebee's, dancing on tables, black lights, DJs are not uncommon.
What? At Applebee's? I thought they were like a friendly neighborhood joint. Like a family-friendly neighborhood.
No, it's your friendly neighborhood bar.
Well, you just said it, Rod. You're leaving money on the table, and while everything else was closed, Applebee's in Greenville, Texas was packed.
Popping.
We were watching a hell of a football game.
Wow.
What a comeback by Colorado.
Yeah, but I agree with this texter, Ty. You do need to hydrate.
I've been tried.
But you drink a lot of alcohol on the weekends, and people think they hydrate, but they really just replacing the fluids they already lost.
Doing the no water challenge.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, just drink like 3 big things of like 3 big cups of water before you start working.
I bet they make more money on that than just the general, right? I mean, because all the wedding party, they start buying shots. I mean, I don't take.
There's
shots.
a night during the week where it's $1 Jello shots. I'm telling you.
Oh, see, that's
wow.
debaucherous. That's debaucherous.
I did not know that. Okay, learn something new. Well, E, you experienced it.
I know, just by luck.
So hold up, you guys said the wedding party, was that the only group there? Were y'all joining other groups that were partying?
No, there were a bunch of people there watching the Colorado game, and
okay.
Yeah, well, we weren't planning to stay as late as we did, but then the
But
game
the
went
game went on forever.
The game didn't end until like 1:30.
It was still the highest rated, most viewed college football game of the weekend, and it went to like midnight or later.
Yeah, no,
Depending on if you're on the East Coast, it was way later.
Well, it was 2:30 on the East Coast, 1:30. I mean, that goes from it's Mountain Time.
Like that is what a ratings monster Dion is. I've never heard of the highest rated, most viewed college football game of the weekend being one that ended at 1 a.m.
Can I also say this
That's
about
crazy.
It was crazy good. Can I give you the other thing? Had a couple of drinks, wife and I.
Oh yeah,
$31. Like we did like $30.
Oh,
it was unbelievable. I was like, golly, that was nice. Thanks, Greenville. No, you're way out there. This is Applebee's on 35 and William Cannon turns into a
see. This is the second
DJ
person to say that. We're the second texter that said that. I gotta stop by Applebee's then one day. They're like, babe, you want something to eat?
Yeah,
I'm getting Applebee's for us. I'll be right back.
It was right next to the discount tire.
My ex-girlfriend, I took her on her first date to Applebee's.
Sometimes I'll go to that
Set the
Applebee's.
tone.
Sometimes I'll
Really?
go to that Applebee's when
Good for you, Ty.
sometimes I'll go to that Applebee's when they do like when I get my tire fixed, right? Or get my tires changed, a discount tire, I'll walk over there.
Okay.
It says, you should have come over to the Alumni Sports Bar and Grill in Royce City Saturday. They serve great food, popping on the weekends, about 10 miles from Greenville. Yeah, we drove through Royce City. That's on the way. You go from Rockwall to Royce City, and then you're in Greenville.
Who knew? Applebee's, learn something new, baby. Applebee's is popping. I live close to that William Cannon Applebee's too, so
there you go.
Maybe I have to try it out one day.
I'm assuming you got a bunch of...
Check it out.
Now, the one that is closest to you is the one down by, what is it?
Oh, yeah. It's, the one by the Specs and
the
all
Best
that.
Buy and all that,
It's
right?
great.
Yes.
Sunset
it's like that
Valley
Best Buy,
area?
Yeah, that's the one I go to.
That was popping?
It's
popping off?
I mean, it's still greasy in there, but
Still greasy.
the waitresses are
so
interesting.
when you say Chili's, whenever I think of Chili's, I think of salt. The food is so salty.
You will get a good meal at Chili's.
I get a headache.
If you're trying to get some cheap drinks.
You will not get a good meal at Chili's. It's all salt.
I love Chili's.
I know you would.
He hating on Chili's over here.
It's just
but
all
pumping up Applebee's.
Yes. No, I didn't eat anything at Applebee's. I did not have any food at Applebee's.
Oh, you didn't eat anything?
No,
You're
we
such
just
a
had a couple.
food snob.
Oh, it's too late. I don't like to eat late.
You didn't want anything off the Applebee's menu. Let's just admit it.
I try not to eat after 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It's not healthy.
That's
for
when
you.
I do eat.
You're like a billy goat after 8.
Carb, you don't
loading.
eat after 7 or 8 at night?
Mm-mm.
You eat supper then every night then?
Yeah, I try to eat before 7.
Oh, that's supper.
Then shut it
Before
down.
7 is supper.
Then shut it down.
Dinner is like 7 and beyond.
I don't. I try not to.
You eating supper.
As much as possible.
Wow. Good for you.
Wrap up the.
I get hungry at night. I get hungry too late. I'm like, Ty, I get hungry late
I'm getting
at night.
fat. What's happening over here?
Shin splints
Did somebody
over
tell
there.
you were getting fat, or you just believe?
I mean, I've never had like a 6-pack or anything.
Because Casey Studdard body shamed you, and ever since he body shamed you, you've been coming in being very critical of your appearance.
I just,
Casey
like,
Studdard body shamed you.
I have
and
my
now
shirt off a lot, and I had my shirt off at the game on Saturday.
See, and I am never confident enough to just take my shirt off anymore. Like,
I'm confident enough. It doesn't look good.
No, I know. Some people, they have no shame. Like I see people running shirtless, and I'm like, I'm not that confident. And I have a decent body. I'm not confident to run shirtless. Some people run shirtless.
I swear.
I have a shirt on every time I run. Like, I'm just not that confident. But Ty, you are confident. Good for you.
Hey, if you can't tone it, tan it.
Well, I will say, of all the players I have covered at the University of Texas, Rod had the greatest set of abs.
I did, exactly. Back then, I was taking my shirt off a lot.
12-pack,
Yeah.
dude. You were rock.
It was me and Lance Armstrong had the best abs in Austin at the time, and his were obviously manufactured.
Enhanced.
They were exactly. They were enhanced. They weren't natural like mine were. Mine were all natural, baby.
I don't think I could possibly, if I worked out, when I was in football, I worked out twice a day, every day, and I still, I was big, but I could not, no definition.
You want to define it.
I don't want, I know that's not even possible. I just want to get back to not looking like my torso's a tire.
Hey, we're talking Texas football. Longhorns win at 31-10. Longhorn fans were doing a little bit of teeth gnashing when it was 10-10 into the fourth quarter. And I got to give Wyoming credit. You said this off the top of the show, Rod, that give your opponent some credit. Did Texas play down a little bit? Yes. Was there a human nature Alabama hangover? Probably. I mean, think about the way this game started. As crisp as Texas was at Alabama, outside of some drop passes, Texas was pretty damn good. They didn't give up a sack. They didn't have a pre-snap penalty. They didn't turn the ball over against Alabama. In the first series, they blow an assignment. They give up a 62-yard touchdown run on defense, and then they get the ball on offense, and the first play is an offside. Like
didn't they have a drop early on too?
Yes.
Like a drop or two early on.
A couple.
Had a couple drops.
I mean, it was
early
just.
on too.
I mean, the first play was 5 yards back, so now it's 1st and 15. Quinn's throwing behind X-Man. Then the next series, Jonte Cook dropped a ball. I mean, there's just a lot of
you could tell they
sputtering along.
The hangover. That was a Bama hangover, and it is human nature. They tried. They had the players only meeting. They tried to guard against it. They did, but we knew it was coming because they've never been there before.
Well,
they've never been to that mountaintop before.
To be nitpicky about this Texas team, because there's a lot to like, because even despite all that, they still won by 21 points. And
first world problems.
They can erupt. Yeah. But yes, this has questions on Quinn's performance. Here, look, Quinn was 2 of 9 on pass attempts longer than 10 yards. That's not good.
That ain't good.
If you take away the X-Man touchdown, which was all X-Man, he was 10 for 20 for 82 yards. And Wyoming's defense is good, but it ain't that good. He threw 4 or 5 bad passes, and then he had some guys that drop passes. I mean, it was just sputtery. But this is a different Texas team. We've heard Sark say it all morning that they can find different ways. They ran the ball for 167 yards with Jonathan Brooks. They played great defense. They won with special teams. Let's hear Stark on playing to the new standard. I mean, that's obviously the conversation now. We heard Quinn talking about the players-only meeting, and the human nature was that they didn't play as good. Here's Sark on playing to that new standard after the game.
Probably didn't play to our standard. We just didn't quite have the pop, the energy, the speed that I'm accustomed to seeing us playing with. There was too many solo tackles on defense. We just weren't quite finding our rhythm offensively. But in the second half, that's what it felt like. And like I said, I give the guys a lot of credit for kind of recalibrating themselves at halftime and coming out and playing a style of football that fits us, And you guys, this about me. I critique myself as hard as I critique the players, or harder. And quite frankly, we probably should have scored the first drive of the third quarter. Those are a couple of crummy play calls. The second and third down call. If I could go back and change 2 calls, like I'd tell you guys all the time, I can tell you right now, I'd change those 2 calls that I made on second down and third down, kind of in the high red right there. And then ultimately on that third down, Quinn takes a sack on something that I was probably trying a little too hard to make happen, but that's okay. And I'm going to come in here Monday and tell the players that exact same thing. And so they know, as much as I'm critiquing them and trying to get them better, we do the same as coaches too. Where I like being 3-0. I can say that. I like being 3-0. That's a heck of a lot better than any other outcome we could have right now. I think we have a team that believes in themselves and their coaches. I think we have a confident football team, but also one that knows there's more work to be done, and we get to start Big 12 play next week, and we're looking forward to it.
All right, Sark taking some accountability on that, and I think that's true. And then remember, after he took that and said they had the ball coming out of halftime.
Yeah. Well,
then they punted the ball, and the special teams made a great play and backed it up at the 1-yard line or 2-yard line. And then Wyoming proceeded to go on a 17-play drive and kick a field goal that took up pretty much the entire third quarter.
Yes,
it was an 11-minute drive. And that's some credit to Wyoming that they both to start both halves. They scored a touchdown, then they kicked a field goal. They did exactly what they wanted. They had almost 40 minutes of time of possession to Texas's 20. And the Longhorns being 4 for 12 on third down didn't help. I think Texas was 0 for their first 9 on third downs.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And that goes back to the sporadic passing game that they had. But you were able to lean on the run game. And again, anytime you can play that kind of defense, that kind of special teams, and score 21 points in a quarter, you're going to be pretty good, because that can create the separation. Now, to your point, Rod, as we'll get into your rant, can you put 4 quarters together? Can you be a 4-quarter football team? If they can, the ceiling is really high on this football team.
Yeah. Except and one other thing that I thought was important in that game was, Sark. I love that Sark admits his mistakes too. He's very forthcoming and honest, and I give him a lot of credit for that. He didn't have a lot of coaches are not like that. Right? We get a lot of coach speak coming in the next day, especially after disappointing performances. Sark will give it to you and let you know, didn't like that. I underachieved here. Love that about him as a coach. But also, you go look at, this start for Texas that we're all criticizing here, and I get it. It was a rough start for them. But I do think now that we're seeing Bama in the rearview mirror, like way in the rearview now, 2 games in the rearview mirror. I think this team will now start to focus and crystallize their focus more on week-to-week opponents. Truth is, Bama was such a humongous, gigantic game that I think it took up like 3 weeks of Texas' schedule pretty much. I think it affected them during the Rice Week. I said that during the Rice Week. I said they're prepping for Bama. Whether the players know it or not, the coaches are prepping for Bama because it's such a big game, and coaches do that when they circle games. During the Bama week, of course. But then even the Wyoming week, I think the players were feeling really good about themselves, being praised a ton, and thinking about their great performance versus Bama. And I think that was a bit of a hangover. Nick Saban calls it the success flu versus Wyoming. And now that you have that Bama game, way in the rearview mirror, I do think the kind of lingering effects of it, all right, will no longer have a negative effect on this team. There's no question the Bama game in this Wyoming game, it was a reason for their underwhelming start.
Yep.
No question.
No question. And now the goal is to focus on every Big 12 opponent who scouts you throughout the offseason and are ready to go, and just don't start looking forward to Oklahoma.
Which is good, because you won't have the big head going into the Baylor game. You can't. Not if you play the way you played the first 3 quarters.
Look, I think it's the third Monday we've come in here and said, well, that was a double-digit win, but there's a lot to coach on, right? There's a lot to coach on this week. That's a good thing. It's a good thing for a program that, as you said, it's still a work in progress, and a team that is a work in progress. You want to peak at the end of the year, right? You want to be peaking and playing your best come November. So that's good. There's still room for improvement, and Sark's got to call a better game, and Quinn's got to be better at quarterback. I did like when the third quarter was wrapping up, and Quinn got fired up on the sidelines. Right?
Yes, he did.
He brought some energy, brought some passion.
Talked to the team.
Yeah, that's
gave him a little pep talk.
That's a sign of growth. With that in mind, we need a rant from our man Rod B.
All right, time to get to Rod's Round the Day. Getting back to the Texas football conversation, one thing Wyoming did run a lot of defensively, and Sark said he wasn't. They basically ran things that were different from the film study that the coaches had done, and that is very possible. Even though they do run the 3-high defense, you can run different coverages and different pressure packages from that 3-high that the coaches hadn't really seen Wyoming do on film. So that is very possible. Not sure exactly what they liked on film, but they ran the 3-high, and I've been talking about this for a while. The 3-high is the schematic kryptonite for Steve Sarkisian. Turns Sark into Coach Steven pretty much, like it turns Superman into Clark Kent. And in this matchup, I think for the first 3 quarters of the game, a lot of the passing game, a lot of ineptitude on the passing game, inefficiency in the passing game was due to Quinn Ewers' inability to adjust to that 3-high, and maybe Sark's game plan not really a game plan that matched up well with that 3-high defense. And we talk about this all the time in football theory, things trickling up throughout the game at every level of the game. Last night, we saw the Patriots, Bill Belichick, come out and run a 3-high against the Dolphins. Right? He came out and ran a 3-high against Miami. I saw over the weekend, we saw Philadelphia. They were playing the Minnesota Vikings. Minnesota ran a ton of 3-high versus Philadelphia. Now, the reason that they are running those 3-high concepts versus Miami and Philadelphia is because the 3-high defense matches up well with RPO offenses. RPO offenses are essentially trying to count, based on their pre-snap read, count the numbers advantage, either in the box or on the perimeter. If they have the numbers advantage in the box, they hand it off. If not, then they throw to the tag on the outside because they'll have the numbers advantage in the passing game. Well, the 3-high defense, because it's so malleable and it shifts and rotates so much, sometimes the count is off for the quarterback. He can't get an accurate count. And he will throw into a numbers disadvantage, or he'll hand off into a numbers disadvantage. That's why the 3-high matches up well with RPO-based offenses. Miami and Philadelphia in the NFL probably run as much RPO as any team in the league. So even those teams in the NFL are thinking about how this scheme and concept matches up with particular cheat codes, if you will, on offense. Number one being the run-pass option. Sark has described his offense as an RPO-based passing game. So that is also part of the reason why the 3-high defense matches up well with Sark's passing game. Well, how did Philadelphia conquer their 3-high issues versus Minnesota? They just ran the damn ball.
260.
Bully ball, right? I believe DeAndre Swift had a career day. They just ran the ball, played bully ball. That is one way you can expose the three high. And essentially, that's what Sark did. In this matchup, Sark decided, all right, I tried to attack their weakness on defense, which is their secondary, and stay away from their strength, which is their front seven. And I wanted to use our strength, which is our passing game, to expose their weakness in the secondary, but it's not working out. So we're just going to run the football, and that's what they did. And they ran it with heavier sets. They ran it with came out there in 21 personnel at one time, came out there in 12 personnel. We saw the 6-0 line patch a little bit, and eventually he just settled on 12 personnel.
Sure.
To end that game in the second half. I wouldn't count it. And I'll go back and see how many plays in a row. But I counted the same formation. It was basically an offset wing, offset flex with 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends. And they had a minus split for the wide receiver, essentially creating a tripod bunch right there by the tight end, the offset flex. And they ran that formation probably 9 out of 13 plays. Over and over and over again in the second half. And basically, Sark just decided they can't defend it. So we're going to keep doing it over and over again. They played power football, bully ball with that package. Now, I think that is something that Sark's been working on. I think part of the reason he brought in Paul Christ is because he wants to be able to cultivate the power running game. Now, having a power back to go with that power running game is a different discussion. Maybe that can be Jay Brooks, Savion Red. Hopefully, C.J. Baxter gets healthy. But there's no doubt in my mind, considering how detail-oriented Sark is, that he does have a plan to expose the three high. I think in this matchup versus Wyoming, he was forced to reveal some of his tricks of the trade that he has been cultivating and creating to expose the three high down the line in conference play. And he probably didn't want to reveal it, but he had to. We'll go over that later on in the week. But all the breadcrumbs and all the clues show me, I'm a football investigator, that Sark's working on a way to conquer and overcome the three high, three down. Whether it's going to work or not, that's up for a discussion, and we'll see. But he's working on it, and he even, like I said, he trotted out some of those concepts versus Wyoming. But he wants to be able to play bully ball versus the three high, three down. I think that's the easy, most rudimentary kind of option or way to solve it for a lot of teams. If you can do that, Texas can. They can do it versus Wyoming, but can they do it in Big 12 play versus, high caliber, high level defensive lines and defenders and defenses? I'm not sure that's always going to work. So they're definitely going to have to throw against the three high at one point. How they do that, I think we'll get into those X's and O's a little bit later on. But I pointed out several times, and I'll give you one stat on the three high, three down and how effective it's been versus Sark. So Sark, he has had over a quarterback throw over 7 yards per attempt 17 times in the last 2 years here at Texas. Well, 2+ years since 2023. It's his third year. Only twice has it happened versus a three high, three down defense.
Wow.
So there you go. Yeah. 15 times he's done it versus non-three high defenses, but only twice in the time that Sark's been there has his quarterback thrown for over 7 yards per attempt versus a three high, three down defense.
Well, now you're going to Waco. Well, Dave Aranda will trot it out there.
And he doesn't run it, so if he runs it, he'll just be doing it as a way to break tendency.
Yeah.
He does it. It's not something that he majors or minors in. But remember, Dave Aranda is the one that came up with the blueprint that everybody now has been trying to replicate about pressure packages via amoeba fronts and simulated pressures. That was Dave Aranda. Last season.
November.
Yep.
All right. That'll be a 6:30 kick. Somebody asked if the Kansas game has a start time. It does not. Baylor, 6:30. We do not know Kansas yet. Maybe we'll hear that today at Sark's news conference. Also get an update from Sark on Cole Hudson's injury and any other injuries on the report. C.J. Baxter's health headed into conference play because the preseason is over. And the Longhorns went 3-0. They had 3 double-digit wins, scored 37, 34, and 31, and allowed 10, 24, and 10. And here they go into the Baylor matchup ahead of the Kansas next home game. So we'll get that going. Of course, 5 games in September for Texas. 5 games.
4, man.
So 2 before the end of the month,
Crucial.
and then here comes Oklahoma beyond that. All right, we come back. We'll talk more college football. The Pac-12 thriving, the Big 12 not thriving in college football on Saturday. Longhorns at number 3 now. And how about the Dallas Cowboys? The most dominant team through 2 weeks in the NFL are your Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk about it coming up. Plus, who said that before the end of the hour? It's Ian Rod B. Ian, Rod B, hook 'em up. Busy Monday as usual, recapping the good, the bad, and the ugly from the weekend. Good, Texas and Oklahoma, only ranked teams in the Big 12. Bad, well, really the rest of the Big 12. Because Cincinnati lost to Miami of Ohio. Oklahoma State got trounced by South Alabama in Stillwater, 33-7. West Virginia did beat Pittsburgh, and that was a loser for you, by the way, Ty. Ty, you're 2-2 on your big picks on Friday, and you need the Cleveland Browns tonight to give you a winning week.
Okay.
You're done.
That's all right.
Come on.
That's automatic. That was my favorite pick of the week.
You're which one?
Cleveland.
Because
he's big on Cleveland.
You
man.
were right on Green Bay.
He's bullish on those.
You got lucky with Green Bay
Browns.
because you had them plus 1.5, and they won by a point. Good job. And then the Dolphins you had last night, and they covered, won by a touchdown.
Yeah, college football did not treat me well.
You missed, and I was the opposite because I hit all three of my college picks. Penn State covered, Duke covered, a really bad Northwestern team. Arizona covered a really bad UTEP team. I took those three big lines, but felt good about all three, and they all hit pretty easily. But then I had New England and Houston, the Texans. By the way, I would have changed that pick had I known the Texans were going to not have Laramie Tunsil.
I was going to say, when you picked that game, I was like, man, you're really high on them Texans then. Because they were missing like the entire O-line.
Well, I didn't know about the Tunsil injury at the time. So that's why I went 3-2, and the NFL not kind to me.
We both went 3-2 last week, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
That's correct.
You guys going neck and neck.
Yeah. So Ty has Cleveland tonight. We'll have a What's Poppin' pick of the night coming up before the top of the hour. NFL's tough, man. NFL's tough. But as for the Big 12, the only positives from the Big 12 were that UCF is now 3-0. They're an interesting team for Gus Malzahn. Oklahoma and Texas are 3-0. And BYU. BYU beat Arkansas.
Yeah, that's an impressive win.
I mean, now that we're into conference play and we're done with non-cons, I mean, you could argue the biggest win for the Big 12 in non-con, obviously Texas. But it is BYU. I mean, everyone else failed in their opportunity. You know, West Virginia got flattened by Penn State, but they beat Pittsburgh. Wyoming beat Texas Tech. TCU lost to Colorado, but TCU did beat Houston. Sonny Dykes got the better of Dana Holgorsen.
Yeah,
by the way, how long is Dana Holgorsen going to hold on to that gig?
I don't know, but I tell you, somebody who should be watching, it should be Jeff Traylor.
Yes, sir.
If Jeff Traylor got to preview what UTSA is going to be like without Frank Harris,
yes, sir,
that would be it. And if there's any lesson to be learned, you saw what happened to Matt Campbell this weekend?
Strike.
Oh, man, not only did they lose, but he got caught on camera, having to be held back from going after a fan.
Yeah.
Like the fall from grace for Matt Campbell. This is a guy that was considered to be the number one candidate for a lot of blue blood jobs. And even that Detroit Lions job was offered to him, and he turned it down. That's the lesson, Jeff Traylor. Don't wait too long to cash that lottery ticket. Because, man, life comes at you fast, and you could go from being the hot name to being just a lame really quickly in this game. So, Jeff Traylor, when you see an opening to another job, use UTSA as a stepping stone. Sorry, UTSA, but some jobs, there's only so far you can go. And there's a good chance UTSA is probably as going as far as Jeff Traylor can take it.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there because Frank Harris is going to be gone pretty soon.
As part of because this weekend is a tremendous weekend of college football. Huge matchups across the board, including a top 10 matchup with Notre Dame and Ohio State. Alabama, Ole Miss. There'll be a lot in all those Pac-12 matchups. But how about this? UTSA plays at Tennessee. Tennessee got beat by Florida last week and played terrible on Saturday. Tennessee, they're not happy with Josh Heupel. That was not a good performance. Billy Napier silenced some of his critics with that big win, and they really outplayed Tennessee in that football game. So we'll see. Yeah, and look, Jeff Traylor, no secret, would love to have that A&M job. No, if A&M backs up the Brinks truck and can buy out Jimbo Fisher when this season is over.
But if your star isn't rising and ascending at the right time when that program is descending, then you're not gonna get that job. Then you'll wait too late, and then your star will fade, and then they'll be looking for the next rising star. They'll be like, nah, Jeff Traylor, his star is too faded, man. We don't like that guy. That's what happened to Matt Campbell.
Well, I'll just say this: I'm not an Aggie fan, but just an observer. That would be the right hire. Now, they're already talking – Aggie Land, they're talking about Deion Sanders. They're not getting Deion Sanders at Texas A&M. That's not going to happen.
I don't think it works, but nah.
Now, would Urban Meyer's name Urban Meyer's name be floated for A&M? Because like A&M, would he want that job?
No.
But look, Jeff Traylor's got East Texas ties and roots. He's got roots with that program. He knows the state of Texas, which is what you have to be able to do to win there. gosh, I mean, you could do worse than Jeff Traylor.
That's the right hire, but they're not gonna do it.
Not big enough.
Their eyes are set way too high.
Yeah, they are
on the Urban Meyers and Deion Sanders of the world.
He's right about that. I can see that. But trying to make the splash hire and trying to make the right hire are not always the same thing.
Do you think Dabo could be making? Do you think Dabo could make a move soon? Maybe to Alabama.
He's so old school in his thinking, though. But about NIL and the transfer portal.
That's why you want Deion, right?
I need you to be more progressive. Yeah.
And that's one of the things I like about Sark the most, because it appears to me that Texas made the right hire with Sark here. Now he's still got to prove that, but he's evolving with college football, and he's treating Texas like a business, and he knows he's got NIL opportunities here. And he's not backing away from them, and he recruits to it. And he's taking the recruiting philosophy here of, hey, guys, come here. You'll play early. He's shown over 3 years he will play freshmen. He's not afraid to, and even in clutch situations. And he wants you to be out of here in 3 years and off to the NFL and make some money while you're here. I mean, that's really his pitch. And they had a big recruiting weekend this weekend.
Huge recruiting weekend.
And they, while getting a really good education, like Sark doesn't minimize that. He wants you to go to school and get as good education as you can. But, college football is a business now. He's treating it like a business. And he doesn't call these players kids anymore, Rod. He calls them young men, players, men.
Yeah, they paying taxes and earning money.
You're collecting a paycheck now.
Yeah, man.
They
got agents. I mean, they can't be like agents in the traditional sense, but they have representatives who are agents representing them in the NIL world. So yeah, right. Why would you treat them like the old student athletes back in the day? It's like, no, man. They're and by the way, a lot of these guys, they want that treatment because their plan is to go play in college for 2-3 years and go to the NFL.
Quinn Ewers.
That's their plan.
That's his plan. And I know we talk about that. People still don't think Quinn Ewers is an NFL player, but, man, the NFL doesn't care. The NFL took Anthony Richardson 4th overall because of potential.
I had like a 53% completion percentage.
He was terrible last year at Florida, a lot of games. Just a raw athlete. Now, Quinn's just got a lot of raw talent, but the NFL will draft potential.
Yes, they do.
And we always say with Quinn, his parents and they reclassified to be in this draft. Like that was now. Is this the best draft to be in if you're Quinn Ewers with all the quarterbacks that could be coming out? Maybe
Probably not.
Right. I mean,
it's okay.
When you're in there with Caleb Williams and Drake May, and now here comes Shedeur Sanders, and Michael Penix is just trying to push himself as a top pick. J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback at Michigan, is pushing himself. So this is a deep quarterback draft, to say the least. So we'll follow it. But,
I will say this. Someone said Aggies
also won Elko.
That would be a right hire. I don't know if it'll be a splash hire, but you can be considered maybe a right hire.
Well, I think that much like Dabo, who Ty mentioned, Dabo Swinney lost a lot when he lost his assistant coaches, right? He lost Brett Venables. Mm-hmm. Then he had 2 others on offense that moved on to head coaching jobs, and he has not replaced them. He's kind of gone in-house, and you can tell Dabo is missing that. I don't believe – because I don't think – when you go to Miami and play Miami and give up 50 points and your defense gets shredded by an unranked Miami team, you got a problem on defense, especially all the talent they have. Mm-hmm. They have not been the same physicality-wise as a team or certainly on defense since Mike Elko took the Duke job.
I agree with that.
Since Mike Elko took that Duke job. And he's doing a great job at Duke, by the way. He's already got a win over Clemson. They pasted Northwestern this past week. Duke plans to be a factor in the ACC.
Got him playing defense at Duke. That's
high-level defense.
That's a culture change.
That's one of the reasons I picked Duke as one of my plays, because they were playing a bad Northwestern team, which they were going to be able to score on, and their defense doesn't get – they stoned Clemson in that game, and they gave up 14 points to Northwestern. They won 38-14. Late touchdown, or it was 38-7 for most of that second half. They're a good team, and so Mike Elko, that's a good point that maybe he'd be I just think Jeff Traylor, he's such a dynamic personality. He's got the East Texas twang. He fits that school. Now he may end up at Houston before he gets A&M, because Houston, you got to think that they're not real happy with Dana Holgorsen right now after surviving UTSA in the first week. They've lost to Rice and TCU back-to-back.
If he goes to Houston, he can pretty much kind of take the same recipe that he has at UTSA.
Yes.
Like you're talking about in a city, in a major city.
Baby.
Yeah, it's like kind of take the same recipe in a major city. And I think U of H actually would have more support because they got more of a history, and they got a sugar daddy in Tillman Fertitta. You go to H-Town, considering the momentum they have, and we've said Houston, the Houston metro area is still a top 6 metro area in the country for producing NFL talent. It's not DFW or the Atlanta area or Miami, but it's still like top 6 or 7 in the country, and not all the blue bloods and Power 5 schools around the country, not all of them can siphon all that talent from Houston. There's a lot of it just, still left there, and a lot of it is, not undeveloped, but at least it's unseen. And I think a guy like Jeff Traylor, with the high school coaching ties he has, man, he can lock up some of those hidden gems in H-Town. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, agreed.
Bunch of them.
Agreed. And that would be a good gig. And that, look, the Big 12 and Brett Yormark are going to be trying to push Houston as one of their new big brands because it's the fourth largest market in the country as far as media market goes. Now you got Dion at Colorado. You're trying to push TCU. But yeah, I think Jeff Traylor would be a good fit either one of those.
Don't
places.
Stay too long, Jeff. That's all I'm saying, Coach. Don't stay too long, man, because you're a damn good coach.
By the way, it's not feeling great for our man Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State.
But he also is like Dabo. He's stubborn about the transfer portal.
That's correct.
He's stubborn about NIL. Doesn't want to kowtow to NIL, that kind of thing. And I want to say he was playing 3 different quarterbacks and bragging about it. He was in the first game. He was bragging about
one of them's his kid, and he's not any good.
Yeah, he's like bragging, like we play 3 quarterbacks. It doesn't matter which one we throw out there. Like, are you seriously saying? Like, so I wonder if Mike Gundy, if he would be a bad hire for A&M, because he's just too antiquated, man.
Well, no, I'm not talking about him at A&M. I'm talking about him.
Period.
In trouble. Now he's posted a bunch of 10-win seasons. He's probably got a pretty decent leash, but losing at home to South Alabama 33-7, that's not good.
No, I agree. He doesn't have his sugar daddy there anymore either. So I wonder how long he wants to stay there. If they'll let him stay, I guess he'll stay, because no other university is going. No other university will deal with.
Can they do better than him? Becomes the question, right? Can you?
That's
if
true.
You're at Oklahoma State and you don't have T. Boone Pickens anymore in his deep pockets.
But his opposition to the changing landscape of college sports is frightening.
Yeah,
like to be that opposed to NIL and transfer portal, where you openly mock it and talk about how bad it is. I don't know about that. I wouldn't want to go play for him these days.
Hey, as we sit here this morning, Texas Longhorns, according to its College Football Focus, ESPN's defensive efficiency for the season, Texas number 1, 91.7. 91.7 at a Clemson, Michigan State, Penn State, and Auburn.
Oklahoma's on there too, though.
5. Yeah, OU's at number 7.
Oklahoma's top
OU's up there.
That
thing
OU
is setting up.
defense is much improved, I assure you.
Hey, we come back. We'll get some. By the way, we'll also give you a stat of a Texas running back who had quite the weekend. But coming back, we'll play around a Who Said That,
Who
Rod?
said that?
Who said it? Coming next. Who said it? We play audio for one another and then try to figure out who said it. That's the way that goes. Before we do our first piece of audio, Rod, can I mention a couple things on the stat side? C.J. Stroud, I think you mentioned this earlier, 626 passing yards, most by a rookie without an interception through 2 starts since the merger. Hasn't thrown a pick. He's got no offensive line, but he's showing some ability without a doubt. So what might be a rough season for the Texans, they need to get healthy on the O-line. That gives themselves a chance. But he's still moving the team and, put 20 points on the board and had an opportunity for some more. Also, I mentioned the Longhorn defense, number 1 in efficiency. How about Jonathan Brooks, according to Pro Football Focus, forced the most missed tackles of any back in the country this weekend. He had 10. 10.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Jonathan Brooks kind of doing his best to Bijan.
You know what? I gotta say, I think he went into that game thinking to himself, listen, I'm basically still in the competition.
Yeah.
Because Cedric Baxter won the job because he got the start in the first 2 games, and he didn't finish the first 2 games. I think Jonathan Brooks was thinking to himself, listen, I'm not giving up this job. I may have got it because of circumstance, but I'm going to keep this damn job because of productivity and performance. And I'll be really interested to see what Sark does about the starting running back position versus Baylor. If he'll say, hey, man, you earned it. Is it a meritocracy? Because you can't make the club in the tub. Availability is the best ability, and productivity matters. And I wonder if Jonathan Brooks earned that starting spot. So
nice,
yeah. So I think he did early. Now you ain't got to play. You ain't got to make him the workhorse back or anything.
Well, see,
but in terms of earning the start, I think he earned the start.
Well, and the other guy that hurt himself the other night was Jaden Blue. He didn't do much and then fumbled late in the game.
Ooh, and then Savion Red balling out. You might have seen Savion Red get some of them blue snaps now.
Yeah, and the red cat package.
The red cat, baby.
On 4th down, they broke that out on Saturday. All right, real quick, I want to play this for you, Rod. Do you know what this is? It's not said it; it's singing it.
Oh, no.
See if you can figure out this one. Who's singing this and what it's about? All right, Rod, do you know who's singing that?
I think I should know, but I don't know.
That is the great voice of Chris Stapleton.
Oh, nice.
I love music, Chris Stapleton. Monday Night Football. By the way, good football. There's double games tonight, double header, 6:15. You get to see Bryce Young and the Carolina Panthers host the New Orleans Saints. Saints are going to go 2-0. And then about an hour later, they'll kick off in Pittsburgh, the Steelers hosting Cleveland and Deshaun Watson. And here you go, Rod. Tonight, that will air. That is the new ESPN Monday Night Football anthem.
Wow.
Remember, they used to have, Hank Williams Jr. doing Monday Night Football. Chris Stapleton, Snoop Dogg, and Cindy Blackman Santana reimagined In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins.
Texas said that's terrible.
It's terrible. So you'll get to those three will be bringing the anthem tonight.
It's just
not the national anthem.
It's an acquired taste.
Not the national anthem.
No,
but the new ESPN Monday Night Football anthem. Chris Stapleton, Snoop, and some drummer lady person thing.
Some drummer
on the same night in which we have double games, and Pearl Jam's playing the Moody Center, and Jason Isbell's doing an ACL taping that I can't get tickets to. It's so packed. I'm bummed about that, but I'll be watching football tonight. What do you have, and who said that, Rob?
That's why I love football season. You're bombarded with football from all over the place. It's a beautiful thing. Okay. You know what, Ty? I sent you a bunch of sound. Just play one of them. Who said that?
Who said it?
I'm not worried about the Jacksonville loss. The Jacksonville loss hasn't carried on to the season whatsoever. If you've seen our training camp or you've seen the way we've played in the first 2 games, it hasn't had an impact on our team whatsoever. Our team is connected. Our team has played its heart out in 2 games, and we've lost 2 tough games. But it has nothing to do with the Jacksonville game. And if you ask anyone in our locker room, it has nothing to do with the Jacksonville game. And that's just the truth. It's a convenient storyline for you and for everybody else, but it's not the truth. We've lost 2 tough games, but the guys in that locker room, the men in that locker room, they are finishers and they have what it takes, and we're excited to prove ourselves.
Ooh, that was a good one, actually. All right. E, who said that?
I don't know who that is.
It was a good one, though. That was actually the head coach of the Chargers, Brandon Staley. They actually brought up the Jacksonville game from last season with him, and they were talking about basically like you're making some of the same mistakes. This team is still, responding the same way as they did in the Jacksonville game. He did not want to hear that at all. So, Brandon Staley upset. How about this? I'll give you a stat about Brandon Staley and the Chargers. I think Brandon Staley will be fired before the season's done, and I'm a Brandon Staley fan. I just have to admit that. The Chargers are they're the 33rd team in the Super Bowl era. All right, so you're talking about since 1966. With 50-plus points and 0 turnovers through the first 2 games. They are the only team to start 0-2.
Ouch! And he's supposed to be a defensive guy, and he's got good defensive personnel, and their defense
he's got
stinks.
Great matter of fact, they're like top 8, I believe, in the NFL in paying for a defensive talent, like salary cap wise. Come on.
He's got to be on the top of the list of first NFL coach fired.
Yeah, he'll be out. No doubt. No doubt.
And I hate to say it, but Dan Quinn is going to be high on their list. They already have Kellen Moore, and Dan Quinn is coaching up a great defense.
Damn it, you're right.
Leaving.
We'll see.
I think he might. That job, he might. He got a quarterback. He'd have an offensive coordinator he's familiar with, and they got weapons, and he's got defensive weapons. I don't know.
Can we hear this, Rod? Who said this? College football coach.
I'm going to say it. It pissed me off when we booed our starting quarterback to start the game. That pissed me off. And he went out there and played his butt off for this university and this team. They need to get behind him. We need to get behind the young man. You want to boo me? Fine. You don't boo the starting quarterback. It's bull crap.
Bull crap.
Bull crap.
Rod?
I know who said that.
Who said
Eli Drinkowitz.
Eli Drinkowitz, head coach of Missouri, who beat K-State 37-34.
Quarterback balled out, too. Quarterback balled out for him, too. So he was right. Don't be booing that QB.
Don't be booing out QB. You support him. He's one of your classmates.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got a couple of more here. I sent you a bunch of them, Ty, so just play one for the people. Who said that?
Potential to take a safety. So, I think that's a tough spot. Regarding play calls, for Luke in that position. So, he went with his gut, and, number 7 ended up making a good play. So, hey, it is what it is.
I'm going to be hard on myself, right? I'm going to say, look, that ball shouldn't have stopped him. The ball stops him, so he has to go up and get it and then has to pull through. What if I threw a perfect ball? And what if it had dropped right in the bucket? Maybe he runs in untouched.
That was 2 different quarterbacks in the NFL responding after losses. One kind of throwing his offensive coordinator under the bus, and the other one basically saying, I should have been better. Who said that?
I don't know. I couldn't identify. I think if you would have told me they were quarterbacks in the NFL, I probably would have listened. I would have tried to pick up on it.
Play it again for him, Ty.
Play it again. Do it again. Give it to me.
2 QBs in the NFL, both responding after losses. Very different.
Potential to take a safety. So, I think that's a tough spot. Regarding play calls, for Luke in that position. So, he went with his gut, and, number 7 ended up making a good play. So, hey, it is what it is.
I'm going to be hard on myself, right? I'm going to say, look, that ball shouldn't have stopped him. The ball stops him, so he has to go up and get it and then has to pull through. What if I threw a perfect ball? And what if it had dropped right in the bucket? Maybe he runs in untouched.
All right, so that's Justin Fields.
Good job.
And then, I don't know the second one.
I thought the second one would have been easier than the first one for you. Kirk Cousins.
Oh, that's Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins.
When are the Jets going to trade for him?
Right, exactly. Or Ryan Tannehill. There's been people in the Titans talking about the Titans don't start really well. That Tannehill could be one of those quarterbacks.
They beat the Chargers
too.
and the soon-to-be fired Brandon Staley.
But that's a good point, and I will say this, and that's Kirk Cousins. I know you said you became more of a fan after watching the quarterback show on Netflix. If you're a great leader, he did show great leadership there. When you win, you make it about we, and when you lose, you make it about me.
Yeah.
So when you lose, you say, it's all on me. I need to be better. That's why we lost, because I didn't play. I should have been better. I should have made more plays. And when you win, you be like, we balled out. We. If your leader is a we guy when you win and a me guy when you lose, you got something special.
Let's hear this. You'll know this one, Rod, pretty quickly, but it's a coach whose team pulled out the thriller of the weekend in college football.
When Jay was asked about it earlier, he said about what maybe went on or what was said. He said you can ask Prime about that. So is there anything meaningful post-game?
No, I know Shador kind of got in between it. But no, I don't hold. I could be petty if they petty, but I ain't got time for that, man. I'm on to bigger things. I'm happy for the brother. I really am, man. I'm happy that they fought, that they played a good game. I'm happy he's a head coach. I'm happy for any brother that's doing it and successful, man. I truly am. I don't know where all this stuff come from. I have to respond because, it's my mama taught me that. You just ain't gonna take me and I'm gonna sit back and ain't gonna say nothing. But I'm happy for that dude, man. I don't know him, but I'm happy for him. I wish the best for him.
All right. You know who that is.
Prime time.
Talking about Jay Norvell
See,
and
I'm
doesn't
happy for
hold
him.
grudges, and I'm happy for him. Now, his team, Jay Norvell's team, there were some cheap shots in that game. The hit on Travis Hunter, I can't believe the guy didn't get kicked out of the game.
I was a little surprised he didn't get kicked out either.
And then the
one on Shadur.
The one on
Where
Shadur in
he
overtime.
slams him into the ground.
Man.
Yeah, he got kicked out, though.
By the way, that was Shadur Sanders is a tough dude. There are a lot of quarterbacks. Not only would they not have come back in the game after that, they certainly wouldn't have thrown the touchdown pass that he threw on the next play.
And CB brought this up. Thank you, CB. Did you see when Shadur Sanders basically reached his hand into the helmet of the Colorado State player? Like, poked his eye, or what he did. It was weird. But
yeah, that game was chippy.
It was. They even were getting chippy before the game.
Yeah, they were fighting before the game.
Man.
It was chippy. And look, that's what
Deion wanted, though.
Yeah, and that's what
why
Colorado
we all
State
watched.
wanted, right? Jay Norvell wanted his team to be chippy, but they went above and beyond. That was not okay. And now
we got mamas involved. Deion brought his mama out there during the pregame speech. He did. Deion brought his mama. His mama was out there. You didn't see that? Dude, his mama came out there. He just let his mama talk to the fans before the game. Deion was wilding. So I kind of see why they took some shots, man. It's like, Deion, you brought your mama out here, dog? You brought your mama out here? Come on. With Lil Wayne, Lil Weezy wearing Travis Hunter jerseys. I see why they took some shots, because, come on, man. Deion was trying to embarrass him out there. Had everybody wearing shades. Like, you're trying to embarrass me out here, Deion, and I cannot let it happen. Okay.
Well, and they went after it, and that's when you're a big underdog like that, and you need your guys. But you still, Travis Hunter's now going to miss these games with Oregon and USC with an injury.
Yeah, that sucks.
And he go to the hospital. What else? Anything else, Rod?
I got one for you.
Oh, yeah. Ty's got a good one.
Okay, I'll just play it.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 7. It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here, excuse me. It's a 10-yard penalty and a loss of down.
We need that in one of our opens. We're talking to America here.
That's great. I'm talking to America here, right? Get out of my face.
Get out of the face.
That was great. I'm talking to America.
Can I give our Longhorn fans one more?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's. One of the Atlanta Falcons beat the Green Bay Packers yesterday. Green Bay looked impressive in week 1. They came back to beat them 25-24. And here's how this sounded.
Bijan, with just a couple minutes left in this game, you guys could have kicked a field goal and gone up and won this game. Instead, they handed off to you for the first down. Tell me what was said inside that huddle before that play.
Yeah, well, first off, I just want to give honor to God for getting us out healthy, getting us a win. I do this all for him, so I appreciate him so much. But back to your question, we work we work every day to try to get in those situations, and we understood that that was a big play for our team in order for us to close out the game and win. So in the huddle there, just like but it's him right here. He's the one that set it up. But we just keep working, and obviously I hope to gain the trust from this team, and we got to take everything one step at a time when we got the time. But man, it was just so awesome to see that and to help get the win for my team.
There you go.
Hey, we know that is
Bijan.
Arthur Smith, you smart. Put some Bijan on it. It'll lead to a lot of W's. It'll solve a lot of problems. Put some Bijan on it.
He broke some ankles yesterday.
Oh, man, I'm so happy for Bijan. Listen, I think we all agreed he was going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I think he's well on his way right now. No doubt.
He's making NFL, professional players look silly on a Sunday by Sunday basis now.
Come on, man.
It's like he did in college. We're back. Longhorns are 3-0, number 3 in the country. Cowboys 2-0 and dominating. More football talk all the way till 11 o'clock. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Good, bad, and ugly. Yeah, Jason Isbell and the 400 unit will be playing and taping the ACL TV show tonight down at the ACL Live at the Moody Theater over at Moody Center. It's going to be Pearl Jam, Eddie Vedder and the gang. Good music night in town. And what was last night? Last night they had Sting. Sting was out there at Moody Center. So, yeah, but we're all on football. We got the Longhorns. We've got the Cowboys sitting on top of the NFC right now. There are 8 undefeated teams, 8 2-0 squads. 6 of them are in the NFC, which I think is surprising to some. The Washington Commanders are undefeated. The Philadelphia Eagles are undefeated. Dallas Cowboys, Atlanta Falcons, Tampa Bay Bucks, and the San Francisco 49ers. Think about this, right? I mentioned over in the AFC, it's Baltimore and Detroit. Baltimore and Miami who are undefeated. How about this? The Dolphins and Niners have gone on the road to win their firir 2 games. That's a big deal to me when you start an NFL season and you win both. You go 2-0 with both road games. The New England Patriots with Bill Belichick are 0-2 with 2 home games.
That ain't good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good.
That ain't good. That ain't good, Bill Belichick, who was looking pretty miserable last night. He was not happy.
Yeah, I think it's honestly, I don't think his defense is still going to be one of the better defenses in the NFL. Going up against that Miami offense, though, it is.
They jumped out early, and then they made some good adjustments.
It's probably the most stressful offense in the NFL to have to defend, just because of the speed at every position. I mean, you miss a tackle, you're out of position. Usually it means, oh man, we give up a play, live to fight another day. Not against Miami. You give up that play, that play may be a back-breaking haymaker. And that's what Miami can do for you. So I think it's just a stress that Bill Belichick is dealing with. And also, that offense, it's better with Bill O'Brien at the helm, but it's still not an offense that's going to go out there and help you win games. They're going to have to win with defense. That's hard to do in today's NFL, unless you got an elite defense.
It is hard, and they need more offense. And obviously that Miami team, I think, has shown, along with San Francisco, Dallas, they're in the elite category. They're really good, and if they can keep Tua healthy, they're going to be fine.
I told y'all, Tua's the best quarterback in that division, and when he's healthy.
Yeah, he is.
There's no doubt. I know people are like, that's crazy. Nope, I'm serious. If you go look at the numbers, when Tua's healthy, he's a better quarterback than Josh Allen. And it's actually not that heat of a debate if you look at the numbers.
Yeah. Josh Allen did bounce back well.
Josh had a good game.
Josh Allen's great, but Josh Allen's also, he's don't give it away now. And Tua doesn't do that.
He doesn't.
Tua just gets hurt.
Yeah.
That's his big issue. Got to stay healthy.
All right. So good football over the weekend. There was also some bad football and some ugly football. Bad football in the Big 12 in large regard. And the ugly, we're just talking to our man Cole from our staff. He was at the Austin FC game last night where they lost in what Josh Wolf called a must-win game. They lost to the Portland Timbers 2-1. It's not like Portland's been tearing it up, and they came in and beat Austin. There's a lot of feeling that whether they do it now or at the end of the year, Josh Wolf is not going to be long for that gig.
Sack him.
Man.
As the Brits would say.
Cole, and afterwards at the press conference, he was asked point blank if you lost this locker room, and his answer was no, but his body language indicated otherwise.
I remember they asked Sark that after his first year, and Sark was like, you got to ask the team. He was so frustrated with that team. They were like, Sark, if you lost locker room, he was like, you got to ask them. Next question. I was like, whoa, that means maybe. I don't know. Hell, I don't know. Maybe I did.
I love it. And speaking of body language and what he wanted to say, Sark wanted to say, look, I got to be honest. There's a lot of kids in this guys in the locker room I don't really like very much.
Yeah, he's like, I did lose them, but don't worry, they're gonna be gone anyway.
We're having a hard time with some of these guys. Yeah. We're not seeing eye to eye on
no doubt.
Yeah, and that's a new coach coming in. We saw Brett Venables do it in year 1 at Oklahoma, where now they're 3-0 and ranked. Only other Big 12 team that's ranked right now. So, all right, so that's some good football. By the way, I want to give Jonathan Jones at CBS Sports some credit because he did the deep dive like you did, Rod. And you give these stats a lot about where the most fertile recruiting areas are.
Oh, yeah.
So Jonathan Jones put these numbers out there. As of opening week in the NFL, high school cities with the most NFL players, you realize this year right now, Rod, it's Detroit, Michigan. 19.
Oh, really?
Wow. That were on NFL rosters
That's
to start
impressive.
the weekend. Number 2, Bradenton, Florida, which we know is, down there in South Florida. 3, the Houston area, Houston, Texas.
Hey, H-Town, baby.
16 players on NFL rosters. Las Vegas, Nevada, 15. That would surprise some people. And then Atlanta, who you talk about all the time, they're at 14 along with Miami, Florida.
Yeah, those are those metro areas.
But
that
he
just
also
dominate.
did the deeper dive. States with the most NFL players per capita, Georgia is number one with 150 players. That's one player for every 71,413 people. Number one by a good number. Louisiana is 2 per capita.
Louisiana had
state of.
It's always, and I swear, the last 10 years I've looked at it, I'm not joking because I keep up with this kind of data too. Louisiana's always in the top 5.
Yeah.
Like Louisiana and Mississippi, surprisingly, will always be near the top 5. It's crazy.
And this is per capita. So it's like the state of Texas has 187 players.
Yeah,
187 players.
Too. It's huge.
And it's huge. So their per capita is down there a little bit. The other state with the most is Florida, but they're a very populated state with over 21 million people in the state. So Texas with 187, Florida with 178, and Georgia with 150. Those are the most.
Isn't it crazy that California doesn't even register anymore per capita, but also it has been surpassed and it's no longer in the top 3 states for producing NFL talent? That Georgia has surpassed it now.
Well, think about Georgia.
The big 3 are Florida, Texas, and Georgia now, not Cali.
Georgia has like only 25 fewer players in the NFL than Florida, and it has half the population.
Exactly.
Half the population.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Georgia's just over, like 10.7 million people live in Georgia. Almost 22 million live in Florida, and their numbers are very similar.
That is wild,
So, yeah,
man.
Georgia's producing dudes. And Detroit, for a city, that's pretty surprising.
It is a little surprising, but not surprising because Michigan, and you know this because you grew up there in the Midwest a little bit, Michigan and Ohio are, those are fertile recruiting grounds.
No doubt.
So some of the bigger cities in those areas, there's now the reason Detroit is shocking now because the city had been hit so hard in terms of infrastructure of it. Basically a lot of citizens leaving Michigan, leaving Detroit because of economic, economic issues. Yeah, they just haven't had a lot of economic opportunity there. And so I'm a little surprised that now Detroit is still that high up because I thought a lot of families had left Detroit.
Me too.
So like a mass exodus going on.
It's a great football area for the passion of football and the University of Michigan. And that would surprise me, though, as far as the city with NFL rosters as of week 1 of the NFL season.
And my man Jerry Hamilton, that's good stuff there. My man Jerry Hamilton, who he is as plugged into recruiting as anybody I know. He says the thing that separates that Atlanta area or really Georgia from other areas, a lot of states, regions, they become known or become famous for producing certain kinds of players, certain positions, O-line or D-line or quarterback, wide receivers from this area, whatever it is. Texas got known for being a quarterback mecca, right? Mostly because of Westlake. Shout out to Westlake and Lake Travis. But he says Georgia has got everything. He said they got quarterbacks, wideouts, D-linemen, O-linemen, tight ends, athletes, you name it, Georgia's got. You don't even need to go outside of Georgia for anything else.
And then you get into the chicken the egg debate. I mean, is that why Georgia's winning national championships, or are they doing the best job of evaluating than developing those players so they're off to the National Football League? Seems like it's a little of both, right?
It is a little of both.
Kirby Smart has locked up the state of Georgia, and now they. 2-time national champions going for a third this year. By the way, they took a scare on Saturday. They were down 14-3 at half to South Carolina and had to come back and win it by 10.
There's no dominant team in college football right now.
Yeah, we haven't seen a year like this.
There's no dominant team. That's why it's good for Texas right now. There's no dominant team.
No, there's some good teams.
Good teams.
And
they'll get better.
And the fact that the Pac-12 is so dang talented and 8 ranked teams, they're going to beat each other up, Rod.
They'll cannibalize each other. There'll be one team that comes out of it, but I think they'll cannibalize each other for most of that season, too. And they could knock each other off. I think right now, the fact that Texas is as high as they are, and we haven't seen a dominant team just yet. By the way, I think the rule changes, I think they're adding to the parity. I think some of these teams that are lower tier teams, mid-majors, whatever, they can play. They realize they can play with some of these more talented teams, some of these even blue blood teams, because they can choke the game. You can choke the life out of the game. You can choke the clock. That's what Wyoming did against Texas. Choke the clock. Yeah. Go look at UTSA Army. Now, Army does this to everybody, but Army chokes the clock even more against UTSA. You can choke the clock against these teams. You ain't gotta be trying to score all the time. Just be trying to play keep away. And I think you can do that now better with the rules. So maybe when this is all said and done, we have a sample size to actually examine. We're gonna see that this help parity in college football too.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And Wyoming did a good job. They had 38, almost 39 minutes of time of possession, and Texas only had 21. And that's how you find yourself in a 10-10 game into the second half for Texas. Is your offense is sputtering in its passing game, so you're going off a lot of 3 and outs. They weren't good on third down, and then the other team is maybe not scoring a lot of points. They scored a touchdown on their first drive, and that was it really, except for the field goal in the third quarter. But they're controlling the ball, limiting your possessions, and that's is exactly right. In that, who doesn't choke the clock?
Who that?
Texas State.
They don't. They don't know the meaning of the word. I mean,
they scored 77, and somebody told us they could have had 84, but they had a holding call, called back another rushing touchdown.
I know. So they did try to be conservative at the end, just run the ball.
Yeah, they ran it for 400 yards.
They just couldn't stop.
They weren't throwing. They just couldn't stop. Jackson State couldn't stop.
Oh,
and by the way, and props to G.J. Kinney because they had a top 10 crowd all time there at Texas State on Saturday night. So the students are getting involved and coming out and seeing a fun brand of football. And but they don't choke the clock. They go for 70.
Yeah.
77. They scored 11 touchdowns, Rod.
Yeah, and you got to give. And the beautiful thing about it is and I don't know how many of these guys had familiarity with that offense G.J. Kinney runs, but a lot of these are new guys.
Oh,
he's bringing
50,
in
52, 53 new players on that team.
So we got a lot of new players who are not necessarily now familiar with the offense. This is their first season in it, first season with the system. Can you imagine, these guys at the end of the season when they have a little bit more familiarity and comfort in that system? They might be putting up some crazy numbers.
And, of course, they beat Baylor, who Texas plays this week, and they played a really good game with UTSA. There was a 7-point game down in San Antonio in front of a huge crowd. Here's a piece of breaking news from college football, then we'll talk some Cowboys. Rod's going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain for the end of the hour, and we will get some what's popping, including Ty's Sex Panther poppin' pick of the night. But, Ty, can we get a breaking news? Breaking news? According to Carl Reed, college football analyst for 24/7 Sports, and he covers Colorado football, Deion Sanders tells me, Carl writes in a tweet, that Travis Hunter will be out for 3 weeks. 3 weeks for Travis Hunter. Dang. After that cheap shot late hit by the Colorado State safety. And those games, Oregon this week, USC the following week, Arizona State 3 weeks from now.
They will be 2-3 at that point.
Yeah,
3-3. Sorry,
3-3.
Yeah, they're gonna lose. I mean, without at your best cover corner and your best wide receiver on offense. Yeah.
So how bad is TCU? Seriously,
yeah, they played off on that game too, but they turned around and beat Houston the other night.
Yeah, that's not saying much though.
I know. Well, look, we'll see. I think Sonny Dykes' team will get better. I remember it was the linebacker talking about how bad we played. Like they took Colorado lightly.
They did.
They did.
The thing is, obviously, Longhorn fans, we know, we're watching it too. When the Longhorns don't take an opponent seriously, you see how the opponent can play with them or they can play to their competition.
Sure.
And that's probably what happened to TCU. They were thinking, man, we're going to blow them out. They ain't got no lines of scrimmage, all these new players, new coaches. And they went in there, and everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And they got punched in the mouth.
And Wyoming's got some big old boys. I mean, and you got a coach who's been a championship-level coach and with a veteran team, and they executed. They were sound. They were schematically and they were a sound football team. And so Texas was going to have to beat them, and they did. They beat them by 21 points. So there's certainly a lot to work on and chew on as far as a fan. And for us, same time, if you're Texas, you feel pretty good about 3 double-digit victories to start your season. And as you said off the top, this is a team that struggled in the fourth quarter last year. They're a fourth-quarter team now. They
are a fourth-quarter team.
They've got a 21-point quarter in each of their games this year. They had a 21-point third quarter against Rice, and then against Alabama and Wyoming, 2 21-point quarters. And if Jaden Blue hadn't fumbled that ball in the fourth quarter, it might have been a 28-point quarter, Rod. They were moving the ball to go score again.
Agreed.
On a Wyoming team that I think was that humidity and that heat finally got to him a little bit late in that game. So that's the breaking news from Colorado. Travis Hunter will be out for a couple of weeks now, maybe 3 weeks, according to Deion Sanders. Before we go to the break and get to behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod, what about the Cowboys? Micah Parsons in the offseason declared that they're going to be the best defense the NFL has seen since the 2000 Ravens. Are you seeing that show up? Are you seeing the best defense we've seen in 25 years in the NFL?
I'm not sure if it's going to be that just yet. I mean, it is looking like it's going to be the best defense in the league this year. I can say that with confidence. And they still have the unique ability to take the football away. I mean, they are the most opportunistic defense in the NFL. I believe they're leading the NFL in takeaways right now. Last 2 years, prior to this. They actually led the NFL in takeaways back-to-back years. They do it 3 years in a row. They'd be the first team to do it since the Pittsburgh Steelers did it during their Steel Curtain days of the mid to late 70s. And I think the Cowboys are going to do it. So they are a special defense, and Micah Parsons right now is on his way to winning Defensive Player of the Year. I'll give you a quick stat about Micah Parsons. He has recorded 2+ sacks, or at least 2 sacks, I should say, 2 or more sacks, in 28.6% of his career games, highest of any player, highest percentage of any player in NFL history. Reggie White is second at 21.6%. You're talking about 5 percentage points better than Reggie White is when it comes to career games with at least 2 sacks. So he is on a crazy, extraordinary pace. I think he will win Defensive Player of the Year this year, and I think he'll be the best defense in the league. And then we can start talking about where they compare with the 2000 Ravens or the 02 Bucks or the 85 Bears. Yeah. Right? Those are Legion of Boom. Legion of Boom. We got something to say about that too. I think they might be better than the Legion of Boom right now, just because Legion of Boom didn't have a Micah. They got the secondary pieces that were better, but I don't know if they had a disruptor like Micah Parsons.
Michael Bennett, probably
role. He wasn't even close to being what Micah is.
Yeah, he's a good player, but like there are certain players you watch and you say, I've just never seen anything like that. And Tyreek Hill is that for me when I watch Tyreek Hill play. Sometimes Bijan. Bijan's got shades of Barry Sanders and Saquon at his best. But we've seen that before. We've seen Bijan-type runners. But Tyreek Hill, I don't know that I've ever seen a player as quick and as fast as he is, just electric with his legs. Patrick Mahomes does things as a quarterback that I don't think I've ever seen anybody do. He's a combination of Dan Marino and Aaron Rodgers, and he's got the magic to him. And he was really good yesterday, especially in the second half in their win over Jacksonville. That was supposed to be the game of the week, and it turned out to be a very sloppy football game that was defensive dominated. But then we watch Micah Parsons, and I watch him, Rod, and I think and I've said this since his rookie year, I don't think I've ever seen anything like him. I agree. You had Tony Romo late in the game comparing him to Lawrence Taylor, and I think that's fair. But Lawrence Taylor, 90% of the time was just coming off the edge, which is fine, and he was devastating to offenses. But now Micah Parsons everywhere. He's and what did you say? Somebody said who would win a race of the Cowboys, and
J-Ron Kurtz was asked on the ticket who would win a race if they asked all the players to line up and race, and he said he thinks Micah would win it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So he sometimes he reminds you with his quickness and his speed of Tyreek Hill, but he's 255.
We saw that workout video over the summer of him and Deuce Vaughn working out, doing those little shuttle drills, and he was right there with that dude.
He was here at the
Collective.
The Collective, the workout facility here in Austin. There are 2 of them. Yeah, they were doing short shuttles. He, Deuce Vaughn, and Jamar Chase. And at 255, he was the fastest.
Yeah, it's great at it. It's stupid. Next level freaky. Yeah. And I think he ended up
you want like offensive linemen to block him? To be able to stay in front of him? Come on.
And I think he's with the perfect defensive coordinator to help weaponize him. I think there'll be some other defensive coordinators who may have been a little bit stubborn about moving him around. Or remember, Micah didn't want to move around either. Micah was saying in the offseason, I'm a defensive end. I rush from the edge. And then Dan Quinn went to the public and said, no, he ain't. He's a pass rushing linebacker I will use however the hell I want to use him.
If you have questions about our defense, come to me.
Come to me. Don't be less Micah. Micah, he got one idea about what he wants to do. I'm the man calling the plays. And I love that because honestly, it makes the defense, and it makes the defense better, but also makes Micah tougher to find. The offense got to play Where's Waldo every play. And by the way, when it's a quarterback, you got to go find Micah Parsons every play. Also got to change the protection every time he moves, because I'm sliding protection to him, or I'm designating protection to Chip, or put a tight end on him. So when he moves around, I got to change the whole damn protection every damn time. Because if you don't change the protection for Micah Parsons, you're stupid. Because he's that good.
Somebody who also is almost as freaky, we'll see tonight with Myles Garrett when the Browns play the Steelers. He's ridiculous.
And they move him around now, too. They're putting him at off-ball linebacker now and putting him in the B-gap some. It's just the newest phase now. You move around your best pass rushers. You don't just leave them in one spot. Why'd you make it easy on the offense? Why make it easy on them?
This happened by accident, though. I mean, if you remember, it goes back to his rookie year. He was playing will linebacker, and then DeMarcus Lawrence got hurt. And they're like, oh, we need somebody on the edge. A few games in the season, he ends up, and they're like, wow. He's our best pass rusher.
Well, it's funny because in the Texas game, Anthony Hill, who the Longhorns are going to use in a similar vein as a true freshman, remember in that long run, Vernon Broughton got twisted out of his lane, and then Anthony Hill took the wrong gap, and that sprung the big run, the 62-yard touchdown run. And Anthony Hill didn't play a lot from that point on. And then the fourth quarter, he came back in, and he was playing like his hair was on fire. He was unbelievable in that fourth quarter. And you go back and watch the tape, Rod.
Yep.
Anthony Hill came back in, and he had something to prove. And so the Longhorns need to use him like that. And he's going to make mistakes as a freshman linebacker. That's just going to happen. But by the way, look at this run right here, Rod. This is Bijan.
That's freaking.
Watch this run. I'll retweet this. But the first two guys he's dead to rights, and he breaks two guys' ankles. Right here, bang, 55. Oh, see ya. Now watch the safety. Oh, see ya. And he picked up three guys, and he picks up 20 yards. And there were three guys that had these are professional players, and they have Bijan dead to rights. And not only don't tackle him, they don't touch him.
Don't touch him.
They don't touch him.
Don't
down,
touch him.
down. Maybe that
flying.
second guy touched him a little bit. He's a freak, man. So it's so much fun to see these guys. And Micah is just that. And think about this. The Cowboys will play the Cardinals this week. They're going to harass Joshua Dobbs. That is not going to – what is that early line? Have we seen that?
They got to run the football. How many sacks did they get on Zach Wilson? Not as many as we thought.
Not as many.
So we thought they'd get him on. They ran the football, though. They wanted to run it more.
Well, they saw that tape of Daniel Jones getting sacked 7 times and said, no, we got to shut that down. Cowboys are an early 12.5-point favorite in that game.
I'm seeing 13.
I'll take it. I'll take 12.5. That's a big number in the NFL.
I don't like double digits in the NFL.
But look how the Cowboys have been winning, though. Man. And they've been winning like that without spectacular offense.
Yeah.
Suffocating defense.
Here's an early. If you can get this today, New England -2.5 at the New York Jets.
Oh, take it.
Yeah, take that while you can.
New England -2.5?
Yeah.
I will say, yeah, it is weird. Yeah, you're right. I'll take that number. I'll take that because the defense of the
You know what other early Monday line is intriguing is that Ole Miss is playing Alabama, and they're getting 6.5 points. Ole Miss is getting 6.5 points.
And it's at Alabama, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ole Miss can't win there.
Have you seen Alabama's quarterback problem?
Yeah, quarterbacks. I still know.
A lot of people think that Ole Miss is going to win that game outright, and you're getting almost a touchdown.
I can see that.
Almost a touchdown.
And some people that believe already, there are rumors that he's already demoted Kevin Steele, defensive coordinator. There's some of those rumors. And we already know they've already shuffled the quarterbacks.
They've already played 3 quarterbacks.
And basically the reports are saying, this is more rumor, that he's going to allow Tommy Rees, that if he wants to go with Buckner, be like, all right, man, that's your guy. Just so you know, when you end up firing, be like, you want your guy. You're a guy.
So there's a lot of narratives at Alabama, obviously coming off the Texas win, and then they struggled with South Florida, and Tommy Rees was a bad hire. They don't have a quarterback. And look, Nick Saban, he's been he's the GOAT, but Texas fans know what it's like when you don't have a quarterback, right? And Texas went through years after year after year of not having a QB.
QB hell.
A really good quarterback can cover up a lot of issues in your program. Now, Texas right now is a well-built program. Their quarterback sometimes hurts them. They're really good everywhere else. But I think Dabo Swinney, Cade Klubnik is good, but when you have transcendent generational type players like Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence back to back, or Mac had Vince and Colt, obviously Nick Saban had Jalen Hurts and Tua and Mac Jones. Those are really good players, and now they don't know who their quarterback is. So you give me that 7 points or 6.5, I'll take Ole Miss right now.
Yeah, I've watched Bama enough to know I have no faith in their quarterback situation at all. Like in any of them, all 3 of them.
And we did the deep dive ahead of the game because Texas was playing them. They're not as dynamic at receiver.
Nope.
They're not as dynamic at running back.
And the O-line isn't formidable as it has been in other years.
Yeah. And now Rod's saying the defensive coordinator's getting demoted. This is a problem. And you're giving me 6.5 points. Lane Kiffin's got a pretty good team going in there. His quarterback, Jackson Dart, is playing pretty damn well this year.
I'll tell you, I'd take that, but I'd buy the hook. I'd buy the extra half.
Up to 7.
Yeah.
Hey, we come back. Rod takes us behind the burnt orange curtain. More from Sark after the big win. And Texas now a 3-0 football team for the first time in more than a decade. It's Ian Rod B. Hook 'em up. Good, bad, and ugly from the weekend. Plenty of all three, as usual, on this Monday morning. Cowboys probably the most impressive team of Sunday. And they're certainly in the conversation. Hard to beat 30-10 and 70-10 in their first two games. Pretty impressive. Lamest performance for me in the NFL, Rod, was the Jacksonville Jaguars. Home to the Chiefs. I'm not taking anything away from the Chiefs, but to only score 9 points and not find an end zone on a game that the Chiefs tried to give them. The Chiefs were a mess in the first part of that game.
Well, your defense showed up, too.
Yeah.
Defense played well.
It did. And it's funny because both of those teams are very similar. They're built around their quarterback. Neither really wants to run the ball. And it looked like both teams' defenses were playing safeties deep, keeping everything in front.
Yep.
But, man, what really impresses me, because, look, Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, including me, people have said MVP candidate. Well, he was 22 of 41 yesterday, and I was really impressed with the Chiefs' ability to cover. Those are good receivers, Rod.
I agree.
And there wasn't you could see Trevor Lawrence, he'd drop back, and there'd be
nothing.
And remember all those secondary players they drafted last year or 2 years ago in the draft? They're showing up. Now, they can really cover. Their linebackers are good with Bolton. And now Chris Jones back in the middle. George Karlaftis off the edge. Chiefs' defense, I think, is a little bit underrated right now. And their offense is sputtering, which Patrick Mahomes will get that right. But Jacksonville, lame yesterday.
Yeah, and the Kansas City offense, they force-fed the football to Kadarius Toney because they wanted him to have a bounce-back performance, which he did. But they started out shaky.
Four turnovers.
Oh, man.
They muffed a punt.
Yeah, they were ugly early on. I thought, oh, man, Jacksonville's going to win this game.
I was the opposite because when they didn't score any touchdowns and it was still just 6 points on the board or 9, I was like, oh, Chiefs are going to win this. You got to take advantage of those, Rod.
You do.
When they turn the ball over that many times early, he's at home.
You had Patrick Mahomes on the ropes. He threw a deep interception, which he never does.
Yes, he did.
He threw a deep interception in that game.
And they were yelling at each other on the sidelines because the offense was scuffling. Travis Kelce got a personal foul because he was yelling because there was another fumble. So, yeah, they were ready to be beaten, and the Jacksonville Jaguars still not ready to take that step right now.
They got championship DNA. That's what happens, right? You talk about that with the Astros early on in the season. Like, when you got championship pedigree like that, yes, you can have a crisis, and, things can happen, backs up against the wall, a couple of bad plays, bad weeks, whatever. But you do have the championship DNA and pedigree, so you do know how to pull yourself out of the depths of that crisis.
If you're Jacksonville, you don't have it, and that was a great example of it. You had an opportunity to pounce on a team.
They're like the Rangers. They didn't get it.
Yeah. They had a chance to pounce and did not. And you got to give the Chiefs defense credit, too. Also, I would say the other team didn't capitalize, or the Seattle Seahawks. Excuse me, the Detroit Lions.
Oh, man.
To be at home, get up 14-0 or 14-0 on the Seahawks, and then let that lead get away, and you end up losing in overtime. Detroit hasn't fully arrived yet, Rod.
No, and they don't know how. You're right. They don't know how to handle being in this situation where they are the hunted, essentially. They're favored in some of these matchups. Everybody's high on Detroit. That's going to be big this year to see how they handle being the team with the target pretty much on their back, which never happens to Detroit.
And by the way, we've now seen that division for 2 weeks. I don't know who's going to win the division still. Detroit, Green Bay.
Green Bay looked good week 1, didn't look good in week 2.
Lost to Atlanta.
It won't be Chicago.
We
know that. It won't be Chicago.
And Minnesota with Kirk Cousins already 0-2. So, I don't know, man. That's why, Minnesota, talking about trading Kirk Cousins, everybody's trying to – I saw Mike Greeny from ESPN was begging because his Jets are so bad without Aaron Rodgers. But, in that division, you're not out of it. You're not out of it.
Minnesota seems to get out of their own way.
Yes, and play some defense. Well, you can't give up 260 yards rushing in the NFL and expect to win. I know the Philadelphia Eagles are really good, but at the same time, 260 on the ground in the NFL.
It's still a close game, though.
It was, and they had all the turnovers that cost them. With Justin Jefferson and Kirk Cousins. All right, let's get behind the burnt orange curtain. We're talking Texas football, number 3 in the polls now, 3-0 for the first time since 2012.
Behind that curtain.
All right, Steve Sarkisian, actually, of course, post-game media availability after the Wyoming game. We played some of these cuts earlier, but I want to play a couple of more. One, we was talking about the running back position. We discussed Jonathan Brooks' performance, and it was a great one. He really stepped up. You could argue he was the identity of the Texas offense.
Sure.
In that game versus Wyoming.
Only thing they had consistent.
Yeah, they really couldn't figure out any way to add some juice to the offense, and he gave the offense plenty of juice, especially with the running game. You brought up the Pro Football Focus college stat, E, that he had 10 missed tackles forced in week 3 versus Wyoming, which led all Power 5 running backs. So the question is, and it came from the media, and I think we're discussing it too, did Jay Brooks earn enough to, or at least did he do enough to earn the starting running back spot? Remember, he only got to start versus Wyoming because Cedric Baxter was dealing with the injury, and he had a spectacular performance, but he did not earn the start in that competition in weeks 1 and weeks 2. We'll see if he earned it after his performance versus Wyoming. Here's what Sark had to say about the starting running back position going forward.
We'll deal with that as it comes. Again, Cedric just wasn't 100% tonight, and I just didn't want to risk kind of where he was. I thought, Jonathan stepped up, shining all the way through, and kind of felt like he got stronger as the game went on, which is a sign of a really good back. That how many times have we seen that and talked about that with Bijan and how well he would run in the fourth quarter of tight games. And so, we need CJ. We need to get him back. Those two are both physical runners and run our style. So, again, we'll monitor that as we go. It's hard for me to sit here and predict who's going to play what percentage of the plays. I just know we got 2 good players back there right now that can run our style of runs the way we want.
All right, and that's interesting too. I've talked about this. I'm not sure Sark knows exactly what roles all the running backs are going to play within the offense, or what roles are going to be defined for these guys within the running game. Because, C.J. Baxter, I believe, is Sark believes he can be a guy that can be a power back for him in between the tackles, but also has the best cut back ability. And that's important for some of those big plays. Jay Brooks showed you what he can do versus Wyoming. I think he has a nice all-around skill set. Jaden Blue is more of a guy that can hurt you on the perimeter, but with the fumble, I wonder if Jaden Blue will probably see less reps, and you'll give those to Keelan Robinson, since he can do some of the very similar things on the perimeter. And don't forget about the Red Cat, with Savion Red having 2 successful snaps out of the Wildcat formation and showing that he can be a short yardage solution for you. I wonder if Sark will look at him in some of the power situations that those Savion Red in there as well. So I don't necessarily think he knows what running backs are going to play what roles in the offense yet, and maybe that's one of the reasons that the running game hasn't had the consistency that he wants yet or going forward.
Yeah, and it really it bailed him out Saturday because
Jay Brooks did.
And that's a good thing. And as you said, the 6 offensive lineman package and then some 2 tight end sets just to get some power football. That was good to see. This is the versatility that Sark talks about. He wants to be able to beat you in a lot of different ways. And pretty clear after watching the Alabama tape and all the deep shots that, Coach Bowl there at Wyoming said, we're not giving up deep shots. We're going to play deep. We're going to keep everything in front of us. And they did just that, and so Texas took what was there. I thought Sark could have started running sooner, but he was trying to get that offense going and work through his quarterback, but obviously that didn't work.
Listen, some people are saying, it was a bad game plan to start the game. You could have called it a bad game plan if you want to. I don't necessarily call it a terrible or a bad game plan because I know what Sark was trying to do. Game plans are built on looking at your strength and trying to identify their weakness and trying to match them up as best you can. And it was a perfect match. Their weakness on defense is their secondary and their pass defense. Their strength is their front 7, where they have 4 preseason all-conference selections, including the Defensive Player of the Year pick in the conference, Easton Gibbs at middle linebacker. And Texas' strength is obviously their passing game with all the weapons. J.T. Sanders, A.D. Mitchell, Jay Witt, X-Man with Quinn Ewers in the passing game. It seems like an obvious, our strength versus their weakness, let's do it. And then we'll get up early in the game. We'll get a double-digit lead, 20-something points, Malik plays, and then Arch plays, and happily ever after, right? That was the plan. It did not go as planned, right? Everybody's got plans, so they get punched in the mouth. And I think what Wyoming did a good job of was thwarting those plans, and essentially they were able to conceal their weakness, which was their secondary. And they did it with the 3 high, 3 down defense, which they play a lot of, and Sark had to adjust because his game. How often have I told you guys? There are times when I was on the sideline with Carl Bull-Reese, and we'd have a game plan. We practice all week long, all week. Very thorough, extensive game plan, very detailed, oriented, exactly what coverages and what fronts we're going to play in these situations. And after the second series, he comes to the sideline and goes, all right, guys, that game plan, terrible game plan. We're wrong about damn near everything. Here we go. Let's just on the fly. Here we go. That happened probably 3-4 times during my last 2 years at Texas. And it's going to happen to Sark too. But that's the beauty of coaching. You're problem solvers. Go solve the damn problem. You got 3 quarters to do it.
Yep.
All right. After you realize first quarter, man, we screwed up, guys. They have a better game plan and preparation than we do. It happens.
It does. It does. And
you don't want it to happen a lot, but it happens.
And that's the bar now, right? The ceiling. You've shown you can be a tough fourth quarter, mentally tough-minded team. You've dominated the second half in each of your first 3 games, and now this is where you really feel like Sark can dial this up, because now it's about the script. Now it's about coming out better and coming out at a higher level. Well, they were really good at that last year, so you feel like it's there.
2 years.
If you combine the two. Well, now you're cooking with grease, as they say, right? Or cooking with whatever that is, because all of a sudden you are a fast-starting team who can finish. Well, that's how championships are won. And
fast start who can finish. That's amazing.
As you said, when your defense plays to this level, we mentioned the ESPN defensive efficiency rankings. Texas #1 right now. If your defense can play to this level, you don't need these 21-point spurts that they go on. That's plenty. Right?
Exactly.
That's plenty of points.
You'll put a team away.
Yeah, and that's why they're where they are. They did the same thing to Alabama. They got behind, and then they had scored 14 points in 15 seconds and then added another one. Same thing they did to Rice in that third quarter. And so it's there with this team. The ceiling is certainly high. And obviously you're looking around your conference now, and Oklahoma is the best team. Oklahoma will play a game at Cincinnati this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see. That's their conference opener. Texas, of course, plays at Baylor. And no one else in that conference is ranked. So, you got to take care of your business with the Baylor Bears, and then Kansas coming to your building. That Oklahoma game shaping up. We know what it is on an annual basis. It's looking like the game of the year. Now, it's one of those games.
But Yarmark is not happy about that.
Not at all. Not at all. He does not like looking up right now and seeing only Texas and Oklahoma ranked out of his conference, because they're not going to be here. But listen, Rod. I mean, the way the Big 12 works, though, the loser of that game in the Cotton Bowl could still make their way back.
Oh yeah.
To the Big 12 championship game,
We've seen
right?
it before.
So it doesn't end it if they take care of business. And right now they look like the class of the Big 12 for sure.
Was that 2018 when we got the rematch?
The rematch, yeah.
Yeah, the rematch, Texas OU in the Big 12 title game? Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think I'm predicting that now. But the way things look right now, K-State may be able to crash it, but K-State didn't look great.
Against Missouri. They couldn't stop Missouri.
So I'm with you. I think we right now, that's maybe where it's trending, is a rematch of the Texas OU game in the Big 12 title game. And yes, CB, you're right. Carl Bull-Reese, he did change the defensive game plan in the 0-1 Big 12 title game. He didn't go with because we beat Colorado early that year by like 20-something points. And he, for some reason, whatever he watched on film, he thought our original game plan would not work versus Colorado. And then he wanted to change it drastically, and he did, and they ran down our freaking throat. And then he adjusted the game plan back to the old game plan. Then he went back to the old game. It was like
during the game.
During the game, I was like, why do we change back to the other one? It would make no sense.
We already beat these guys.
Sometimes coaches, they
overthink.
Yes, football is a simple game, sometimes complicated by simple men.
Yeah,
right. Like you said, Sark just ran the damn ball versus why he was like, well, let me try to match up our strength with their weakness, and that's what I was thinking he was going to do. But honestly, you got bigger guys than they do. You should have went there and just ran the damn ball down their throat. But sometimes the simplest solution is the best one. You don't realize that.
We come back. What's poppin'?
What's poppin'?
Including who knew? If you missed the story earlier, Applebee's be poppin'. Got that next here on Ian Rod B. Yeah, what's popping with you on a Monday? We know there's a doubleheader of the NFL tonight. We'll see if the Sex Panther in there has the Sex Panther pick of the night.
Oh, yeah.
Ty had a good weekend on the gambling fields of play.
Mm-hmm.
50 units you're up? Is that what you said? 30?
80 in the past 2 weeks.
80 units. That's why you were buying all that McDonald's on Saturday night.
Hey, speaking of McDonald's, you can get some cheap burgers today.
What's popping? National Cheeseburger Day.
National Cheeseburger Day. Just throwing it out there, man. You can get McDonald's right now. I guess right now, but today. Selling 50-cent double cheeseburgers for National Cheeseburger Day. And Wendy's is they doing better than McDonald's. Right now, Wendy's, they're going to do it one-upping McDonald's. They're going to have their cheeseburger available for a penny. It says the penny burger can be added to your order if you purchase another item, it says. So that's the stipulation there.
That could be one of those where's the beef burgers?
Yeah, so a junior bacon cheeseburger for a penny.
Yeah, I'm gonna go feed someone experiencing homelessness. Yeah.
Nice.
You should. Yeah, and I think they'll try to
know the word.
They'll let you buy like a 1 or 2 per customer, so you might have to go like to multiple Mickey D's or Wendy's.
Well, that's still a $1 cheeseburger no matter what.
That is true. That's a great. Oh, Burger King is in on this too. They're gonna give a free cheeseburger to any member of its Royal Perks Rewards program who makes a purchase of $1 more. Come on, man! Why are you putting all those stipulations in the Burger King? Just give away the burger for 50 cents.
Same thing with McDonald's. Same thing with McDonald's. You have to have the app.
Oh, do you really?
Mm-hmm. Which me and Craig Way are big fans of the McDonald's app. It's if you want to get a deal, you can get if you buy a quarter pounder, you can get a quarter pounder for 25 cents every single day on the McDonald's app.
Dang, I don't even have any food apps on my phone.
You wouldn't use it. You don't go to McDonald's.
No, I don't.
It says limited to 1 burger per customer too. That sucks. Come on, man.
Well, people would be getting like 50 and freezing them.
No, back in the day they did. When I'm telling you, when they had Tuesdays and Thursdays, they have 25-cent. I believe like regular hamburgers and like 25 to 50-cent cheeseburgers. You could buy 10 per customer back in the day. I'm not making this up because we were poor. And you would go buy like 10 of them, and then mom would be like, y'all eating on these damn McDonald's burgers.
Food for a couple days
eating on these damn burgers. They were disgusting. It's like, nope, you eating on them. So I swear that was a thing back in the day. It was a thing, and they wouldn't limit it to like one. Now they're so damn cheap. They limit it to one per customer. Like they're not making enough money.
Well, like the McChicken is like $2, $2.50 now. It used to be $1.
That's crazy. It used to be on a $1 menu, and now it's $2.50.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Who's got the best dollar menu these days? It used to be best dollar menu used to be Jack in the Box, in my opinion. Jack in the Box had a nice dollar menu back in the day.
It's good. You can still get the 2 tacos for $1 there.
Still?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think Wendy's has a.
Wendy's?
It's either McDonald's or Wendy's.
Wendy's used to have. You're right. Wendy's used to have the nuggets. You get the 5-piece for $1. What else they have?
They got the biggie bag, where you get fries, nuggets, a burger, and a drink for $5.
Oh yeah, that's legit.
Popping.
Deal. I don't eat fast food, but if I did, I would enjoy this.
That's right. Yeah, I don't. I'm out of my depth here. I don't know the fast food game.
No, I don't eat fast food either. So I'm with you. Like I only admit Chick-fil-A is the only fast food that I will partake in. That's about it. Everything else.
If I do McDonald's, it's typically breakfast because I'll get an egg McMuffin. I
so
like
good.
the egg McMuffins.
Best breakfast for fast food.
I'm a big fan of egg McMuffins.
Chick-fil-A. I don't even consider Chick-fil-A fast food though.
It
is. I know, obviously it is.
It is,
but
fast
it's
food.
such a higher quality.
It is.
Is it really?
I never feel like crap after I eat Chick-fil-A.
It's not necessarily eat, but that's the psychological game they play because they're so clean and the customer service is so good and they're closed on Sundays. You believe it's a healthier fast food. It's like it's fried chicken. And then it's healthier. Why? Because they're clean. The bathrooms are clean.
Hey, also
they're closed on Sundays. God wouldn't do that to me.
What's popping? We'll preview these NFL games. Doubleheader of Monday Night Football tonight. We also told you that ESPN will be debuting the new Monday Night Football anthem, which is Chris Stapleton and Snoop Dogg breaking out
country and hip hop again.
Yeah,
huh?
it's their version of Phil Collins, the song "Coming in the Air Tonight." I can feel it coming in the air tonight. So that'll be tonight. You can see if that's popping.
It won't be.
Why do you got to change it? I mean, are you ready for some football? Is all you need, right? Hank Williams Jr. Are you ready for some football? Go with the classic.
Why don't they just cover it again? What's wrong with covering that
last
same
year,
thing?
I'm telling you, last year was the All Night Long.
Yeah.
I wish they'd stick with that.
The Lionel Richie. Mm-hmm.
This guy says Taco Bell best dollar menu, but the worst after effects.
That's what I don't do. Taco Bell.
You'll pay the price for that dollar menu. You will pay the price
also,
for those cheap prices.
I will remind baseball fans out there while the football is going on tonight. Two games starting at 6:15. The Astros play the Orioles tonight. This is a big series. Astros and Orioles, the team with the best record in the American League. The Baltimore Orioles at 93-56 will be at Minute Maid Park for a week series this week. It's a big one. Houston needs to be all right because the Rangers are playing the Red Sox up in Arlington, and the Mariners are playing Oakland. So we know right now the Astros lead by a game and a half over Texas. All three teams had bad weekends. Houston won the only game. The contenders for the AL West went 1-8 over the weekend. Rangers got swept in Cleveland. Mariners got swept at home by the Dodgers, and the Astros are dropped 2 out of 3 in Kansas City. So Astros not playing great. They get Baltimore tonight, who's been, what a great story. You know, they're the 1 seed in the American League, and who would have picked that when the season began? But, we talked earlier about the Chiefs and the championship pedigree.
Oh, yeah.
This is when the Astros need to step that up because the Rangers and the Mariners hot on their heels. So be watching that tonight. Baseball, plenty. And, Rod, are you excited about these NFL games? You got the Steelers trying to get up off the deck after getting flattened by the 49ers in week 1. Browns were one of the most impressive teams in their first week. They beat the Bengals 24-3, and now they're in Pittsburgh tonight. Also tonight, Derek Carr in New Orleans at Bryce Young in Carolina.
Yeah, I think Ty's right about the Browns. I think you got the Steelers coming off of that brutal beatdown they took at the hands of the 49ers. Last season, the 49ers, man, when you played the 49ers, that was a hangover effect. No team won their next game after playing the 49ers in 2022. I'm going to say that trend continues with the way they whipped up on the Steelers. I'll say Steelers go down again, 0-2, baby.
0-2 at home. That'd be terrible. We talked about the Patriots starting 0-2 at home, while the Jets and the Niners starting 2-0 on the road with 2 road wins. That would be very impressive if the Browns do that with Deshaun Watson. And, by the way, the Texans want to see the Steelers win tonight. The Texans want the Browns to lose as many games as they can, right?
Oh.
Remember that draft pick that they own is Cleveland's? They gave up their own in the Will Anderson trade, and their own is looking worse and worse.
It is looking worse and worse.
They don't need – the Houston Texans don't want Cleveland to be as good as Ty believes they're going to be because that will hurt. And the Arizona Cardinals are over there going, sweet. We could have the first pick and the second pick.
They keep forgetting they're tanking, too, in these games. They start out real
but
fast.
But they're 0-2. That's all that matters, right?
Yeah, they go somebody calls down to the coaches and goes, Coach, we need to lose these games. He's like, oh, yeah, my bad. We'll call some bad calls. We got this, Coach.
Yeah. Because they got up 20-0 on the New York Giants. Giants set a new modern record. They had given up 60 points in their season before they scored a point. Remember, they got beat by the Cowboys 40-0. They were down 20-0 yesterday at halftime. And so they didn't score a point until the third quarter of their second game.
It's crazy.
But they came all the way back and won because what's his face was great.
Daniel Jones.
No
more Saquon Barkley, though.
Yeah, he got hurt.
He is done.
Hurt his ankle. Amari Cooper out tonight, by the way. Amari Cooper is out tonight. Ty, you feeling it? What's your Sex Panther pick of the night tonight?
Let's do it.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm going to give you all a parlay tonight.
Oh, see, he tried to warn you against these.
Really? I'm up 80 units in the past 2 weeks.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean,
let's see.
I gave you Cleveland -2 already, and then I'll take New Orleans -3 at Carolina, and a little baseball, a little Cleveland over Kansas City.
Cleveland's playing well. They're trying to chase down the Twins here, but in the AL Central. So keep an eye on that today. All right, Steve Sarkisian coming up in about 5 minutes with his Game Week News Conference. We won't be carrying that because we can't, but we will certainly be playing highlights from it this afternoon on Patrick Davis' show, The Sports Complex. You and I, Rod, will be talking about what Sark has to say today, and he's previewing the Baylor Bears.
Ooh, can't wait, baby. Let's go.
Baylor was, the Longhorns struggled with Wyoming for a half or so. Baylor struggled with Long Island University on Saturday.
Yeah, but they're going to be ready for this game.
Oh, yeah, it's Texas.
They're going to be ready for that Texas game.
Maybe the last meeting for a long, long time.
Yeah, it's a way to save your season. Beat Texas. We all know how that works.
All right, Rod. Be a fun Tuesday.
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Have a great Monday. Enjoy the doubleheader. Enjoy the baseball. And get to Applebee's. We found out I was at a wedding this weekend outside of Dallas. And
it's popping.
Only thing open in Greenville, Texas was Applebee's. And now we've learned that after 10 o'clock, Applebee's becomes like a club. Club Applebee's.
Club Applebee's.
Who knew? Who knew?
Oh, I didn't. Ty did. Ty knew.
Ty knows all that stuff. That's why we live vicariously through our producer. Rod, have a great one.
You too,
Ty,
brother.
you too. Good luck with your parlay. We'll be grading them and talking football tomorrow at 6 a.m. If you missed any part of our show today, you know to go to the website for the podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome is next.